What's up? Happy Fed Day, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Simon, hit up tech support if you're having issues. Oh no. If you, is in your my app should have it. What the heck? Hold on 1 second. Oh. My screen is gone. Oh, I know why. Oh, I'm just. Oh my god, I need to switch my screens around. All right. Hold up. Hold up. Give me a second. I gotta figure out which screen it is. Ooh, ooh, ooh. All right. We're gonna play guess which screen. Desktop initially used 9.2.4. Is it 5? Nope. Wrong guess. You know, I hate how like Windows just changes the numbers of your screen. It just never, it like doesn't have a memory of them. If you have to add a new screen. Nope, it's not 6. Is it 4? It's always going to be the last one I pick. That's the best part. Literally 3. Literally 2. Literally the last one I pick. Of all the options. This is the luck I have in this world. Which means I navigate with skill, because luck ain't gonna get me anywhere. I have the worst luck of anybody. What's up? We're back. Literally. I have no good luck. At all. Literally the worst alert. The nerd with the herd. Let's go. The man, the myth, the legend. Well, hello, guys. All right, so we got off the day. Pre-fed. Somehow FMC. I don't know what happened here. Was that Chinese? Oh, China's closed probably, yeah. Well, no, that was right at the midnight candle. I'm not really sure what to say there. I need to pay attention to the news, but did a little bit of bump last night and we traded down off of it. Today, dynamic hedge pushers right there. Right there in the way. I get my tablet turned on, but for some reason, it's still not. I don't know. I gotta unplug it and plug it back in. But then display goes. I need to just one more day. One more day, we'll have it. Where is my? Oh, there it is. There you are. Come on. Don't be shy. Come on. I'll have a tablet again. You know, you guys are going to be happy about that. MHP right here, we know there's really good bounce potential there. Obviously, when it comes to FOMC, I look for this as well. But if we have a big dump day off the FOMC, you know, today, the important part's the dot plot. This is where you really care about. Fed's not going to change rates. About 99% chance they're going to do anything. But the thing is we want to see about what they feel like the future. There's a little bit of information you guys need to understand about the FOMC. At least I can't retrieve that. My tweets. Let me show you what I did. Search. I'm going to go to advanced search and search from me. Ayo. All right, here it is. So I made a tweet last year about this, explaining why the market, crashed at December Fed, right? You guys remember that? Warning. Appreciate everything you do. Oh, it's really sweet. Thank you. ASML earnings. Oh, that's probably what it was. Okay. All right. So here, FOMC is split down the middle. This is a problem. The dot plot shows less aggressive rate cuts, yada, yada. So basically, here's what it is, right? Current rates are here, and this is projecting what 2025, 26, 27, and 28 looks like. This was the problem last meeting. You can see how this is a distribution of all the members. Each one of these people is a committee member who gets to make a vote. This is them telling you each participant's assessment of the appropriate monetary policy. This is each person saying, this is where I think it should be and why. So they believe the midpoint of target range or target level for the funds rate. So inside of here, as you will note, and I will draw in a really lovely, I don't know, pink color, what it used to be leading up into November. See, leading up into the election, it used to be more like this. Like the middle, the fattest part, right? Which is here and here and well here and then like here. The fattest part was more like this, okay, leading into the election. And then somehow, the average, right? And somehow, for some mysterious condition, we can't figure out why, the majority of the people down here somehow went like, psych, we're just kidding. We're really up here. We don't believe we need to cut rates down to the 2s. We really think it should be closer to 4. Something between November and December happened that the majority of the people who were very, rate cut happy for the next longer run, somehow within a month change, decided they didn't need to be. For whatever reason, I don't know what happens in November of 2024 that could have made people want to, pad the numbers a little bit to look a little more bullish leading into some certain event that happened in November. And all of a sudden, when their preferred elector didn't win the race, they stopped trying to pump up the stock market for the party they were rooting for because they lost. And then all of a sudden, after the election, they decided to be very much stance on, we need to stay about where we are forever, which, again, is what you deal with in Wall Street. You know how to read these things. This tells you the story. This is a camp that's split down the middle, and that's why they said there's a problem. You can easily see there's two camps of people. It's not just people are like, should we change rates faster or slower? It's disagreement. Everyone in chat, let's wake up real quick. First of all, hit the like button. I talk for like 3 hours. You guys can hit the thumbs up button for a second. I'm going to ask you a question before you do it. Everyone tap that thumbs up, bottom right, down this way. Do we all understand this, right, chat? We get this? I'm about to blow your minds with some great info. Do we understand this? Right? He hit it so hard he broke his computer. We get this, right? It's not just that people were, let's all be super hyper, let's talk, the longer run. Oh, yeah, we should be down in the low 3s. And then after Trump was elected, they're like, no. Just kidding. I mean 4. I was off by a point because something drastically changed between November and December. This is bullshit. Bullshit, right? So what happens is it's not just that people change their stance. What's really bad is there's two camps. There are clearly two camps. There's a bunch of people down here that say we got to do it big, closer to 3. There's a bunch of people that are like, no, we need to stay at 4. That's a 1-point difference. Wall Street didn't just hate the idea that some people changed their mind. They hated the idea that it was split. Because anytime you got half of the people here and half of the people here, right, there's practically no change. because not only is it tied, but when people don't agree, they don't usually do much. So the dissent between the committee members, as you see, is why we had the Fed crash day of 2024. The uncertainty of it. The idea that it was no longer like a wave of FOMC, got our backs, let's go to the moon, baby. It was like somehow, and again, you got to compare the two dot plots. It is drastically different. So freezing rates right at about, 375 and 4, right? Because we're here now. Right here is where we are. They believe that 2 rate cuts of 25 or 50 points total is appropriate policy. So the majority of people for 2025 are right here. This is 2 rate cuts, that's it. But the rest of the years is the longer run, as people believe that, yes, we need to get down to the low 2s. For whatever reason, they believe so. The other people like, no, we're going to be at 4. 375 through 5 to 4, somewhere in here. And so the split is very uncomfortable for investors. And you have to understand is that when the government or when bodies of people that are regulating something, regulators or even Fed members disagree, the market doesn't like that because it's hard to guess. So when they disagree, we disagree, and market just falls apart. That's pretty much why I wrote about the dot plot shows less aggressive rate cut, but the long term, there are 2 camps. As half thinks nothing needs to happen for a while. Like we're going to basically freeze about right here. There's a lot of people that think we're not going anywhere or we shouldn't go anywhere. And so that is the problem. That today, I'm going to predict the Fed is going to do absolutely nothing today. Nothing. Except release that dot plot. And what you're going to do, traders, is you're going to compare that one to this one. Again, the market's going to move faster than you can look at this. But to explain why it is and why today's market, the FOMC was absolutely going to decimate the market. So you guys understand this, right? This is not going to be a breezy, easy Fed. It's not going to be as predictable as it is. All eyes are going to be on this right here, the long term. And also checking to see if anything changes in the short term. I'm going to also make a bet that nothing's going to change for 2025. I'm also going to make a bet that because the market's at all-time highs, some people may drift lower to the downside, believing that, to the upside, believing that market's okay, we don't need to do anything. So if you start to see the 3.5 to 4s fatten up with some more dots, or more people jump from this camp to that camp, the market will collapse like it did last time. Today's not a day, as one of my really close friends, Keith, who was a annuities trader in Texas, a buddy I went to high school with, he said, it's really awesome saying he used to always say. He's like, some days it's just not worth picking up pennies in front of a steamroller. And I love that saying because, oh boy, is that true. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to forecast for you that there will be a steamroller. Likely chance. Doesn't mean it's going to steamroll down. It just means the market is going to be extremely sensitive. Anything, whether it's down or up, who knows? It's not going to be a quiet Fed day. This is going to be a violent Fed day. So, rule of thumb, not trading into it. We know that we talk about this triple B number right here on my screen. VIX is above the key level of 1583, which means market's hypersensitive to news. The VFIX, while lowering over the last couple of days, is still in the hundreds, which means the VIX is going to accelerate its movements, and therefore markets can fall very rapidly. So just keep that in mind, guys. What browser do I use for my hundreds of DOMs? I don't use the browser. I use the desktop app for TradeBait. Do I think they use tariffs as an excuse to not push more rate cuts? No. I'm not smart enough to know how it would apply. Maybe someone here does. I don't see the connection, but maybe there's a connection. Or the tariffs would make things more expensive for us and for other people. Would that affect rate cuts? Do we need to change the money supply? Do we need to de-incentivize lending and spending? I don't think that adds additional risk. I don't think so. but we'll listen to see if he mentions it. The market hates the word tariff right now. Michael Benny, what's up? Master Rich, if nothing changes, price will change a lot. I bet you 100%. Price is going to change a lot today. Price might go way up and way down and land where it started. It may completely fall and test lows if the market hates what it sees. That sound muffled? 10 minutes till market starts. Remember, guys, to smash that thumbs up button. We are the best live stream there is in the mornings. You could be over there watching some of these Furu Guru gamblers paper trading their way to 10K every month, or you can sit here and watch someone with an 80% win rate. Up to you. Oh, I had a thing. So we're opening up a program, as some people have messaged me yesterday. Got like a hardship thing. I didn't know that we were as globally popular as we are. We had one of our viewers from another country mention, hey, by the way, your monthly fee is about what we make in a month here. And I didn't know that. So we're going to have a program that if you want to use Rocket Scooter, and let's start this today. And go tell all your friends we're going to do this. We're going to do something called like a hardship or a student kind of program thing. So, if you're, in America, we're all spoiled with high salaries and these are American prices. But if you're somewhere and you're trying to learn trading and, our fee is extremely high relative to your income, just send me a message and send me some identification that shows where you're from, and then we'll cut your Rocket Scooter down to a $20 a month membership. We'll subsidize you because everyone has a right to learn trading, learn anything. And the price of education is usually the hindrance in a society for people to get ahead. And I don't want to be like the colleges of America where I put people in perpetual debt just so they can get an education. If you want to learn Rocket Scooter, I will literally subsidize what we do if you're in another country. And it's very expensive to you. Make it $20 a month, which literally just covers the bare minimum of your data and everything. So, yeah, we shouldn't be the reason you don't get an education because Americans are spoiled, rotten. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you pass that word along. We definitely all agree here that that's okay. We're all fortunate and live spoiled lives, so it's not unfair that you pay less than we do for stuff. So existing users, like I said, you'd have to prove to me that you're in a hardship salary situation. So that's kind of the thing, right? Arkansas, yeah, that yeah, everyone from Arkansas definitely applies. We've done this before, like people like, hey, I lost my job, I don't want to lose my membership because I locked in a good rate, and we're like, you know what, we'll keep you there for 6 months till you get back on your feet. We're not like that, but also you guys are a bunch of gambling degenerates. You guys will exploit the system, so I need a little bit of proof. Not that I hate you guys or don't trust you, but I don't trust you at all. No, seriously though. You just show me that you're in some kind of, like, hey, here's my paycheck, or here's, and we'll definitely help you guys out. When you bought a digital product in Peru, it automatically adjusts for an IP. And I know because I know that I definitely, it's a humbling thing to hear that. I don't think, it's like one thing that we learn is we don't really think about anybody outside of ourselves in this world a lot of times. And when I first heard that, my heart immediately changed. It I was like, whoa, wait, what? To hear that that's how much somebody makes relative in a month, and that to have like an American product requires such an enormous a month salary, right? A third of your salary should go towards your house. Not your entire salary should go towards a piece of software. And that makes me think why most people try so hard to come into this country, because we make everything and nobody else can afford it. Really puts things into perspective. We're getting a little philosophical here, but we're here to help. We're not going to be a college that's going to, put you in debt forever, just so you can learn trading. So, truth and humor. I don't hate you guys. I just strongly dislike you. Let's be real. Hate's a horrible word. What is the average pay in the USA? Oh, that's a strange question because everyone is a whole different camps. There's a minimum wage, which I don't even know what it is. $7, $8, something like that an hour. The average person that goes to college and gets a job is somewhere in the like the 50 to 100K range starting out. And then after 10 or 15 or 20 years of work, most Americans make it into the 100 to 200K range. If you move into management, you might be in like the 2 to 300 range. If you're a doctor, you're going to be between the 2 and 500 range. If you're a surgeon or lawyer, maybe the 500 to million range. It's basically like how I remember the working world to be. The average income is 50 to 100, somewhere in there. Right out of school, but this was in 2005, I was making $56,000 as an engineer. Now, that was high at the time. Right now, that would probably be closer to 80 to 90 starting salary relative to 2005. But 50 to 60 as a starting engineer in 2005 was like, I'm rich, bitch. All right, we starting in like 7 minutes, markets opening. Hello, Sarah. What's up? What's up? Average income around 78K. Ooh, really, really, very nice. Remember, you guys, smash that thumbs up button. If you don't hit at least half the likes, YouTube thinks we don't have a quality show. It doesn't tend to want to show it to more people. The engagement score is very important to the show. You guys don't mind scrolling down this way? We're good on there. Thumbs up button. Just click it. Click it good. Come here. You're here to watch magic. You're here to watch YouTube's best trading show ever. The person that figured out the markets winning trading competitions. By the way, TradingView is having a trading competition. I've entered it. I'm going to walk up. Last time there was like 9,000 something competitors, if I can remember correctly. And just like I did with the ETF contest, I'm going to go in there and try to win this thing. I won the Elite Trader Funding Global Futures Trading Contest. That was great. First place. Let's see if I can win this one first place. Like I said, I love contests because you know why? Trading contests, the only thing that proves you know what you're doing. I don't care how many times somebody goes out there. Anybody can luck themselves into a payout from Top Step. Anybody can luck themselves out into 20 account payout from Apex. It doesn't take a lot of skill to do that, especially if you spend $50,000, $60,000 to get your $80,000 of payouts. You're not really walking away with much after taxes. So a lot of these people really aren't that good at trading, even though they're massing out payouts all the time. I don't think they show you their bottom line on their taxes, how much they really spend in business expenses, you know, for these trading firms and whatever, how much of a loss they took to get the win. But a trading contest is the only thing that shows you know what you're doing because it is a start to finish growth project. That's why I like doing them, because you guys can see I'm really good at what I do. There's no gimmicks there. There's one account, there's one name, there's one path. You either go up, you go straight down. The last trading contest I did, I got first place, 80% win rate, 400% gain. And I started 9 days late in a 30-day competition. I literally started late. I started with a 20K deficit or 200% deficit against the first place. And I started at 0 and I walked up to the top and won. So let's see if I can do it again. You don't really see a lot of your influencer guru peeps out there doing contests. You know why? Because they're really just average traders. Not bad. They're just not really good. And when you're trying to learn from somebody, you want to learn from somebody who's really good. I'm not going to lie. Average people don't have much to teach. This is not an average person's game. It's not basketball where you can just go have fun in the park with your friends. Yeah, you can make the ball every once in a while. You're trying to make money, which means you're trying to beat the LeBrons and Kobe's of this game who constantly make money. You're trying to make a little bit off of their wake, which means you got to be a superstar. You can't just walk in the trading being average, put something in your pocket. You're going to lose if that's your mentality. What's up? Good morning, guys. Y'all ready to do this? Will you be doing a live during the contest? Yeah, 100%. No, I don't think people are going to snipe me because I don't think that's something people really I don't think it's going to matter. The contest is against a bunch of randos anyways. Like, you know, it's TradingView. I think it's even paper trading. So, it should be a bunch of rando retailer trader types. I don't think it's going to be anybody out there. Unless they see me winning, and then if they do and I start to notice, I don't know, like somebody's going up the same amount I'm going up, I might put a delay on the stream. But that's a good question. All right, 3 minutes till market opens. It is Fed day. FOMC is going to do absolutely nothing today, except when they release that dot plot. Now remember, the dot plot and the press conference are two important parts today. Half of the FOMC proposed to freeze and do nothing after the election. They were very aggressive because they were sitting. Now, to get what I was hinting at earlier, the committee members in the FOMC were stating they wanted to see sub-3 rates before the election because, like all good politicians, they tend to, vet their performance against the performance of the stock market, and they all love to take credit for how good the market's doing. So it wouldn't behoove you to know that the majority of Fed members that were Democrats were professing to the world that they believed sub-3 or 3 was pretty normal for the future until what's-her-face didn't win the election. The really dumb-sounding one, Harris, I always forget her name, didn't win the election, and then they somehow changed their stance a week later and said, "No, we really think we need to be at 4." Like, just padding the stock market. It's corruption at its finest. And I love fighting it. I love when I find it in Wall Street. It's like reading a good book. You just get that amazing feeling. That feeling of like, oh, I figured something out, right? God, they should have picked a better candidate. I mean, not that I'm telling you I'm a Republican because I'm a Texan. Clearly I am, but I'm not like anti-Democrat either. But man, they picked someone that just sounded so dumb. Like, we needed after Biden's, we needed someone that sounded smart and powerful and active, and she just sounded like, it's like just, they should have picked a better candidate. Hillary running again would have been a better candidate. Like someone that had fight in them, right? Sounded, anyways. But FOMC members they drastically changed just because of the election result. There's no reason between November and December. Economic data didn't change much. So it really shows that people were projecting a little more hoopla into the future than they really were anticipating. So today we need to understand if the camps are still split like they are going forward. And when this comes out, when the report comes out, so when they make their announcement, this comes out. So this can come out immediately first. You guys need to go to financialjuice.com. They will give you the parse information right from the Fed statement immediately when that comes out. So there's no need to guess, but I use Financial Juice for all my news parsing. And then, of course, the press conference, Jay Powell is going to lead up into giving us some hints about something. They're going to talk about the labor market like they always do. The labor market's actually very healthy. I'm going to predict what he's going to say. Extremely healthy labor market. Jobs market's extremely good. The jolts have been going up when unemployment hasn't been going up and layoffs haven't been going up. It means companies are in a hiring spree. So pretty good right now that everything's great. Inflation's coming down. All the signs are good for some positive commentary from Powell. They're going to probably hint if they're going to cut rates sooner rather than later. We don't know when we're going to get the 50 basis points cuts that they're talking about anytime this year. But what you're going to listen for is it going to be soon, like Q1, or is it going to be Q4? If they say Q1, the market's going to go all over the place. Or if they hint that it's coming sooner rather than later, market's going to absolutely dump on itself. Today. It's extremely sensitive. Today will not be a gentle Fed day. I repeat, today will be a devastatingly volatile Fed day. Everything's set up for the market to be sensitive to pretty much anything they say. If we've proven that the market doesn't like things very quickly, it sells off. The market is in a very sensitive state because of the timing of all the stuff we're going through right now. Ooh, bulls down bottom on Qs. Do I want to take it? Let's load up right at the bottom there. Should I get a 1? How's Res? Res is good. Okay. Just a 1. Just a 1. Let me double check that I'm at the right spot here. QQQ resilience. Be good again. Bulls on bottom. I always take long. Back up to wherever. Wait a minute. No. Oh, I misread this. Oh, no, I didn't. That's the open. Okay. All right. So I've got two issues right here. Number one is I long every single time here, but there is no upper resistance. And I also long every single time here. I've got two setups here. That's why I'm tapping it with one. 522 to 520. It's perfect. I've got one contract here, and I'm going to hit it with 3 more right there. Perfect. That's an easy setup today. All right, look at SPY. Guys, don't forget to hit that like button, bottom right of the screen. Do me some favors. Everybody, thumbs up. I get tired of asking. Boy, I'm telling you, come in here, hit that like button. You guys got like a couple minutes. We'll get started here. Everybody, thumbs up. Bottom right of your screen. Bottom right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You got to remember. Killian, why not hit it with both? Well, let me tell you the secret here. You can't project that the market's going to pivot at either one of the two places. So trade both of the places is my rule. They're both high probability setups. Today, with the DD ratio greater than half, 90% of days will close above here. DD ratio greater than half and no really bad signals, I don't think today. Perfect. 90% every single time trade from here to there is always a setup. I repeat, let me get here really quick. So here to here, resilience greater than 0. We go this way. We have no upper bound, which is interesting. Just the DD band, I guess, from here, which is in futures. Let's pop that up. So because I have 2 entries, I hit this with 1. I take this trade every single time from here to here. 90% of days will pivot there, and about 90% of days will hold there. Like I said, I hit 1 just in case there's drawdown because that's the appropriate pivot to do. And right here, let's just have a little fun on this one. Let it stabilize just a little bit. This is pretty big, but I'm going to hit it with the second one. Let me let it play around just a little bit. Hit it there. Let's see what we got. Bank of China rate decision in 15 minutes. Well, look at there. Look at there. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. I need the pivot. I need that pivot, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on. I only hit it with 3 instead of 4, though. Guys, I can do this all day long. This is my favorite trade. My favorite trade. Let's zoom in on this one. So hit it with 1 just in case. You know what I'm saying? Then hit it with a couple more just in case. Smaller position, bigger position. I trade this right back up to there. We get a little bit of bounce, I would say right now. It's going to play around right here. And then I hope that it goes right there and gets above. Finish out the day. This is good. Do I usually do this all day? Usually just for a couple of hours in the morning. I usually stream till about lunchtime. That's about it. Don't break my heart today, market. Give us some love. Give us some love. Give us some love. And Nasdaq trying to sell. Trying to sell. Like I said, it's the appropriate place to make a trade from. I can't ever guarantee that's actually going to go, though. This is just a high probability setup. So I always take it. I always take it pretty heavily when there's no reason not to. But boy, that negative resilience on Nasdaq, though, that's kind of a little scary. Let's get that little bit of a retracement here. I need to go right back up to 522, which is about 21,600, give or take. That's going to be a really strong pivot for today. 21.6 has been something we've been playing with for a while. I don't like that it's not picking up a lot of steam here. It's going to probably scare me a little bit And then my heart's going to be broken if I don't make the trade. Don't break my heart today, guys. Come on. Hang tight. Don't do it. Don't do it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I don't like this at all. Now, the problem is there's another strong pivot here. This is why I didn't hit it with like 5 or 6. This is also an every single time trade. There's 90% pivots there. There's like all of our setups are really good. See how it's wanting to pivot exactly there? I hit that every single time. But this Nasdaq is all over the fucking place today. Come on, baby. Don't die on us now. Ooh. It's a little rich there. And that like button's the first thing you do. Yeah, you guys would keep the numbers up. Does everybody go down there and smack the like button? Come on. Nasdaq, stop making me have a heart attack here. Well, that is all over the place. You don't like the market today. Come on, Nasdaq. You shouldn't be trying to sell today. But I'm gonna tell you that res is pretty gnarly. Negative 60 per negative 60. Just measuring the middle here. There's nothing special about this line that I have. God, it's like trying so hard to sell too. Like the feeling I'm getting is bad. This is not a good feeling for what I want to see. I usually want to see this kind of trade move a little quicker. Why does that keep cutting out? Come on. Come on. Give daddy some move here. Got about 7, since we're at 28 points here on Nasdaq, to be right up to about 21. My speakers keep disconnecting, and I don't know why that is. Just get the one little pop, testable zone. That's it. That's all we need to do. Right up here. Come on. Come on. Can you guys hear the music? Is the music? Oh God. Oh wait, that's the China thing. Oh my goodness. I'm fiddling with my speakers. Come on, hang in there. Hang in there, baby. Not good. Come on, don't do me like that. Is that the China thing? Okay, let me cut this a little bit. That's right on the edge as well. Let me just trim this. Just trim a little. Music is too loud. Oh, okay. Hold on. We're right at my other pivot. This is the crazy thing, is that I've got all my pivots lined up here. That is the spot. Let me just trim to 2 to make it a little bit more palatable here. All right. That was crazy. All right. Now this is a strong pivot. That's what I want to see. I put it at 2. Just so I can play on one more overshoot, so we're good there. Yeah. All right, let me see what's going on here with my speakers keep going crazy. I have no idea why it's doing this. It keeps like shutting off for some reason. Don't know why. Turn it down a little bit. Was that the Bank of China decision? What do we got there? But MHP is always that where I want to be as well. So that's why you asked like why I just do one instead of a bunch. Like I hit it 1, I hit it 3, I cut it down. I really should be in like 2 or 3 right there. Now I'm debating if I want to hit it much harder. I'm having computer problems right now. This would be highly unusual to see this market move as drastically as it is pre-FOMC. But this is a base. This is where we're going to support today. So hopefully this gives me that little spot market to support on. I'm going to wait one more little bounce, slightly lower, about right there, to decide on what I want to do. So I got 1, I got 3. I just trimmed back down to 2. I'm okay with 2, but like I said, I want to be right back up in here for today. This is an unusual, this was not expected, this move right here. It should have bounced. So it's probably going to bounce, but we'll see. I'm going to trim the position down because that's just, I don't like weird candles like that. I'm going to wait. When it gets back up to there, I'm going to jump back in on my original 4. I mean, Bank of Canada. Oh, I think I said Bank of China. I was like, that didn't make any sense when you said that because it's morning time, but Canada. Now I feel like such a moron. Bank of Canada. What did they say? I don't see it in my news. Hold on. I'm fiddling with my speakers here. Did they say anything? Not that it matters, I don't think, for our stock market, but what was the news there? Wait, you have no account to trade? Why don't have account to trade? I still have no idea what's going on with my speakers here. What is going on? So they did a rate cut. Oh, okay. So they had a 1/4 point cut in Canada. That's what it was. Not China. I was like, yeah, when I see BOC, I'm like thinking Bank of China. Bank of Canada. I didn't know they were doing rates today. So 1/4 point so that was actually now. Sorry. That actually didn't come out until just now. It's 8:45. I didn't see my clock. So yeah. We have a 1/4 point cut in Canada. Yep. All right. Our market is trying really hard to sell, but I think it's going to be all right. I think we're good today. I think we're at the rally point. A little pre-BOC flush. Yeah, I was like, why would he... When I said China, at first, when I said that, then I was immediately like thinking of what I was like, it felt weird when I said that. Like, he's like, China. China. Slightly unusual to see this market moving like this. Trying to sell. Now we're going to rally from here. We're good. Back on bear zone, though. If we get right back to 520, I'm going to add back to my position. So I'm just trimming the risk just in case it got crazy. That was it. No, this is a really bad example of me not being prepared. A good example of me not being prepared. The growth forecast in Canada goes from 1.8 to 1.8 from 2.1 in October. Interesting. Bank of Canada announces the end of quantitative tightening and will gradually restart asset purchases in early March. Well, look at that. Yo, Canada QE going on here. So 3% from 3. So they had a 1/4 point rate cut in Canada, and they're entering QE. That's very important. How could I have prepared more? I wasn't paying attention to the idea that we had a really strong. When somebody said China, I was dismissing it because China's not going to matter. Canada's going to be a little more important to us. I didn't even think. It's pretty. I probably should just waited until that news came out to enter a position. It happens. All right. So, like I said, I'm just waiting right here. This is my good entry point. I'd like to see this bounce. And again, I don't see any reason for this to collapse into the end of the day today. I think we're pretty good. Got FOMC coming up. Why don't I take the risk? Why not? Nice little clean bounce in the S&P overnight dynamic. This is a good place for me to long from. Like I said, I hit it small just in case it rallies right out the door on decent resilience. But then now that S&P's at a very strong key pivot, I do feel a little more comfortable trading here. Volatility's good. Everything's good. Yeah, baby. Let's go. If we start losing right here, essentially, relatively speaking, if we start losing, this is about where I'm going to cut. Wherever it ends up being. Here. All right, I'll be right back. And I'm going to go to the restroom really quick. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. What's up, guys? Happy New Year to you too as well. Where's the commentary that I'm so confident I walk away from this without a stop loss? Is that the I mean, it's monthly hedge pressure, right? We're back. Let's hang in there. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Canada enters QE. Interesting. What? 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 Okay. What? What? Where is all my stuff? Where all my stuff? What? What? Come on. Come on. No, 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 no. Keep going. Keep going. Every single time. There to there. Let's hit it. Let's hit it. Here to there. No, 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 no. Here to there. Come on. You got it. One more move. One more move. I'm hang on. Come on. Here to there. Come on. Come on. Come on. I know it's crazy. Here's my number. Let's call me maybe. I have the tablet back, but the pen wasn't working. I don't know, for whatever reason, the pen wasn't working today. I don't know why. All right, today's Nasdaq trade is brought to you by, hold on, right about there. Exactly here is my target, like literally there. Ready? If I get this right, I want you guys to go and shout to the world that people need to watch my stream. Let's just see. Let's just see. Let's just see. Again, I could be wrong. I took a little bit of drawdown on this. It was scary. You know, I held through a cow, so I shouldn't have done that. I should have been waiting prepared, but QE Bank of Canada, that's interesting. QE, right? We are the opposite of that. The Fed's getting stuff off their balance sheet. Come on, Nasdaq. Don't be stupid today. Come on. Trying to sell. There's a lot of liquidation today. And if it, like I said, if this sells off today, I don't know what I'm going to think. Because this is defying all logic. But we should be okay. We should be okay. Let's get that little green candle here. Should be in a good spot. Come on. Come on, baby. This is unusual to see all the things we saw down here. That's not usual. Let me redraw this so it's easier to see what I'm trying to show you guys. It's to fall through all of these different supports unusual. It's going to bounce right back up. Like, I just don't see any reason for it not to. It should have held here. It should have held here. It should have held here. All of these three things are really strong supports. The fact that it fell through 1 through 2 and finally hit that bottom one, I don't feel any scared of this one, but still. Come on. Here to here, I take this trade every single time. This is what I call EST. EST. From here to there, I take that trade. About 90% win rate on this trade. That's why I'm still holding on to it. So I'm taking $1,000 drawdown to take the $1,500 win. This just up and down is just bottling my mind here. I don't like it's not being getting momentum. That's the one thing. It's the most unusual behavior. This is extremely unusual. This is not expected to fall through all of this. So this is a very low probability setup for this to be plowing through all of this. My target's roughly about 590, give or take. The equivalent of QQQ 522, which is about 16 points higher. It's about 65 points from here. So right about 72. 72 to 70, 72, something like that. My math is correct. 82, sorry, 82. Give or take. I just don't like this. This is just hurting my brain here. Yeah, this is partially the reason why the negative resilience is not giving us love today. VIX is still clean though. There's not really much of a problem there. Big green candles. Come on, let's see them. But that selling pressure is just crazy. I mean, it's just hard to imagine how this market's fighting right now. You know, I'm sure there's probably some. Let's double check some of the sectors here. So I take that trade every single time, as we talked about MHP, the other last class we did. I take that trade every single time as well. That trade worked. This trade is the one I'm concerned about. Why we're not picking up momentum here. And I'm going to double check. I'm going to look around and make sure all the tech stocks are looking okay. Is NVIDIA just shit in the bed again? No, NVIDIA's all right. The worst spot. Microsoft's kind of doing bad. All right, let's look really quick. Amazon. Yeah, see, it's just the tech has got a weird look to it. They all doing that. Apple's doing okay, which is good. Let's see Apple do okay. SPY. I mean, NVIDIA's looking slightly okay. Amazon. No, Meta. Every stock in the Magnificent Seven is red. Oh, yep, I don't disagree. God, man, what is going on here with NASDAQ? We're getting the green candles, but they're just getting a lot of selling pressure against them. Pre-Fed selling, maybe? It's hard to say. I'm going to hang on to it. Facebook, Meta, Apple, Amazon. What's AMD doing? Probably all right. If NVIDIA's doing all right. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Let me get... If I get this one little pop I'm going to take and get out of the way. I don't think we're going to rally into FOMC, but let me do this really quick. SPY, sector, tractor. It's a little hard day today. Sectors are all over the place as well. So tech is doing bad, of course. Utility is doing great. It's just even Stevens today. So tech being the heavyweight on the indices, right? There's my every single time trade. Let's go. Here to there. Stop playing with me, NASDAQ. Daddy wants his money today. Stop playing with me, NASDAQ. I'm telling you, dude, this is just nuts today, how much is doing this. Oh, hold on. Let me arrange this over here. Total. There we go. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Ooh, 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 ooh. Come on. Come on, tell all your friends, baby. Tell all your friends about what it is we do here. Tell everybody you fucking know about what it is we do here. Go tell everyone. Please go tell everyone about what we do here. Trim a little bit. Let's get the whole trade all the way up to the top. Not all of it, just some of it. Just take a little bit of it. I don't cheat myself out of a good trade. Just take a little bit. Just take some profit on that. You get anxiety looking at it? Oh, yeah, I know. Took a little bit. Like I said, I'm hanging on for the real... I don't cut myself early here. Bear zone, bull zone is the trade I always take. Lock it in, baby. Come on. I think we're still playing the range. I took one off. Oh, should get the rest of it. Should I add one back? We're right at bear zone again. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? Why the hell not? Get the whole thing. Come on. About a 50-point rip. That's it. We just want to see the whole thing. If you break my heart today, I'm going to be really sad. Hourly chart's looking a little gnarly, even though I hate charts. It's just market's trying its ass off to do something. Come on. Hang in there. It shouldn't be losing this bear zone. That's the one thing. This is the most unusual of things. I hit this straight. I scout from here to here every time. And then every single time. And never not do what I'm doing. Statistically, I have to do it. The reason I'm doing it is because I have to do it. It's going to try its hardest to bounce here every time. But this is going to be really problematic. Let me move this out of the way. This little area at 521, like exactly where we are right here. This, where my line is, I have to take that trade. This is the statistically best trade that we have. I have to long here. Even if it's going to give me a loss, I have to trade it every time. Because statistically, it's the winning trade that I usually bank off of. I win contests with this trade. I hit it, I hang on, I take the drawdown, I get the run. I usually always bet on it. So that's why I'm adding back here at this level. I have to take this trade every time. The rule is if this ratio is greater than half, top of my screen, and that's about a 90% setup. And again, with NASDAQ, this was pretty scary today. I'm going to do it. I'm going to hang on. Let's hang on to this one. I think we're good. I think we're good. Breast trades are red to green. Well, yeah, and especially in a day like this. It's a stupid fucking day. So I added here. I keep scalping this area. So I bought one. I bought three. I trimmed the two. I added one. I closed one. I added one. I'm just scalping all the way back up. Let's put that money back. Fucking stupid fucking market today. I swear to God, giving me a heart attack. I'm all right, though. I'm all right here. Not really a heart attack, but it's like I'm like the drawdown was like close to $3,000. It was really shit, and that was a lot to take in. That was towards the harder end of my limits today of what I was looking to lose. That red candle came out of nowhere. It was kind of heartbreaking. Apple. Right. I know. Apple. Stupid Apple. Come on. Don't break my heart. Say you love me. Tell all your friends, guys. Listen, y'all. I don't know how many of these gambling gurus out there. Like, look, I'm like literally the only person on YouTube that understands the stock market. I feel like, and it sucks that I have to be so cocky about it. But people watch a bunch of nerds that don't know what the fuck they're doing, gambling in paper accounts all day long. It's such a weird thing. People will watch just because someone's, you know, I don't know. I don't know why y'all would watch anyone else. I think we have the most fun over here though. There must be something in the water. God, come on, Nasdaq. Get the fuck out of here. VIX is dropping pretty quick. That's good. The hourly chart VIX just dumped like crazy in the last couple minutes here. Good, good, good. I like to see that. The VIX close to 102. Nasdaq, come on. Don't be stupid. This is just, I don't know. This trade's making me hate my life here. Come on. I want to get 3,000. Let's go. You're here for the music? My speakers aren't working. For some reason, my speakers keep cutting out. I can't even hear my own music. Every single time. Every single time. Every single time. Here to there. Here to there. Every single time. Give me that money. Give me my money. Brett Simba, you're going to be paying me in about 5 days. I'll be taking 15 grand from Brett Simba every 10 days. Let's go. Come on. I love Brett. We talked to Brett on Friday, actually. It was really fun. Some good vision for the future prop industry. And this Friday, I'll be talking with Jay Dunn over at Futures Family. You guys know Jay Dunn. Me and Jacob go way back. He's a good friend, good guy, and hope we're going to see what they have to say. Learn about their stuff, and as soon as they get an affiliate program and get codes and stuff, I'll hook you guys up. Looks like it's picking up that good momentum. Come on, baby. Did I just take it or what? Come on. Let me at least put that. I'm going to be such a wuss about this. Let me put that 1 back in my pocket here. We'll hold the 2. Come on, hit it. He does. Yeah, Jay Dunn's he's a really good human being. Like, he's a good guy. Like a kind person, good heart, good dad. You know, he's a Christian guy, you know, super, just like of all the people in the space, he's like not one of the, he's like not somebody that doesn't do good for people. I met him through Ashton. Him and Ashton were buddies. And then, you know, Ashton and I are pretty close, so. You're stomping from downstairs? She hears me pound the table when I say every single time. Oh, that's hilarious. Does it scare Pickle? That's the only thing I'm worried about. Am I scaring the dog? If I hit that 21,600. Actually, no, not 600 from here. About 20 points from here. About 83. 83 is the level. Watch. Come on. I hit bear symbols and every time 40-point rip on that dip. Don't be stupid, NASDAQ. Give Daddy what he wants. Key break. Come on. Break them highs. Break this up. Come on, break it. S&P res is good. Nasdaq res is good. Let's put QQQ. Let's put SPY back on the table here. SPY gap fill incoming because res is greater than 0. We are going to hopefully get this bump here. Let me clean up my chart. From here to here is the res greater than 0 trade on S&P. I hope to see. He said this is just what a weird day. Okay, what's going on with these candles here? I'll double check. It's just such a good Lord. This is just blowing my mind. This is not good. I should probably close this out. But let's hold on because I'm right at my support again. I keep trimming, winning and trimming and winning and trimming and winning and trimming. I had to take this statistically every single time. Let's hit that Q. Boy, that candle was just pretty gross, though. That's pretty gnarly. Do I? Do I at 510, 505? Do I? All right, I got to do it. I got to do it. I got to do it every single time. Every single... God, I know my little drawing tool is like delayed too. It's making it hard for me to fucking trade because I'm constantly... Erase! Jesus Christ. Come on. It's making me mad. That's my Krusty the Clown sigh. Yeah, something's going on here. Let me refresh. My computer's acting funky. I need to like reboot. Let me get my task manager up. Something's going crazy here. There must be something in the water. Let me close that. Let me close what else is using 100% CPU. Well, that's what's going on. All right. Every single time, we got to do it. Come on, NASDAQ. No clue. I can't explain those candles. I'm not gonna lie. Some people are just dumping for the Fed, and I can't explain it. I really can't. But we're gonna keep playing it. I mean, I'm doing all right, making money today, but not a lot. I wish I was making more. I'm not gonna lie. Wish I was making a little more, but hey, we'll take what we can get. How'd that happen? All right. What a crazy day. My accounts are all over the place today, which is funny. Some of them are way up, some of them are flat. So some like the one I'm trading on screen is doing okay. But man, what a crazy day. What a crazy day. Thanks for Q Trade, love you. I love you too. What a weird. No, I'm just not liking this hourly candle. I'm not gonna lie. I don't care about candles. But what I'm saying is the hourly response in the market. Even hour in, I'm already having a freaking heart attack. It's not picking up momentum. That's the one thing. And I think it's just pre-fed, a little bit of selling. I'm going to trust resilience, and resilience is good for SPY. Let me tell you something about res. With all things being equal, SPY wants to fill its gap. More than anything with this res greater than 0. So I don't forecast any like big selling from here. But if it starts working its way lower, it's just going to break my heart today. But it's interesting to see the Bank of Canada go into rate cuts and QE. That's pretty good. Can't argue with that. How's my trade doing? I just do these scalps all day long. I keep adding, subtracting. I need to get my big push. That's all I want today. Okay, so here are the stats on this one. So I take this trade every single time from here to here. I take this trade every single time from here to here. It didn't make it the whole way. There. This was unusual today. I'm not going to lie. This is unusual. to not see this. This is about a 90%. So we open here. So 90% of days, and again, it's probably going to take the Fed to get us over there. 90% of days close above here. Under ideal conditions, this is about a 9 out of 10 times this setup works before a 10-point stop. So both times today, it's threatening not working. Now, again, this is FOMC day, and it's going to be an extremely sensitive news day. So this could be the reasoning why, as I'm thinking. People are just kind of like getting out of the way because they're anticipating some nastiness. So 90% of days close above this orange. Let me actually do the 80% of days close above the blue. So that's why I took those strong supports there. 90% of the time, this trade, I long from there and close to there 90% of the time. That's why I keep trading. That's why I keep taking it. So I keep adding at 521. Hit that 522 that one time. And sometimes you just got to keep playing it. Like, it's not getting that momentum. That's why I'm like getting a bump, trimming, adding, trimming, adding, trimming. Ultimately, when it goes there, it's going to be about $3,000, give or take, per account if I get it. So the idea that somebody asked why didn't just wait until the bottom? Because sometimes you have to play all of your strong pivots. They're all really strong pivots. Like each one of these green lines is a strong pivot. I'm not scared of the market, even though it's giving me a heart attack. I'm very confident. Like I went up, I went to the bathroom. I didn't even put a stop in. I keep just scalping the same range over and over and over again. But let's see what we can get. It's just not wanting to move. And that ES candle was pretty gnarly. That was pretty gnarly today. You guys enjoying the stream? Why would anybody watch anyone else? Okay, so by the way, I'm going to enter the TradingView Leap competition, and let's see if I win this thing. I'm excited. I love trading contests. You guys know me. I'm like Mr. Competitor. I'll go in any trading contest and trade. I tell you, there's a reason I like to do trading contests. There's one reason and one reason alone. I like to win them. I don't like to go in there and just trade. See, a lot of people that stream or a lot of people that are influencers, a lot of people, whatever, will trade on YouTube to draw a crowd for whatever reason they're doing it, making money. But the thing is that people that are perpetually trading like trader funding programs or sim funded accounts, they don't enter trading contests for a reason, because a trading contest is really where skill is showcased. A trading contest is like a real trading account where you have a start and you have a finish, and it's literally one account, and your performance over the course of time is public for all to see. That's why most of your influencers don't do it, because despite some of them making 5- and 6-figure whatever payouts from name your prop firm of choice, they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just to get to that level. If you were to hand them a trading account, they would blow it up within a month. These aren't superstar traders. They're remarkably average. Maybe slightly better than average. A superstar trader is going to pick one account and show you how they're going to make 400 or 500% in a month by trading it in one direction, show you all the stats. This is something I don't know anybody that does except for myself. Before trader funding programs are very popular, I only do them to jump on the bandwagon. You guys love them, so I do them. Before that, I traded a single account, and I did so many things like 5K to 100K challenge, 5K to 50K challenge, and I streamed and I showed the entire performance in an account with the Trade of 8 account number on the screen, so you knew it was all real, and I showed the performance statements, everything. So I like to enter these contests hoping that some of these influencers will go in and pony up and trade as well so we can compete against each other. But unfortunately, none of them ever do. So I like competing because I like going in there and winning. I like going in there and seeing if I'm good against other people that are good. Like I said, any knucklehead can brute force a payout from Apex, can brute force a payout from Tradeify, can brute force a payout from Take Profit, name your trading place. Anybody can make any average person can flip a coin right for 5 or 6 days and get a payout. Not hard to do. Another easy thing to do is to hide how much it costs you to get to that payout level, like how much money you put in, how many times you reset, how many blowups. They're very good at covering up the account numbers so you don't see that they have you know, 3,462 Apex attempts before they get their 5-figure, 6-figure payout. So just be careful trying to learn from someone that doesn't show you continuous trading history. I love trading contests because I can't bullshit it. You guys see that I'm really decent at what I do. I say, here's the start, here's the finish, here's the rank. The last trading contest they did, I like to brag a little bit, but I won first place. I do pretty well. When I did the Robbins Cup, I peaked in the top 5. I believe I closed in the top 20. I lost interest halfway through the year when all the people that supposedly were entering it actually were lying and didn't enter it. I wanted to go in there and prove I was the best YouTuber. And all these people that were photoshopping their names into the Robbins standings, I wanted to go and wipe the floor with. In a competitive sense. You know, they're all my friends. You know, I don't hate anybody. But of course, you know, I know I'm the best. So of those people. So I'd like to go in there and show you guys that so y'all can see. But none of them really entered, so I kind of lost interest. Matt was the only person that entered. Trace Matt. And I was Matt and I both were fed up with the contest because no one else entered. We were both kind of like, why is nobody else here? So Matt and I kind of lost interest around the same time. And then, but yeah, so the ETF contest they did, this is about 300 something people competing. I started as a month-long contest and I started 10 days late. And I still got first place. 400% gain, 80% win rate. The biggest crash that we had, that big crash in end of October, that was like the biggest S&P sell-off to date until the last couple ones that we had. So that was the very last day of the contest. It was crazy. Either case, why is this market so stupid? I'm going to give up, dude. I literally am tired of this market. I'm going to hold one contract, literally one, and just let it ride. I don't even care anymore. This is just, this candle action is just making my heart break here. I don't like that it's failing 1, 2, 3, 4 times. I'm getting an icky feeling about it. So whatever the case may be, let's just call my spidey sense an icky feeling. I'm going to trim it to 1 and just hold on. I know I should be holding through, but whatever the case may be. Yeah, Matt and I both gave up for the same reason. Like the day before he was quitting, he actually called me. We talked about it. He's like this. He goes, you know, you're the only person in the contest. And I was like, yeah, I know. It's like just you and me. Because we were both like, you know, Matt and I being in a place where we both get trolled a lot by other, you know, niche like people. Because anytime you're in front of people, you get trolled. And there were people like egging us on, you know, go trade this person, go trade that person. This person's going to beat you. That person's going to beat you. And Matt and I were like, okay, I'm in. And so like we got baited into entering this contest because a couple of, you know, nasty naysayers on Twitter were like saying they were the best and they were going to beat us. And I think what these gurus like to do is assume that everyone's a fraud like them. And they poke fun at each other, hoping nobody's going to actually step up. I saw this all day long. Like, you know, poor ICT, he was getting harassed all year by people. And like the people were like, yeah, join the contest. I'm going to beat you. And then we joined the contest and the person that was like egging you on actually didn't join because they themselves were a fraud. And like, that's kind of what it was like. Matt and I were like, yeah, I'll go in and shut you up. I'm like, you woke the sleeping beast. I'll come here and literally wipe the floor with you. I will double your account size. I told these people that. And the people that were egging me on didn't even show up. They were people that sold trading systems and whatever. Didn't even show up. See, this is just breaking my heart today. So yeah, it was like other trading system sales people, whatever. Like they send their guys over and they're like, yeah, he's going to completely, but they expect you to not show up because they don't think you're any good because they're not any good. And it's like two people like, what the fuck is going on here? I hate this. I should hold an MHP, but this is just scaring me. I'm going to close everything. I'm done. I don't like this. I should hold. I just don't like this. It feels weird. I'm going to sit on this one and wait. But that was the thing, right? Like anybody that calls me, I'm like, yeah, because I go and win these things. I'm like, all right, you're going to poke me enough. But the funny thing was the person that was egging me on didn't even show up. Didn't even enter. Couldn't even enter. I even called the contest owner, and the contest owner that I called Joel Robbins himself, and he was like, oh no, that guy's banned. And so that's what it was like. I was like, oh, so the person was like, they're saying they were going to win it and they can't even enter because they were banned. I'm like, why were they banned? He's like, because they cheated or they did something. Some reason. I was like, oh. And then we talked for like 30 minutes about it. Like the person was doing all this strange stuff. And anyways, point I'm saying is, you know, there were people that egg you on. And then we were like, yeah, well, I'm like, I'll go. Like, I'll beat anybody. That's fine. And I would love to go. I'd like to go show how, you know, I'd like to go like stand up to somebody and say like, look, I beat you fair and square. Good job. But after about a month or so, Matt and I were like, I thought it was like supposed to be like 15 different people here. Like all these people were like, I'm going to enter. And we were like, I don't think anybody actually entered. All the evidence was there that most people were like, so I was just joking. I wasn't going to enter. Yeah, of course you weren't going to enter. You know, prop trade paper traders. These kids can't trade. They're not going to enter for shit. They're just doing engagement farming. That's fine. So I was like a little disappointed. And the amount of commissions we had to pay was just ridiculous. And so when Matt was like, I'm going to step aside, I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. Because Matt was like breaking even. He was doing good, but then he like was breaking even. And the commissions at Marcos are up to 40%. So you'd have to make 40% and then some just to break even. And so it's your real money, and your real money is whittling down, and the prize wasn't worth fighting. And I told him, I was like, dude, if you quit, I'm going to quit. I was like, this is stupid. The people, we wanted to shut up some people. And Matt and I were both the two people that stepped up for it. So we both lost interest in the global futures trading contest. And I kind of like within like a month of him stopping, I kind of just gave up too. I sat in 5th place for a while, and then some people passed me up. And then after that, I was just like, yeah. TRS, who was it? No, it wasn't. It was it's actually the funny part. It's a bunch of people it's like a bunch of people you guys don't know. That's the funny part. Now all things say I should be longing here, and I know I'm acting like a wuss by not having a position, but this just finding lower lows and losing bear zone twice. I'm not really comfortable with this here. I should long at MHP every time, but for whatever it is, it's just this price action is making me feel very uncomfortable. I should be in on this trade though. Should I? With just one? Just one? I know I should be in on it. That was the history there. I'm not going to name any names. Yeah, so whenever you're trading a trading contest, you have to have granularity. Micros sometimes are the kind of trades you're going to take because it's a $10,000 account. So the starting point of the race was $10,000. You're not going to be trading E-minis with $10,000. When you say micros question mark, well, you need to go through our position sizing classes. You're not going to be trading one E-mini on a $10,000 trading contest you're taking seriously. You're not going to YOLO your way to first place. You need to take it seriously. I'm trading 3 to 5 micros out the door. Just to put some fat in the account. You're actually growing the account. You're not looking for, 600,000% gains. You're not hitting with 5. You're not trying to take $10,000 and make $10,000 your first trade. Yeah. Oh, for my current position, micros. Oh, yeah. So in the contest, yeah, you started pretty small. That's why like the micros commissions, Robin's added like a 20% fee on top of it. Some API tracking fee. I don't know. Something that was an extra fee. And every time I called the guy to ask him, like, why do you guys have this fee? He's like, we just have this fee. I was like, nobody. And I told him straight up, I was like, nobody competes in your contest because each charges ridiculous fees. I guess he's happy that every year they get a burp of like 300, 400 clients. But I'm like, I could get tens of thousands of people to trade your contest between me and Matt and all these folks. We can get everybody out there to trade your contest if you got rid of your redonkulous fees. He's like, yeah, I'll think about it. Like, this is like, I don't know, the weirdest conversation. No offense, boomers so out of touch with reality, didn't understand the power of influencers. Like, I'm medium big, Matt's huge big, but like mostly Matt. But between Matt and me, we could get 10,000 entrants in that contest just by pushing it for a couple weeks. And like, he didn't understand that that's what he should have done. I don't know. You know what I mean? I was like, dude, we could get so many people into your contest if we just mentioned it. Nobody wants to because it's so expensive to trade Commissions were like $5 round trip sort of thing. It was like that's like commissions from like the 90s. You guys remember in Thinkorswim in like 2010, you were trading like $5 a side? So anyways, not naming names, but the people that were going to show up didn't show up. And so we just got bored with it because we were there to prove a point. I was there to prove a point that I was better than the people that were calling me out. And I'll stand up every day and go win these things. It was, yeah, that was the World Cup. Yeah. The World Cup. Now I'm going to hold one all the way up to my support. Again, I'm still waiting for 83. These candles are just very heartbreaking today. Any chance of selling off for FOMC? Well, of course, but it's been selling off for FOMC. That's what we've been doing today. Market's been selling a little aggressively, breaking like these 90% setups that I have. Just breaking. So this is a little bit of an aggressive amount of selling pre-FOMC. And interesting to see that, I guess we just didn't care much about Canada's decision, but Canada did cut rates 1/4 point. And more importantly, you know, Canada's Reserve Bank is now, you know, adding assets to their balance sheet. So they're going through a period of quantitative easing, which we know, you know, QE was what lifted us out of the last recession in 2000 and up until like the 2009 to the 2013s, 2014s, whenever it ended. Overly aggressive today. This is unusual selling. The aggressiveness of this selling is a little confusing to me. I dumped out of my medium position and I immediately went back down to 1, and I'm just gonna hold 1 through the fight. If I make something, I make something. Snipers looking for that previous day's long liquidation 49. Yeah. That's pretty much it. I mean, that's kind of that level that I'm trying to stay long at as well. Was it Ryan Watsky? No, it wasn't. But I heard he's back. He's back on YouTube. I haven't heard or seen his stuff, but I heard he was back from somebody. That was I caught his show from time to time. The world's most, he was cool. He was cool. World's most bitter trader though. Stories are always, so he always had such bitter tales to tell about things. He always was salty about something. I liked it. It was entertaining. Was it Pat? No, it wasn't Pat. Pat wasn't egging anybody on from our camp. No. just to dispel your theories of who I was talking about, definitely wasn't Pat. Pat's always been cool with me and Matt, but that's because we all kind of went through the ranks together as the early kids on YouTube. We've always been very cordial towards each other. The three of us have been pretty chill. It was actually a couple of no-name people that you guys don't really know. People that we know, but y'all don't know. Was it Rips? It wasn't Rips. Oh, Rips wasn't egging me on. Now they were egging each other on, but that wasn't who I was talking about. Right? So y'all haven't guessed it, but I'm not gonna tell you. I'm gonna stop answering questions. So y'all actually aren't gonna guess it because y'all don't even know this person. Nobody does, except for us. I'm all gonna tell you who it is. NQ still weak. Yeah, res is still good on S&P. I feel all right. This last flush candle is very strange. I mean, I got to take the trade every single time. I have to do it. I have to take this every single time. I have to take this every single time. Which Matt is this? Oh, Trades by Matt. Yeah, Trades by Matt. He made it to the top 5 in the Robins as well. But anyways, I love trading competitions. So the reason I like to go in there is to showcase I can turn a small account to a big account. I like to show that off. Continuous trading history is very important to see if somebody knows what they're talking about. How does your account, like getting a payout from Apex is like a week-long event. I mean, you get your account, you trade for a week, you make your money. Anybody can luck themselves into a 6-figure payout. No hard. At some point, you'll eventually make a big payout, 5-figure payout. Sorry, 6-figure payout takes a little bit more time because you have to take your repeated payouts because there's minimums or maximums you could take. Anybody can take 10 or 15 or 20K from these prop firms with a solid week of trading. And that's how most of the influencers are. They're making money in like weeks at a time and then bust, make money, bust, make money. A trading contest is like how well you can do for a whole year in one account or a month for one account. One account. You have to babysit an account, which what most of you guys are likely going to be doing at some point. So that's why I like doing it. It shows like the real skill of a trader. How do you grow like one account, right? Anyone can do it, but Apex does not pay out. Yeah, I'm starting to like hear that Apex is mysteriously denying a lot of payouts for no proper risk management rules, things like that. Very weird. This stupid choppy day. I'm telling you. This is by far the weirdest pre-fed I've seen. This should have some like 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops, 5 drops through bear zone. This is such a strong, this is a strong pivot. This is like one of the strongest pivots you have on the bull side. The selling off of that, which is like this right here, this. It is so strong. It shouldn't be breaking into Fed. I don't understand why it is. Why is there this much? And it's like, I'm very confused. You guys know me. This is my bread and butter trade. It works so much. And I understand that people are selling pre-fed, but selling this much doesn't make sense. I think maybe the market's expecting a move up and then they're just squeezing people. That's my only explanation. Nvidia is weak. That's probably it. I mean, S&P resilience is positive, so S&P is likely to move up. I don't hate the setup that I have. God, all things being equal. I should be hitting this with the 2. I don't have any signs that things are bad. I need to pop it with the 2. I should have added right there. Oh well. This is your first time doing 2 accounts. All right, so we had an announcement yesterday. If you are a trader who lives in a country that's not the US, and there's an income discrepancy to where the price of Rocket Scooter is very much higher than like what you make, right? For instance, somebody told me that our price is like a month of salary in their country. We're now going to do like a hardship type program. And I mentioned this at the start of the stream is we don't want to be like a college where we put you into massive amounts of debt because you're trying to get some kind of an education. We're going to offer $20 a month subsidized memberships, which is practically free. If you are from a country and you show me that your monthly income is very low and that you are trying to learn trading, you show me like, you know, identification from another country or whatever, we'll give you our $200 a month package for $20. Case by case basis. But like people were saying they'd love to learn, but they can't afford this. And it's really sad that we live such a spoiled life. The more I think about it, you know, I don't realize how incredibly hard it must be to have aspirations to be better or to learn something or to get better in life. And education is the way to get better in life at anything. And the idea that income would prevent an education is kind of heartbreaking, because I'm such a scholar myself. I believe everyone has a right to knowledge. So that would cover your initial like data feed overhead, all that stuff. It'd be like the bare minimum. And we'll be very excited to provide that to folks. Like I said, this is just so unusual today. I'm not liking this. I can't explain. It's my strong pivot here. My data is like delayed for some reason. It's not updating my candles. Hold on. I just do not like this. Let's see what we have. CD band nearby. F this. God, okay, where's my nearest? And again, I have another pivot here. It's so weird that I've got like all these strong bull pivots and they're trying to fight there, but there's nothing coming on that. Like I'm trying to plate each one of them. I'm going to say this is one of the most unusual days I've seen. It's not normally like this, you guys. Not. The Federal Interest Rate Open Market Committee, they're going to change. They're going to announce their interest rate change if they do anything today. Now this is Fed. Pre-Fed's going to have some unusual stuff. Now let me talk about the 90%. 90% of days will close in a bull zone. So this zone or this zone both qualify. We count open of day, close of day. So we open a bull zone, we're likely to stay or connect in a bull zone. So either we're going to stay there or we're going to stay there. So bull zone bottoms I always trade because it doesn't like to leave a bull zone. This is a great place to re-enter. That's why I'm not squeezing out of this. I'm still hanging on. I don't think we're going to crash out today, but this is a great setup. Now breaking MHP is very scary. Pre-Fed. This is confusing to me. Be moving like this pre-Fed, but we'll still take it. It's calculated based on, I think we do it on the current. So I think it's about two or 3 years worth of data. One of our members put it together under ideal conditions. It's about that much. So we don't have 10 years of data because we only had, rocket scooter information since roughly 2020. This setup. Guys, listen. Here's where you can do this. You may not know this, but we are probably the largest paid futures community that exists. We have roughly 10,000 user accounts for a trading platform and about 6,000 active members in our community. We're just not as big on YouTube as other people. Go there. You guys can learn about our platform and our method. Like I said, pre-Fed, things are gonna be weird pre-Fed. So like, dare I take the risk at bull zone? This is unusual just to plow through these resistances. This is like 10% on top of 10% on top of 10%. Not usual. See this? Let me give it like a minute or two. I do want to add to this right here. This is just like not the most usual of setups. Yeah, I'm just trading one or two at a time. Some of my accounts are up, some of my accounts are down. It's kind of like a hit or miss day today. I still need to maintain the long setup. The S&P resilience is still pretty good. We'll see. It's just been such a weird day. I need to get right back up to here is what I want to do. On this particular setup, bull zone, bear zone, bull zone is the setup. If we break MHP, I'm back in on 3. So you guys see me what we're doing, right? Like I'm in 3, and then I'm in 2, and I'm in 3, and then I'm in 2, and then I'm in 1, and then now I'm in 2, and then we break through here. I'm gonna get back in 3. As my confidence gets higher, I'm gonna stage in. As we break through these, I lose my confidence. So I add to the position when I get my confidence back. This is a trick you guys are gonna see me do. All of this is just drawdown management. So small, I'm gonna hit it with a medium here, and I might hit it heavier here, and then I'll X out of all of it there. See how I just added to my contract right here? We hit here, I might pop 3 right back into it. You guys see that? It's unusual, the type of moves, but because it's unusual, I'm just throttling my position size. Just managing my positions, that's all. Once I'm back above here, I'm more willing to add a couple more right on the edge here. So or maybe just hold on to the 2. Let's see what we get. See, I'm not like balking at this kind of sell-off. It's just unusual. This is such a strong pivot right here. I don't understand the need to get out of it other than we're just tracking NVIDIA or something. But see, I'm still hanging on. Like, all signs are bullish, and it's so weird because I have a strong bull pivot here, 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 and here. Right, I'm gonna make it green today. Like, I wouldn't be holding on to this if I didn't have literally 4 strong pivots stacked on top of each other. You guys see how this works? Just managing positions. Yep. We're heading for weekly VWAP sniper. What's the number on that? Because I don't do VWAPs. Video bounce. You'll see how this works. It's like a weird ass day today, I'm telling you. Listen, baby. You guys, when y'all come when I do that trading view contest, it's gonna start, I think, in February. In a week. You guys come to that. Y'all come cheer me on. Y'all watch me win a trading contest against 10,000 people because that's how many people entered the last one. Let's see if I can't win this thing. I usually do very well in contests. I take it very seriously. You'll see in a contest, you're not going to see some, 1 week, 2-trick pony people that are trading paper trading accounts, trader funding programs, making a little payout here and there. A continuous trading account for 1 solid month. You guys get to see if I blow up or make it. You'll see in full transparency everything. Like I said, I've done some cool things when I've done single account challenges. The only reason I do trader funding programs, honestly, is to jump on the bandwagon, as everybody loves watching that instead of a real trading account. Proof of that is our stream has quadrupled in size in the last month. Just because I started streaming ETF and now Tradeify, and people are very interested in that. It's really funny that they're not interested in watching somebody make 500 or 1,000% a futures account. They want to see you make $500 times 20 and 20 accounts. It's just the state of the world we're in. But whenever I did my old challenges, like in 2020, I did this thing where I told people I'm going to take half the margin requirement to make it really hard. It was $6,700. And I put in a Tradeivate account and I traded it for upwards of about, maybe it was like 10 months, I think. And then I built Rocket Scooter. And when I built Rocket Scooter, we went from YouTube to Zoom. But the tenure of the YouTube account, whenever it was at the peak, it was close to like $95,000, something like that. Just scalping futures from here to there. And the first launch of that, I was up 70 days winning streak. I didn't lose for 70 days on YouTube. I just scalped. There's like micros, and I got a little bigger position, little bigger position, little bigger position. I mean, it was, that's fairly significant. That's like, what, 1,500%. Just a little bit. And I showed the P&L curve on the screen every day, and you can just watch it go higher and higher and higher. And the very last day that I was on YouTube, that's kind of the balance it was at. Then we went to Zoom when we released the Rocket Scooter app. And then we had a private Zoom community for that. So basically, the only reason I got off of YouTube was that we were streaming our new app, and we were doing it more in private for our customers instead of YouTube. So then 2 years later, we got back on YouTube. That's the story. We're back. We're back. We're back. Dave teaches. Dave's pretty cool. I don't know much about his technique or style, but I like Dave. He's always been cool to us. He's always been nice to me. He always has really nice things to say on Twitter about, like, you know, teaching. So, in just all honesty, I don't know what he teaches because I haven't seen his stuff, but I'd say he's a cool dude. We chat from time to time. I like him. But a lot of these people, I don't know what they do because I haven't really spent a lot of time getting to know their style. So a lot of, like, do I use Kelly Criterion to scale? I don't know what that is. What is Kelly Criterion? We have a scaling, so part of our courses that we teach, if you guys are interested in what you watch me doing right now, this is position management, as somebody mentioned in chat. Our course that we teach is literally $20. And I'm going to tell you guys something. This is going to be the best $20 that you ever spend. It's meant to be free, but it has to be something so you guys don't not take it seriously. There's 20 different courses, and it's $1 a course. We made it the bare minimum we could, $1 a course, just so you had to pay something. Cost of a book, it's a 20-day boot camp, literally is a masterclass in position management, position sizing. What you see me do all day today is master at work when it comes to position sizing and risk management. As I know, I'm confident on my trades. Why am I bouncing between 3 and 2 and 4 and 3 and 1 and 2? Why am I adding to a position? Why am I taking out of a position? These are the things I'm going to teach you guys. And in this boot camp, it is not a class on chart reading. It's not a class on indicators. It is a class on high probability pivots, finding volume. We predict volume, which is what our technique does. We use options to predict volume flow. That's all I'm trading on. And I'm trading futures off of that information. And then mastering position sizing and position management and scaling is the trick to making money as a trader. And we try to teach you guys that that's really what's missing in your diet is position sizing criteria. Other people have different kinds of a formula for sizing a sequence of bets. I need to do some research on it. We have a formula that we kind of made up for our style that we teach people. And essentially, it's like a sliding scale. There's 2 different kinds of trades you can take, which is a bull trade and a bear trade. And I divide my trades into almost like a fractal kind of sense. I start out with like a normal trade. I'm going to make an example. I set a position here. Then I have a medium trade, which is half. And I have a small trade, which is a tenth. And then I have a sit out, which is a 0. So essentially on a value of a 10 at a starting point. And over here, the platform tells me which ones I'm doing. This is small, sit out, medium. Okay. So in a bull trade, if I lose confluence or confidence on the entry that I'm in based on certain confluence indicators we have, which are up here, then I trim my position or I step down in my position. My normal becomes a medium, my medium becomes a small, etc. Look at this, doing that same nonsense again. MHP, do I? Oh man, I just need to hold on to 2 and hang. Should I add a third right here? That's the question. This is probably a bad choice, but I need to add to my position on the MHP. So if I lose confidence, my confidence is good, I'll scale down. If I have 10, I'll close out half. If I lose confidence again, I'll close out to a tenth. If I lose confidence again, I'll sit out. Once I lose confluence on a bull setup, I step down in my trade to a smaller position. On a bear trade, if I lose any confidence, any whiff of the market being bullish is an automatic close all on a bear trade. So shorts, I get out very quickly on. On a bull trade, I tend to hang on like I did today and just manage my position a little bit. Does that make sense? So the secret to profitability is this. This is exactly how you make money as a trader. It's not where you push the button. It's how you grind out with your risk. So in a bull trade, since markets are less volatile when they're bullish, right? Markets tend to like be really stable when they're bullish. This is a very bull market. This is a very bull setup. It's just chopping around pre-Fed. I'm in the bull mind today, so I'm basically managing a position. My normal today started off roughly at like 3. And I've been bouncing between 3 to 2 to 1 to 2 to 3 all day long and just scalping this. And ultimately, at the end of this, I'm hopefully going to make some money on this. All I'm doing is lowering my cost basis, right? Trying to get a really decent cost basis for the big trade if it rips up. I've now managed to get my cost basis right down to here. And I started trading up in here. So now I've got a really solid cost basis to launch this up with a medium to small size position. And that's all I've been doing. And in a bull trade, I'm willing to like reduce and add and reduce and add because bull trades are less volatile. But if I was shorting the market, any whiff that I get that a bull market's going to come out of the way, I abandon shorts. I very rarely will short in general. About 10% of my overall trades are shorts, believe it or not. So what's neat is that in all markets, I'm always finding long setups. And I know when to can this trade. If we lose this, the funny thing is, even if we lose this, I've got another every single time set up here. These are like all of my scalps all lining up, which is what I like today. It's just not getting the momentum. I take this trade every single time. I take this trade to there every single time. I take this trade to there every single time. And I take this trade to there every single time. It's so weird that I've got so many bull setups in here. I'm just going to play all of them. Sniper said, wait, hold on. Sizing sequence that belongs to the probability theory based on EV. Oh, cool. Worth every penny. Matt's a good teacher. Yeah, you guys, let me tell you. Go to the class, and we tell you after your first class, you'll be hooked. Because what it's a betting class. And here's the link. The idea is that traders think that the magic formula of indicators, like where you buy and where you sell, that you're going to guess the market right most of the time, and it's going to be what carries you. And the equivalent I like to teach people that is like saying, you know, I'm going to win this poker table because I'm going to get dealt the best hands every other time. Like I'm going to get the royal flush. I'm going to get the full house. I'm going to get the 3 of a kind. And you're betting on the cards falling in your favor. When you're betting on your charts, like doing the heavy lifting and taking you to the end zone, you're basically betting on the cards flopping over in your favor. You're betting on your own luck, which is absolutely ridiculous to bet as a long-term strategy. The market is random, so the law of large numbers states that the more that you do, the more likely the outcome is to revert to mean. The revert to the mean is that the average behavioral and success rate, the behavioral pattern success rate of everything you and everyone else does leads to the one fact is that you don't have the advantage in this market. Everyone else does but you. And you have a disadvantage. So the more you play the game, the law of large numbers will pull you towards the average, which is you're going to lose. So the idea is that it's not that you're going to guess the market right. Over time, you're going to get it wrong more than you're right. But it doesn't mean you can't win more trades than you lose. I have about a 70 to 80% win rate. I don't trade a lot. But the way that I can turn the idea that I can't predict the stock market into a consistently profitable endeavor for myself is everything to do with how I bet, where I add, where I subtract, where I get out. These kind of things are the key to winning trades even when you guess wrong. I've guessed wrong multiple times today, yet I'm still somewhat almost green for the day as I've been trying to long all day. I'm not hemorrhaging money today. I'm not taking massive losses today. I'm doing slightly okay when other people may have just planted their trade here and then took the loss and now they're confused. Part of the art form of doing this is managing positions. When you know you're still probably right, statistically I'm probably right, I need to stay in the trade. My confidence is a little low because it's pre-Fed and there's a lot of weird things happening, so I'm just trimming. But the idea that there's a difference between guessing the market and betting the hand you have. Like the statement people always quote me on this is that I always say, a bad trader is going to bet that they get dealt a royal flush. A good trader is going to win the table with a pair of sixes. And it's because how you bet with what you're dealt is really the skill set of trading. And I don't think there's a person out there that teaches a betting management course when it comes to trading. And I think we have the best one there is that's ever been put together for retail. We teach high probability setups, but for the most part, we teach betting mechanics. Right out the door is what it is. And I tell you, there's a reason that the reviews, people are like, there's nothing like this, because there's nothing like that. It's not just people being nice. It is so drastically different. We tell people after 3 days, if you don't like it, ask for a refund. And nobody asks for refunds because they're like, this is different. And this is kind of what I've been looking for. So this is like the art of betting. And it's basically, you guys can go to Rocket Place. You can read the reviews if you want to see. And we wanted to teach it for free, but we didn't want a bunch of yokels to come in and not take it seriously. It's free if you buy our trading platform. It's absolutely free. I'm not here to try to make $500 and $1,000 on a boot camp. Trust me on that. It's absolutely free if you're using our software. It's free. It's because we're gifting you guys for free. If you guys don't use the software and you just want to go through the betting class, we weren't going to make it free because you'd not take it seriously. We made it $1 a class for 20 classes. It's practically free. But the perception of value is you'll take it seriously if you pay something. Trust me, I make absolutely nothing on your $20. So, but there's actual customers, what they've purchased and their review on it. And there's, you know, in the 5-6 months we've been in the boot camp, it's all 5 stars. People love it. And the reason they love it is because it's the one missing piece all you guys have. There's no, I don't know any betting courses out there on position sizing, position scaling, risk management, position management, stop management. These are very important to the trader. Most of the classes or courses on trading are actually courses on charting, which isn't trading. And I know Sniper understands this kind of stuff. You know, it's the betting mechanics are very important to success as a trader. You're not going to guess them. Like we start the premise of you can't predict the stock market. The one thing we can't predict is volume. This is our claim to fame. We can predict high volume pivots very easily using options. It's very simple math if you know what you're doing. This is a predictable high volume pivot, monthly hedge pressure. We all know that. We taught that class actually last time. When you touch monthly hedge pressure, it's predictable high volume. So I'm betting just here. It doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. The art is betting here. I'm not going to take my 50-50 shot here or here or here. I'm betting here or here to get the best bang for my buck. If I can predict volume is going to be here and there, I'm going to need traders behind me when I make the trade. You'll notice on days that I take losses, I usually make a win before I make a loss. And it's because I'm betting at the right spot. The fact that I get it right or wrong is just as good as anyone else. It's random. But the idea that I'm betting at the right place with the right size is the difference between winning and losing a lot of trades. If I'm wrong, I'm going to lose some money. But as you see, I'm somewhat right before I'm wrong. And the reasoning for that is because I entered at the correct places. I didn't enter randomly. I didn't chase a green candle. When this broke through, I said, ooh, I'd like to add to my position. What'd you guys see me do? I waited and it fell there and I added and then I just trimmed again. Right? So the difference between like what you or me maybe do, you guys out there, is that you might just be picking a spot and then hoping and holding, right? I bought one here. I added some here. I trimmed there. It fell there. I added, I trimmed, I added. You know, I'm playing the pivots where it makes sense. And so because I can trade where volume is the highest probability that I get the pivot I want at that spot. Right? Do you guys see where I've circled right here, which is exactly the spot right here? It doesn't mean I'm right, but if I'm right from the right place that matters. That's this pivot right here. And so the idea is I'm not betting too early. I'm not chasing the green candle. I know it's volatile, so I'm waiting to get the tap I want. And I'm just betting that this is where it matters to take the trade from. Those two things are the difference between like a 30% and a 50% or 60% win rate. Is betting where volume is going to be and then managing your positions when your confidence is low. And our classes are over that kind of stuff. So we tell you the market's random. You can't predict which way it's going to go. Fugazi. It's all fairy dust. You guys know, it doesn't make any sense. Markets create just a random noise between traders. But mechanically, you know, we can use options in SPY to forecast pivots in S&P futures. Use options in QQQ on the left to forecast pivots in NASDAQ futures. It's a pretty cool trick that we have. But we're mathematicians, so you know we obviously look into the market a little deeper than just, you know, what's already available there. Somebody's asking me, can tell me how to buy some kind of token on pre-sale? What the hell is wrong with you? What? God, you must be the biggest fucking idiot alive. You buy that shit? Good God. There are idiot suckers born every minute. I was just kidding. It's probably just a bot. Literally, guys, if you're out there buying meme tokens or whatever this nonsense is, you're literally buying... Okay, this candle's starting to make me feel weird. I don't like this. S&P is trying to break overnight dynamic hedge for 60.75. Let's keep an eye on 60.75 on the S&P today. I'm going to tell you something. As much as crypto coins are, you know, there's like people out there that just wait for popular things. Like the minute they were talking about somebody buying TikTok, a TikTok coin pops up. You know, the minute something is hot, a coin pops up. They just basically find like a hot keyword that people are just looking at and create some kind of crypto token off of it. This is by far the weirdest place to live. And then there's people that are like, oh my God, I made like 4 times my money in a single day. And I'm like, I don't know, that's like 30 minutes of futures trading. It's the most ridiculous thing for people to think that that's where you're going to make big returns on your money, trading some kind of invisible money coin that doesn't make any sense when you can just come in here and 10x your money in a single futures trade in like 30 minutes. You know what I mean? Every breed of dog. Yeah, like if there's anything that's like if Subway comes out with, you know, if somebody comes back with the $5 footlong, you know, there'd be a coin called $5. You know, it's like whatever's hot in the news, someone makes a coin about it. And for whatever reason, I don't know how these algorithms are doing this, but I feel like there's like a million coins made every minute. It's just the weirdest thing. Don't forget, guys, we have 30% off at Tradeify. Straight to funded, we have 50% off of everything else. You guys use our code if you guys want to check out Tradeify Elite Trader Funding. We get 50% off of there. Or whatever discount they have, it matches theirs. So they have a 90%, we'll get that. They have a fast track sale, I think, right now. We got codes for you guys. If you guys do trader funding programs, feel free to use our codes. The best thing about it is that everything that we make from whatever sales, imagine this. You guys buy trader funding programs. You use somebody else's code, you're making their Lambo payments, but if you use our code, we get a cut of the sale, and then that money goes back into development. So you're paying someone's salary or paying for future developments in the platform, which is really nice. So if you guys are using a trader funding program, we get the same discount as everyone else. Use our code, you're actually supporting development of something you use. It actually betters your life. It's like getting money back on your credit card. You'll get experience back at Rock Scooter. FOMC is going to be at 1 o'clock today. That's my time, 1 o'clock. So, 2 o'clock Eastern. What a weird day today, I'm telling you. All right. All right. Balls to the wall, baby. Let's just fucking go. Let's hit it with 3. This is S&P overnight dynamic support. I'm going to proxy trade on NASDAQ. I'm going to bet that we hold. This is it. Second test. I don't think we dump Fed. I think we hold. Let's see if we get it. Let me do an impact line on Q. Let me just see if right out the door we do have impact. All right. Y'all wish me luck. I'm going to risk it for the biscuit. Like I said, the price action today is a little weird. And if you guys are struggling today, don't worry. You and me both. It's weird for me too. Oh, it's at 76, not 83. That was a good guess. All right, that's about 80 points a rip if we get it. $541, $576. Okay. That trick I just did is called the impact run length red line. Watch this, guys. Ready? Very cool trick. All right, there we go. Oh, 41. Sorry, 41. That's roughly, oh, okay, so that's roughly bear zone. So I take this trade every single time to there. This is we call bull, bear, bull sandwich. This is a special trade we talk about in our liquidity pockets class. Bull, bear, bull. It's a cascaded trade. DD ratio greater than half. I hit it pretty hard. Normally the bull starts here. So I have 3, just in case it dips really quick. I'll probably add 4. I want to be in a trade from here to there. And again, that goes all the way back up right to about 76 today, if it does go. Problem is, it might not go till FOMC. This is kind of the crazy part. That's what I'm looking for. Alrighty, we'll wait for this one. Tryharder got, when Jay Powell speaking, got puts on SPY. You need him to cook the market. I already know what Jay Powell's going to say. He's going to say a whole bunch of bullshit. We're watching the labor market. We're watching conditions improve. The labor market's slightly improving. Inflation is slightly coming down. Things are looking good, but we're still not going to do anything. We're going to continue to watch conditions to see if they improve. That's all he's going to say. And the market's going to flip shit when the dot plot comes out. If the dot plot comes out with no change, the market's going to try to dip. The dot plot comes out with a worse change, the market's going to crash. The dot plot comes out with a better thing. What you want to look for, guys, this is the secret today. This is going to be everything that matters today. I'm going to circle it on my chart and tell you this is all that matters. I'm going to make a predict. I'm going to tweet it too so you guys know that I'm right. All that matters is what these people are doing. All the longer run, that camp, all that matters today. That's it. The two camps, the camp that thinks we need to go lower. God, I wish I had a better version of this. This is bear. This is bull. Okay, that's all that matters. You're going to watch that shift. I hate this fucking market today, I swear to God. All right. This is going to be all that matters, is the long-term projection. We're not going to get a rate cut. All that matters is the press conference. Is the long term. This is probably not going to change. Okay. I don't think that's going to change. And I don't think that's going to change. It's the longer term. If these people go down here, the market's bullish. If these people go up here, it's bearish. That's all that matters. You guys know this. The long-term projections on rates. Now, with Canada going into QE and cutting rates, right? That's seen as a pretty decent sign. I hate this market today. It'll be bad. And today will be very sensitive to anything anyone does. If QT were to end, any announcement of QT ending or QE beginning would be absolute pump for the market. I mean, QE rallied us for like a decade. The effects of QE rallied us for this fucking market, I swear to God. I am just hating this market more and more every day. It is just so crazy how it's not picking up any momentum. No matter what I do here, Nvidia is ruining the party. This is the effect of the entire market's trying to be bullish, and one stock is ruining everybody's fun today. Like, Nvidia doesn't have a support nearby either. I mean, stupid. You were joking in Discord today that the federal funds rate news is going to say 0 because Trump cut funding. Oh, that's hilarious. Can you make a video for how trading funding works? Yeah, so I'm actually going to tell you guys, I'm going to start advertising this on my Twitter. I'm actually participating in this this masterclass mastermind series. If you guys know Paper Gains, Paper's putting together this really cool thing, and I'm going to teach you guys something about this kind of thing. If you guys want a big, well-rounded thing with a bunch of different teachers, I'm teaching 2 classes in this mastermind. It's a month long, and it's every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You pay for this entire thing, but you take a class in everything. If you guys ever wanted a very big, well-rounded education from a bunch of my friends who are all pretty decent, like Sniper Sim, she's teaching something. She's awesome. There's a lot of people, and I'll give you guys more information about it. I'm teaching 2 mastermind classes in this series thing. They asked me to contribute. I'm teaching a class on volume prediction techniques, which is what we do here. And I'm also teaching how to game the system and trader funding programs class in this boot camp. So if you guys are interested in that, it's a very cool thing. You learn everything from options, 0-day options, to futures trading, to all kinds of analysis techniques, tape reading techniques. It is like, they call it a mastermind because you get like one of everything from everybody. And all the providers there are pretty much my friends. So it's not like a bunch of guru idiots. It's people that I've been on spaces with. It's people that I've known for years, and it's very decent traders. I mean, you guys will know a lot of them. And so they asked me to teach 2 classes, so it's gonna be fun. And if you guys want to come, I'm gonna do a hack the system sort of class, how to game trader funding programs, against some tricks, not just how to do it, but tricks like how to DCA when there's no DCA rule, like stuff like that. A lot of things I'm going to teach in the trader funding program. Somebody asked why you should never trade 20 accounts at the same time. The statistics and the edge to not do that. This is by far the one trader funding program course you want to come to. It'll be part of that. So if you guys are interested, I'll be posting in Discord. I'll be posting in Twitter a little bit. Let's see if he's made any posts about it. Hold on. I'll give you guys. Let me get some information. I'll give you a little teaser about it. They're doing pre-sale signups right now. Hold on. So I can't find all information. I'm literally hating this market right now. I need to figure out where all this promotional material is. If you guys want to sign up for this thing, I get a really big discount. Like I said, what it is basically like a month-long webinar series from a whole lot of different providers. You're going to get like a big, well-rounded education about a bunch of different cool topics. I'm trying to see if I can't find information. It's all pre-sale right now. Where are the... schedule? So it's a pretty cool thing that they're doing, and they're going to have different people every year. They started adding me to the roster this year, so it's going to be fun. I'm putting together the material for the course right now. I know he sent me something. It's all still pre-sale, so I don't think they have any marketing materials out. They're not really saying much. I'm trying to see who's teaching stuff. Yeah. Let me ask him real quick. I just have basic info. Let me ask him real quick. Hold on. Hold on. What's the pre-sale? He's on a Twitter space right now, so he's probably gonna be able to say anything. But it's gonna be pretty neat. If I were to guess, I'm gonna tell you that the total price for the entire month is roughly gonna be on the magnitude of a couple thousand-ish for basically like 3 mastermind classes for like a month or a month and a half or something like that. So basically it's like just a brute force training something or other for you guys. So but we get a big discount, so I'll let you know what it is. Since I'm participating, I get a discount for you guys. I think I make like, and I'm doing it just because I'm honored to be asked to teach, but they did say I get a commission on the sales. I don't know what it is though. I'm just excited to share. I love teaching what I teach to people. And so whatever you guys are paying, it goes to like the overall. It's kind of like if you were to go to a conference and join a conference. Something, it's kind of like that. Everyone should trade 20 accounts at a time. Well, you should trade 20 accounts at a time, but not all at the same time. An example today is I've got 1 strong bull setup, 2 strong bulls setup, 3 strong bulls setup, 4 strong bulls setup, and I should trade 5 of my accounts here, 5 of my accounts here, 5 of my accounts here, and 5 of my accounts here. Statistically, when it comes to trader funding programs, especially when they're cheap, is that you should expect to get funded in 20 and get paid in 5. This is the rule of thumb. I teach this, and I'll teach this in the mastermind. Expect to get funded in 20. It'll cost you $1,000 to get. You need to think of it as like a return on investment of your investment into the thing. Like with Brett Simba's thing, it cost me maybe like $2,000 or whatever for these 5 accounts. In 6 days, I'm going to make $15,000. So I've just like 7 or 8x whatever it was my money. Actually, yeah. So how much you pay for all your evals? You know, for $20 a piece, and you get 20 of them, $400. You activate them at $80 at Apex times 20 is $1,600. That's a total of $2,000. You're trying to get a return on your $2,000 after taxes and cut. So 40% of X is $2,000, right? So that means you need $5,000. Hold on, wait. So, hold on, wait. So, $2,000 is the taxes you'll pay on roughly $5,000. So if you make $5,000 in profit after taxes, which is 2, and after the 2 you paid, you're left with $1,000 in profit. So if you can make $4,000 to $5,000, you're now banking after taxes. So you have to think of it like this. So it doesn't take 20 accounts to get you your $5,000 on your return. If you split your risk up, the odds are higher that you make money because you're fighting trailing drawdowns. Anytime there's a trailing drawdown in the account, don't tether them all together. Split them up like this. If there's not a trailing drawdown, you can tether them together with a higher probability because they're all at the same spot, but then you risk blowing up. The idea is you should use your accounts to DCA with, and that's the trick. As Jason said, yes, but if you use them to DCA, you have a higher probability of winning. Today's a good example. This chopped up a lot of people. I'm not trading all my accounts. This currently is the only one I'm trading right now in the Tradeify. The other 4 I've closed out. 2 of them I made profit, 2 of them I didn't. So I'm relatively flat, but 2 of them made money. And so the question becomes, if you put them all together, you're kind of putting all your eggs in one basket. If you split them up, you can take risk at different places. So I use the different accounts as a place to spread my risk out, to diversify, which is the trick. Because if they're so dirt cheap, you might as well spread out the risk because it's so cheap to take risk anywhere. But it's very expensive if you put all your eggs in one basket and get them all wrong. You got to start over. If they're having a 90% off sale, that's when only time you put all 20 accounts together and you gamble. And if you blow up, you reset them that day and keep going. Like if you put your 20 accounts and you gamble here and lose, reset them all, gamble again, lose, gamble again, lose. You're spending $400 a pop. That's really not a lot. I mean, shit. Some of my futures trades are $5,000 or $10,000 a day. So resetting $400, not a big deal, or whatever the reset fee is. So when they're cheap, tether them together. When they're expensive, you spread them out because you have to think profitability. You're trying to make a return on your investment. So when they're dirt cheap, you take the maximum risk. Do we got that, you guys? DCA is dollar cost averaging, which is what you've been watching me do. You've been watching me inch my cost basis from here to here to here. Now my cost basis is here. Now if my trade takes off, I'm going to make $4 or $5 grand on this trade. My drawdown's been up or down $1,000 as I've been managing my cost basis. Dollar cost averaging in the trader funding program world is defined as like adding to a loser. But what it really means is adjusting your cost basis to a more favorable spot. My highest probability pivot I have is actually right here. So today, these are really strong trades that I do take. I always take that trade. I always take that trade. I always take this trade. They're all pieces. And so because this is like the strongest of the trades right here, as the market's been chopping around, I've just been adding, trimming to get my cost basis pretty much to about right here. As you see, my cost basis right now is right here, which is below that level I want to be at. So the idea that I've manipulated my cost basis to be about like right here is what you saw. And if this trade takes off, I'm going to make about $5 grand on that trade. So dollar cost averaging is very important to a trader because when you're manipulating a cost basis, it allows you to have a higher probability of turning a loser into a winner. But you're not just adding to a loser. The trade hasn't lost yet until I lose key bull pivots. The problem with today is it's not a clean way to see that I've lost. This is a bull pivot. This is a bull pivot. It's weird that we see all of them stacked up like this, right? I've got a bunch of bull pivots all lined up. So the only way, and then this is also a bull pivot, which is the hardest part about today. So because I've got each one of these can be a bounce point to rally, I should technically play each one of them. And so because a lot of them are nearby, I'm still keeping my positions small, like 1 to 3 contracts. I'm not hitting it hard. So imagine if I put all 20 in one of these accounts. Imagine if I was trading 20 accounts at once. I'm longing there with 5 more. I'm playing each pivot with different accounts. I get a better cost basis with each account. That's kind of how that works. It's, yeah, just responding to NVIDIA today. What's the cost going to be on the boot camp? I'm going to say it's roughly going to be closer to like when there are too many bull pivots, you usually find the market is baiting bulls or baiting bears, right? Like the market, you see how right now the Nasdaq is not collapsing out. It's pulling down because of one stock, and the S&P is still pretty decent. S&P stocks are still pretty good here. Boy, I'm just not liking my trade that much though. Can I tell you how to buy a token on pre-sale? I've never found a bigger fucking idiot in this world in my life than someone who buys a token on pre-sale. Jesus Christ, you guys. If you want to just give your money away, just give it to me. I'll donate it to charity. If you want to be a fucking moron and buy crypto tokens for whatever the case may be, whether you want to chase momentum or not, chase momentum in futures where you're not going to get rug. Listen, I'm not a boomer on this. I'm a mathematician. Crypto is nothing but a scam at this point. It's only momentum is based on hype and no utility. I think that you guys understand that. Anything can have a valuation craze based on demand. And there's demand because there's a lot of suckers after COVID who got a taste of day trading, who hate their lives, and this is the only dream they have to give themselves the possible future that they want, which is what I do for a living, to sit here and trade and make money. They got their one taste of buying crypto that one time, and now they got the itch, kind of like a cannibal that eats. You ever watch Always Sunny, right? When they thought they ate human meat, and then they thought they became cannibals. Once you get the taste of human meat, you can't get it. You have to eat all the time. So the idea is that whether you made money or not a couple times, there's no reason for it to rally other than the speculative hype. There's no utility for it yet. It moved up 200 or 300%, and a bunch of working class people probably made a couple $1,000. They got the taste of day trading, and they said, I can quit this job that I hate. That's what propagates the hysteria of these things. Are working class people who got duped into it the first time, and the half of them that got lucky never let go of the idea that money is just a button click away, and everyone gets suckered into that. There are safer ways to make money in the markets, you guys. The hunger. You guys remember the hunger? When Dee and Charlie thought that Frank had fed them human meat, and they walk into the morgue, and the guy's like, what's with the hot plate? Should you keep investment in USDT or chain at the moment? What are you talking about? I'm telling you, crypto, have fun with it. Buy Ethereum, buy Solana, buy whatever you think is good. But I'm telling you, the meme coin thing is just buying on something and hoping that it's the penny stock thing all over again that I saw 6 or 7 years ago when I was trading futures, and you had like the Ross Camerons of the world, and what the fuck is his name? The squirrely guy, Tim Sykes, that guy, pumping penny stocks for people, and people will get in and trade those things, and you aim for one of them, and out of 50 of them, one of them takes off, and everybody gets hype, which allows the system to keep going. Next, not it's a bad thing, but the only people that make money are the people, the leadership there, the only people that win consistently. But the fact that you won one time makes you keep playing the game. And I keep watching the same influencers on my timeline all day long, pump a new coin project every week or two. Every month it's something new. They stop mentioning the ones that failed, and they start hyping the ones that are doing slightly okay. They always got a reason for it to move. The reason that for it moves is a pyramid scheme. You have to find other big name people to promote it. And the minute somebody's like, I got big ideas, I got big plans, guys, big things are coming. All you did was get some influencer to mention your coin on their Twitter account. That's it. You didn't do anything else. You're not working hard. I'm working so hard for the project. You ain't doing shit. You're just begging people to promote it. You're a fucking fraud. It's stupid. It's a pyramid scheme that is promoted by other people that are getting promoters to promote it to promoters. That's it. That's all that it is. You're betting on the hype of promotion. That's the substance that backs the value. And if you're betting on the right promoter, you might get lucky. The coin has no value. It's the promoter you're betting on. It's the person at the top of the pyramid, and you just want to bet that you're the lesser sucker of the people in line to buy that stuff. You need the greater fool theory means you need other idiots to buy after you. You have to be the lesser idiot, and then you make money. I'm very bullish on monthly maps. So be careful in the meme coin craze. The story that's told is something to dupe working class people into believing something's working hard for you. All they're doing, pick an influencer, name an influencer right now who's pumping a coin. All they're doing is begging people to talk about it. That's it. That's all the work that they're doing on their coin. Guys, I believe in the project. We're working so hard on this project. You ain't doing shit. You're walking to people and saying, hey, famous person, can you mention my coin? Every moment that there's a famous person or an influential person buying the coin, it's promote. Look, they like it. You should like it. So meme coins are a hype hysteria thing. You're betting on promoter. That's all it is. That's all that it is. You're not buying anything of substance. You're betting on promoter. And you're basically just doing the penny stock game all over again, which you just have to understand what it is. But the problem is that there's people that won a couple times and they stick to it. Here's how you make money trading. You trade things that don't have the ability for one person to steal all the money in a single gulp. It's too risky. Buy it, Magma now. All right, I'm honestly, now because he's, I trust this guy that I don't know. I think I'm going to go and buy some Magma coin. I like his name. It sounds cool. I actually like the picture of his avatar. That's enough for me, guys. I'm in. Are you guys in? Are we on Team Magma? Let's go. I don't see any reason not to. And it has utility. Let's do it. It sounds cool. It sounds like it's going to be fire, literally. It totes have utility. I trust Magma. We just met. He sounds like a decent guy. We should make Rocket Coin, to be honest. And we should just give it away to people. And just has to have a picture of a rocket with a cowboy riding a rocket with a cowboy hat on. Literally cannot stand this market today, and I am just kind of fed up with it. I know I should be committed to the long here, but we break an MHP a second time. If I don't get a bounce, if I don't immediately get a V-shaped bounce off of this candle, I'm going to just close out and wait till Fed. I'm tired of this just bouncing. I don't like losing MHP multiple times today. Nvidia is ruining the party for everybody. You go get your loan now. All right, guys. I have a person that I have a banker. I'll give you guys numbers. They'll allow you to get a second mortgage on your house if you need to go all in on this new coin. I got a guy. So all in, baby. It's a balanced market. Just keep doing $10 scalps. I mean, it's balanced, but losing MHP is more of a scary thing that I'm used to on this kind of a market. Pre-FOMC MHP break is real. I probably should close this whole thing out here. I don't believe that I should be hanging on to this. I'm going to close. I'm done. I don't like it. S&P is losing key values. Watching this today, I'm just going to stay out. Well, give me a little bit of hope here. I'm going to walk away. I'm going to come back later and see if we get anything better on this, but for whatever it's worth, this just isn't a place I want to play. Not today. This was my key level I wanted to support, and again, Nvidia doesn't have a support underneath it. I'm going to take the small loss and walk out of this one. I'm going to kind of stop playing on that one. No, I'll get back in again if the thing is that it's been so many times we've been bouncing. MHP should not be breaking as much as it's doing, and whatever the case may be, it's like the market wants to support off of it, but it's just getting dragged down so much, and I don't like this. So normally when you have MHP breaks, right, you get your red light turns on. It's not a good place to be. So while I did take scalps the whole way down, yeah. Let's get some street tacos. Oh my God, it sounds so good right now. Getting scary. Cheater, I agree with you, man. This is like not the best. So what I'm going to do, since again, the market is just not having a good time picking up momentum in here, I'm going to avoid trying to pick this as my launch point. I've got another bull setup that I do every single time, which is there to there. If we tap this, I'm going to take the trade right back up. So I'll play this one more time there. That's going to be closer to the DD bands. It's going to be closer to other high volume pivots. Like, it's just like, you know, the S&P. We know that this is a good setup every single time. So what I'm fearful for is the fact that we didn't pick up the momentum where we needed to pick up. I'm going to stay on the sidelines on this, and I'm going to let it do whatever. And I'm going to kind of play. Look, guys, look how good I am. Look how fucking good I am. Just get out of the way. Get out of the way of this. Right? I could have taken a bigger loss here. It doesn't feel right. It's not good. We only have one pivot nearby. I'm going to hit those 60.49 low, and maybe FOMC will do it 398 low. Again, watch it be like it does this, and then that, which is probably what it's going to do. So now that I finally closed out. But in either case, I don't want to, these are funded accounts. I have to keep my loss and my win within with any certain tolerance. I can't just take a lot of drawdowns, so it's too risky for me today. There's just a lot of weirdness. I'd like to see the ideal setup would be to grab it right there, to come right back up to there. So today I'm going to walk away from this one. Yeah, I'll be back for FOMC. You guys want me to stream FOMC? All right, don't forget to sub. We'll be back. I'll stay here with you guys for a little bit, though. Price action is slow. Yes. But I'm going to tell you something. This right here is just crazy. Crazy. FOMC is priced in? Yeah, it's priced in. But it's not the FOMC that's going to make people kind of crazy. It's going to be the participants' assessment. I still don't know what's going on with my freaking speakers here. Let me push a button. See if that works. Trust me, it's gonna rally because this is the moment I did close out my position. It's gonna go right there, which is okay. The FOMC meeting, the market's reaction is gonna be an overreaction to the future projections of what we're going to do for the rates going forward. The idea is that we're going to get 2 rate cuts this year. What's it going to look like next year and the year after? That's really what kind of spooked people last time. I don't think the market's going to crash out today. I think we're pretty solid. But I'd like to kind of just let it. God, it's like it keeps going back to the level it needs to go to. 21.5 to 576 is the trade I keep wanting to get. And it keeps just like heartbreaking moves today. NVIDIA, literally NVIDIA. Shut the fuck up and talk about stop bashing crypto. No. You shut the fuck up. I don't want to fight with you now. You told me to stop talking about crypto. I'll fight with you in 10 years. What I want you to do, and I'm going to say this for your own good because I love you. I do. Don't talk to me now. Talk to me in 10 years. And in 10 years, when I'm this far ahead in life and you are right here, let's have the talk then. And I'm not even going to be mean and tell you I told you so. I'm just going to take you out for a beer or something because it's probably going to be a lot of work to go nowhere. But just talk to me in 10 years about the meme coin game. So right now, it's not time to talk about it. But in 10 years, if you come back and you can tell me you told me so, I'll be very happy because we'll both be rich. That's the best part. We'll both be rich and we'll go out for beers to celebrate. I'd be more than happy to pat everyone on the back who made some kind of generational wealth trading meme coins. I'm celebrating that with you. But the problem is I'm just going to make sure that you guys know where we are now is that in 10 years, you're not going to be any further ahead in life than you are right now. So I can't really like shut up about it. I'm like an educator. I have to educate people what it is. Crypto might be worth something at some point, but you're not gonna as a trading mechanism. You're so better off doing something else. As an investment toy, if you believe it's got value in 10 or 15 or 20 years, you got to diversify and get in. But meme coins have no purpose in society. They have no purpose in commerce. They really mean absolutely nothing. They're just pyramid schemes for working class people to hand money to an influencer, hoping that you're going to win the lottery. And the sad part is, I just ask people to do me one thing. Have you ever won the lottery on a meme coin, or do you know anybody that has? Everybody's going to say, oh, I know this guy on Twitter. No. This is social media. Don't believe what you see. If you know anybody that has made their live streams come true with a meme coin? And the answer is no. Rethink about your approach to investing. That's all I got to say. Everybody always has this, oh, I know this guy. There's this guy I saw. Check out this post. Everyone always quotes a tweet. I'm always, no. Do you know 5 people that you know? I can name right now off the top of my head 500 people who are millionaire day traders that I just know, that I'm on podcasts with, that I talk to on the phone. I can name them. I've taken them out to dinner. I was even talking about Simply Sim the other day. Simply Sim and I one time went out to a club, and her and I drank $5,000 bottles worth of champagne just to celebrate our first time hanging out. Girl showed up with a $30,000 watch on, and I'm just like, okay, these are people that I know have money. They didn't make their money illegitimately pumping and dumping something. She trades SPX options, one of the best ones that I know. And so, like I can name people that I know that I've touched and seen and spoken with and smelt their perfumes. They're real. And like when I ask people, how many people you know that have made a fortune in meme coins? Nobody knows anybody. It's always like someone you know that knows somebody, or it's always somebody you saw on social media. So for anybody you know, which is about the same proximity and probability of, do you know anybody that's ever won the lottery? And the answer is always, you know someone that knew someone, but you don't know anybody that's won the lottery. That's all I got to say. And I'm just an advocate against it, because to me, it's promoted in such a way that it's promoted with any other thing other than lottery. It's like, come on, guys, I believe in the project. What is the project? I mean, a project in Rocket Scooter, I'm building a trading platform. I hire employees. We're coding to it. We're giving you guys features and indicators, and that's the project. What's the project in a meme coin? What are you actually doing? What kind of work are you doing? Oh, promoting it. I got you. So you could be promoting a club. Your friend has the project. They built a club. They sell alcohol. They have musicians, cool events and features and things. Yeah, you're promoting the club. You're not the one with the project. You're just the promoter. What are you actually doing in a coin project? What's the work that's being done? Oh, promoting. Oh, I got it. Okay. What are you building? What are you making? What is there a video game? Is there is it just a nonstop promotional effort? That's the project. Your life goal is to make enough money that Matt smells you. Well, that's a goal everybody should have. The first thing I do when I meet people is I sniff them. Oh, yeah. Come to daddy. Let's go. This person has money. They got expensive cologne on. Is that Creed you're wearing? Is that a Ventus? My man. Let's go. But I'm serious. I don't like to just hate on crypto because I hate on crypto. I hate on crypto because it's just not a good, no, not crypto, but meme coins. Meme coins is just the hype of hopeless stupidity by morons. And not, if I'm calling you a moron, you should, and I'd hate to say, don't take it personal, but please take it personal. I mean what I say. I'm sorry. I'm very weird like Elon. I don't have a filter. But you have to be smart about your understanding of what it is. I used to think, oh, meme coins are cool. Like, oh, you can buy a video game and there's going to be a coin for the video game. And you can buy like custom skins, like an NFT, and no one else can have the skin that you have in Fortnite. And you bought it with Fortnite meme coins. I'm like, okay, like a digital currency for like gaming. This sounds actually kind of cool. And I used to think that it had some usefulness there. But it doesn't never even turn into that. I'm like, I play a lot of digital, you know, a lot of games. I buy a lot of loot boxes. I'm that kind of guy. I pay to win. I played MMOs that I spent thousands of dollars a month back in the day, you know, paying to win. I get it. I'm like, oh, maybe I can buy the coin for the game I'm playing and it's traded on a market. There's a supply and demand for it. I can make a little bit of real money buying and selling the weapons in the game that I play. Like, I saw that vision when I saw coins and meme coins. I'm like, oh, that sounds kind of cool. Digital currency for like specific applications. That sounds kind of neat. But then like it just kind of became like, they don't really do anything. All you're doing is just betting that a million other people come in after you and you were the lucky one to get in first. It really sounds fun. And when I was a kid, they called them pyramid schemes. There used to be a guy at the baseball field that said, you know, he gave you a piece of paper. He said, all you have to do is buy me 2 packs of baseball cards. And here's the math. All you have to do is get 8 people to buy you 2 packs of baseball cards. And then you give it 2 steps up the ladder. And I told my dad, I was like, Dad, look at the math here. It makes a lot of sense. I have tons of friends. All I got to do is give this guy 2 packs of cards, and I need to give this letter to all my friends. And if 10% of them buy into it, and then they give it to 10 of their friends or whatever, and then I can get 64 packs of baseball cards for the 2 that I gave. And I used to think, and my dad was like, son, we need to have a talk. And I was like, what, Dad? I mean, it's like, it's not even that much money. It's like 2 baseball cards. He's like, you know, the problem, my dad's a really smart mathematics guy as well. And he's like, well, you know, the math of that, son. He's like, you have to give it to 8. You give it to 100 people and 10% of them give cards to the person above you. And then they got to give it to 100 people and 10% of them. What is 10% of 10%? And I said, 1%. So we have to have a 1% chance. And if you have 100 friends, each one of them needs 100 friends. And you think this is going to reach 10,000 people. Son, our town has 100,000 people in it. And I'm just like, you know, 5-year-old, 6-year-old me was like, oh yeah, that does make sense. And remember, I was very advanced in mathematics. We had this discussion about pyramid schemes. And I was just like, he's like, no, this can happen if you hand this out to so many people. The odds would be in your favor if you were in first. But he's like, do you have hundreds of friends, son? I was like, well, no, I probably have like, you know, and it's just basically convincing me that it's a law of infinite numbers. And pyramid schemes work if you have an infinite population of people to work with. And obviously, he just reminded me that I knew too few people. And he said that, you know, chances are that there's two degrees away. I may get lucky to get the 2 cards back that I invested. 2 packs of baseball cards. He's like, and it's a lot of work for you just to break even. And I go, oh, that makes sense. Okay. So this is what I was when I was 5 and 6 years old, having conversations with my dad. Now, again, I have a 6-year-old who has very intense conversations with me as well about things. He's very smart. And right now he's very good at math. He hasn't come up to me and asked me if we should buy crypto coins yet. Everybody relax. I'm only serious. Loss of 20 subs right there. That's okay. If somebody here is watching me to trade crypto and they're not convinced, then they need to watch. They need to go somewhere else where people are patting them on the back and egging them on, because that's the only thing that makes you feel good when you're losing, is that there's other losers next to you giving you a hug. And that's not what we're going to do here. We make sure you guys get the realities of trading. I make sure I tell you guys what's real. It's helpful. It's helpful to get like, and again, I'm not biased for any reason. Like the best part I mean, I'd understand if I took a crypto trade and I lost it on, I was like a bitter, salty person. I'm absolutely neutral, and it serves me no purpose to say anything about it. I don't gain any money by teaching you guys my thoughts on crypto. It probably loses me money. It loses me fans, loses me subs. So it serves me no purpose to say what I say, other than purely caring about teaching you guys the things that other people aren't teaching you about it. This boy. So yeah, how do people shamelessly push other people in the rug pulls? I think that's the point. You're convincing people to join something I don't like it because it's a promotional game that people mislead other people into, which is a scam. Whether the coins have value or utility doesn't make any much of a difference. Even if they did, the scam is so big around it that it kind of loses all the utility in the aspect of it. Trust me, I used to have the same talk about penny stocks like 10 years ago. It was the same thing, different. I've been here long enough. It's the same game, different toy. There's always going to be some kind of hype thing people push to influence other people into buying it, and then they're the ones that make the money. You have to just keep in mind, in life, it's the person at the top of the pyramid, the person that runs the Discord, the person that recommends the stock is the person that makes the money. There's only one reason to amass a following and tell people that you like a fucking stock. It's so everyone else goes and buys it after you bought it. If you want to get rich doing that, you guys don't buy the stock people are promoting. Become the promoter. You'll be a big piece of shit, but you'll be a rich piece of shit, and that's all that matters. So remember kids, don't join the pyramid. Start one. Be smart. I'm not bashing crypto. I'm just bashing your approach to crypto. Don't be the follower, be the leader. Here's the real way to make money in crypto. You be the leader, and you'll be the rich one. Don't be the follower. Don't jump in the middle at the end. Go start the trend. Spend the next year of your life becoming famous on social media. Post funny pictures. Join communities, talk in spaces. Get 50,000 followers. Start a Discord. Network with some other people that promote. Organize your promotions together. Stagger them in. I talk today, you talk 5 hours, you talk 5 hours, you talk 5 hours. Okay, ready? Break. Let's go. And then each one of you guys promote your respective communities, and you will turn your 0.0001 cent crypto coin into a 20-cent thing where you 40,000 X'd your money and dumped it onto your unsuspecting followers. Don't be an idiot. Be smart like that. Do that and make your money. Do the smart thing if you're going to trade crypto. Go be at the top. It's not regulated. You can probably get away with all of this. But don't be the moron that buys what someone else promotes to you. Scooter coin to the moon. Hell, I'll let you make rocket scooter coin. I don't want any profits. I wouldn't be able to sleep with that dirty money, but I would totally celebrate you being the smart person in the room. Unless you don't do something illegal. What about crypto will affect FOMC? No, it won't. Let's talk about something else. But jokes aside, go be smart. Don't be a follower. All right. Today, FOMC, we're going to wait at about 2 hours from now. We're going to come back on the stream. We're going to trade. We'll be live. I don't normally trade through, but I mean, I guess we have a pretty big turnout here, so maybe we'll just chill through it. But iDoc wants me to go work out at noon. Okay. So the mastermind, he's giving me information about it. It's normally, I think, close to like $3,000, but it's going to be $2,250. Until February the 5th. And it's going to come with a month's worth of speakers. Each class is taught by somebody different. They give you tons of handouts, tons of PowerPoints, like a lot of information is handed to you from a bunch of different and these, again, like people I know that teach and trade very well. Will be participating in this, and I'm teaching 2 classes in this workshop as part of the program. Quite a price tag. Right. So it's like basically, if you think of it like this, if you were to go and fly to a conference somewhere and pay for like $1,000 to go to a conference or a seminar, there's going to be like months worth of classes from dozens of different teachers and tons of different pieces of information. So roughly translates to like, I don't know, maybe like $100 a class. But this is like people putting together their best foot forward for an education. So they asked me to teach 2 classes at this thing. And like what I'm putting together for the trader funding program, look at this. Because I closed out, it's going to finally make the move. This market hates me today. I'm not going to chase it though. I'm tired of seeing my thing go up and down $1,000 bucks. But I do think 576 today is our level that we're going to go to. if it does support. All you need is a rocket scooter, baby. That's it. Do I have a gym do I have a gym where I live? We don't. So that's the one thing that kind of sucks about where we live, because there's no gym. The community we have is like this big giant, you know, gated community in the city. It's really nice. It's landscaped well. It's got pools, lakes. It's beautiful. But the one thing it doesn't have is a gym. But the thing is that IDOC and I, we're always a big fan of like gyms that make you work hard, not gyms that cost a lot of money. We've always been this way. Where we used to live, we used to kind of drive to like the sketchy part of town, you know, where essentially there were like rundown buildings with boarded up windows and people sleeping on the streets, and just straight up inner city gym. It would cost like 3 credits on Class Pass to go. Dude, you get the best workout you ever did. You know, $6 boot camp, can't beat it. And so, you know, I have friends that pay, you know, $300-$400 a month for a gym membership. That's never been me. I don't want to look good while I'm doing it. I want to feel good while saving money while I do it. So we have a place that we found that's kind of like in that same, you know, $3 boot camp or 3 credit boot camp sort of thing. Someone local in Matt's area, build a cheap gym where you walk in and it's in a warehouse that doesn't have air conditioning. And now my trade takes off, even though I'm wussed out of it. I still am going to wait until Fomc. One more tip than put. One more dip than push. I know. See, 541 tap incoming. That could have been like $2,000. But you know, I'm okay with just kind of waiting on this. I don't need to like. This was a very weird day. You're a big fan of Lifetime? I used to go to Lifetime before I met IDOC, and she's the one that she's like, you know, you're getting a better workout for cheaper. And I was like, I like this girl. We went to this place and where she grew up. It was called Mo City Fitness down in Missouri City. Yeah, she lived in Sugar Land. And I started going there. It was great. It was fantastic. There's that red line tap. There's that 60-point rip. See, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Breaking MHP a second time is just enough. Too rich for my blood. That would have been, like, honestly, this right here. Wait, where's my mouse? This right here, if I were to get this, I would have closed out by now. So, that's it. Home gym is good. We thought about making something here, but we like to do the boot camp where people yell and scream at us. Yeah, I used to go to Lifetime Greenway, which there's a bunch of Lifetimes in Houston. Greenway was like the flagship, like the highest tier one they had. So they had like different tiers of ones you can buy. That was like the big bougie one because it's in the close to the med center where all the doctors would go. So I think my membership was like $300 or $400 a month. I used to do it. And now I spend $50 a month going to boot camps. I get a better quality. 60, 70 legit level? Yeah, I think so. I would be all out of my trade if I was in this. If I would have hit that little red line push right there, I would have closed out fully. I have about a token on pre-sale. It's a very serious project. And it will start. Oh, that sounds great. All in. Let's go. The new Lifetimes just, I know, dude, they're so bougie. Like you walk in and it's like a country club. I mean, you're paying a lot for it. But I never use the amenities as much. Like I remember the first week I was like, oh, cool. There's like a sauna and a hot tub and a swimming pool and there's basketball courts. I was just like, oh, there's so much to do here. You know, and it's just like all this crazy stuff. It's been many, many years. So I don't know what the newest ones are like, but Have gold. Gold's across the street. Gold's is good, yeah. Did you win in Austin going to another level? Yeah, we go to the place that we were going to when we had the other house before we moved. It was like it was really cool. The guy and his like this dude and two of his brothers own it. It was like just it didn't look like if you're a bougie gym person, you walk up to it and go, yes, I don't know. Like there was just like piles of like rusted, beat up workout equipment over in a corner. Half of it's exposed to the air, no air conditioner, warehouse with like parts of the walls rusted out, dark corners that aren't even lit up. And you're like, what's back there? And we loved it. We were like, oh, this is great. And the quality of the workout was like top tier. I mean, it was just an unbelievable steal. And that for us is like, we want to go and be around people that are like pushing you to work hard, you know? And that was like what we liked. So her and I, and we live in we kind of moved to the bougier area of town, close to the Memorial area in Houston. This is where all the old rich people live. And so, you know, you're not going to get your quality, cheap boot camp boxes out here, but we're looking. So we're trying to find a place. This is all rich old people in this area. I'm talking like seniors. You know, it's not. Today's one of my worst not one of my worst trading days. One of I managed it pretty well. I would say this is one of my least favorite trading days. I wouldn't say it was like the worst, on a sense of I managed it pretty well. The market was weird. You know, I mean, it's a weird, the setups ultimately are doing okay, you know, but there's just too many options and too much chop. Like there to there played out once, there to there played out a second time had I held through it, which I just wussed out and didn't. I could have traded it a little better by at least just holding on. I think I just scared myself out of holding on because it's Fed day. I had no reason to cut other than it was just kind of getting annoying. And I didn't want to sit here all day and risk much. I'd rather just sit out. Based on the setup, yeah, the setups themselves didn't give the momentum we wanted. I'd say on a setup sense, the failure of the setups is roughly 50-50, right? Like right out the door, here to here didn't play out. That's an X. Here to there played out. That's a check. Here to there didn't play out. That's an X. Here to there played out. That's a check. It's like, yeah. This, I should have held on and put my stop below there. But like this, just, I got out early, which is bad. That's bad form of me. This was a mistake I made. I should have held on. Instead, I decided to just pull the plug right there because I got tired of it. Instead of taking my full risk to get the full reward, I cheated myself on that one. So this is roughly a day where like the moves didn't necessarily work as much as I wanted them to. 50-50. And pre-Fed, you know, Nvidia is still collapsing while the S&P is looking great, Nasdaq's looking bad. It's just not going to give a really good play. But technically speaking, I should have held on to that one, but yeah. A worst day would be that the market just plunges through all of them and just keeps going. It's still doing what it wants to do. It just didn't do it super cleanly. Nasdaq resilience is negative, so there's pressure, right? This is resistance. And that's resistance as well. Monthly hedge is supporting, which is what I expect. Bull zone is supporting, which is what I expect. So it's kind of doing what we want it to do. It's just not cleanly giving good momentum on the moves. So like I'd say like the worst day would be like it just plows here and then plows here and then plows here. This is what I call bad days, when basically everything falls apart. We're roughly sitting about 50-50 on this choppy nonsense, right? Yeah. So I'd say it's like my least favorite day, but it's actually a pretty decent day. What are expectations on rates, Adam? No cut. No change. The question is going to be how the Fed kind of hints at future outlook. The participant assessment is the most important piece. This comes out with the rate decision. This guy right here, this is what's going to move the market today. I'm going to teach you guys that. All that matters is, are we going to freeze rates for a couple years? Are we likely going to have more people lower or less people lower? The longer term assessment of 26, 27, and 28, the people that believe we need 2.5 to 3% rates, are they still that aggressive? Or are they less aggressive? If more people in this camp move up here, the market's going to respond very negatively. If more people in this camp move down here, the market's going to fly off the handle. Today, the Fed is going to explode the market. I repeat, explode the market. Do not, and again, this is not investment advice. This is don't be a moron advice. For the love of God, if you are going to sit out on a Fed day, please make this day be the day you sit out on a Fed day. Meetings in 2 hours. The announcement itself with that dot plot is likely to be very, very chaotic to the market because it was chaotic last time. And last time was a fluke on the data. Last time was such a strange partition in how everybody's beliefs shifted from one. Those data points just barely like move month over month. But from November to December, it drastically shifted because all the Democrats changed their stance after Trump got elected. They were very less, hawkish on their position. They were very much like, yeah, we need 2-3%. And then after Trump got elected, they're like, just kidding, we need 4%. And like half the participants changed their minds so drastically in the new administration. If they don't shift anything, then the market's likely not to change much. But if any shift happens, there's going to be an overreaction because the VVIX is high and volatility is high. We're still in contango in the VIX. Forward curve isn't flattening out. Yeah, this is very unstable in volatility. The market's very illiquid from here. Plus, with the tech thing already depressing everything, the market's kind of got like a wound up spring. It has potential to move quick. And I can tell you guys that right now. Do you ever pay attention to order flow, cumulative delta? I don't. But I know people that do, and it's pretty good. 1 day to avoid such days, use intraday VWAP. Sniper said VWAP slope. If slope is flat, avoid it. That sounds smart to me. Don't agree. Don't disagree. There's been insane call volume in the tech. Oh yeah, everybody. I mean, think about it like this: everybody that's shorting tech stocks on this deep seek thing, you're gonna have a massive amount of call volume in case the bull market picks back up, which it should anytime this month or next. We're back to rallying, right? I would absolutely be on the side of anybody shorting against this AI collapse thing to have calls to protect to the upside. And as soon as those calls go in the money, you're going to get a really nice little delta squeeze going. So I don't think we're in a bad spot today at all. I'm very bullish on the market in general. I just think that today, if they're like the Fed, usually we wait for the press conference to be the big mover. It's going to be the announcement today. But there's not going to be a rate change. And even though today, like, it doesn't really affect American markets much, but Canada lowered their interest rates by 1/4 point, and they entered into a period of QE. Our Fed isn't going to go to QE for a long time. I don't think it's even in the 3-year, 4-year purview of the Fed to even speak about QE. QT is their dominant position over there. You'll never short a Trump market. That's the smartest thing I've heard all morning. I wouldn't either. But like I said, today is going to be today's just very weird. And like I said, small positions like I was doing, you guys saw the account up 2,000, down 2,000, up 2,000, down 2,000. It was just like, it doesn't feel like there's any reason to just chop around. What I'd like to do, what I really would like to see is the Fomc do something like this. Okay. And then the market somehow get right here. And they get my nice little recovery long off of that. back to wherever we need to go. I'd love to see the FOMC dip and rip. The problem that I'm debating on is that the FOMC just goes straight up and keeps rallying. And I hate being in the boat of should I gamble on that. Last FOMC, I gambled on it with 2 micros. That's what I told myself. I'm going to bet that the market goes up with 2 micros. And it fell against me and I lost 300 bucks. So while I am still bullish to FOMC, I sometimes choose to play the micros game. I'll put 2 micros on the long side. And if it dips, I'll add minis at DD band. I do that a lot. So essentially, right, let's do some math. If I get 2 micros and somehow we blast up to there, 200 points of move, not really bad, right? Every point is 20 bucks. Oops. Let me close that down and reset it. Little memory leak there. So if I imagine if I get 200 bucks, $20 a point for minis, and then it's right, $2 a point for micros times 2 is $4 a point. If I do 2 micros, if I get 200 points, I made 800 bucks on the blast. That's not bad. I also will take roughly 520. If I were to long 2 micros right here, I'll lose about 520 bucks, something like that, in loss. I'll add 2 to 3 minis here, make it all back up in just a little bump like that. So the idea is that when gambling on the Fed, if I believe the market's going to be bullish, which I do, I put 2 micros on it so that I can just play the range. If it dips to my bigger pivot, I'll smack it with a long like I want to. Normally, I'll just sit out and wait for it to dip to my pivot and smack it with a long. But I'm still bullish on the market in general, and I want to play the bull side, hit it with micros. See how I know my position is going to be very clean to lose less than 1,000, make less than 1,000, and that's the risk I'll choose to take. I'll probably roll the dice on Fed. So I do this a lot. I don't normally recommend anybody do anything close to anything relative to having any position in the Fed. I always teach sitting out. I personally am very bullish this market, though. If the Fed falls to there, I just, I'll wait to see what it does, or I'll just exile the position. About $1,000 up or down on that one. Play the range. So, because I know the risk and I can define the risk, I might tap it with 2 micros just to do that. Do I think it's going to go up? I don't think we're going to get any drastic change in anything what anybody's going to do from December. I don't think there's going to be much change at all. So I think the market's probably going to overreact to the negative side because, Bank of Canada's cutting rates. Why aren't we? Where's our rate cut? And Powell might come in the press conference and say, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, and the market might just plunge. 99.9%, 99.5% chance in the fund futures that we're going to have no rate change. I think the Fed, again, I just feel like today's FOMC is going to not come out to be as bullish positive as we want, and it's probably going to make the market sell. But I don't know. I think people are going to, I'm going to ask the press conference. I bet you somebody's going to ask him about. I bet you somebody's going to be like, so what do you think about the recent AI things in China? He's going to be like, look, this is the FOMC, dude. We have nothing to do with. We have nothing to do with Chinese AI. Let's do my Bluetooth. Let's turn on my devices. I don't know what the heck is going on here. It's plugged in. Why is it trying to Bluetooth connect? So weird. No clue. I could probably finally hear the music. Let's see if that works. What? It's like connecting and disconnecting. What the heck? Why is it connecting and disconnecting? I don't want to be on Bluetooth. I'm plugged in. There we go. Let's see if that works. See, it's like disconnecting, connecting. There we go. Oh, double press. Okay. No, hold on. I don't want to be Bluetooth mode. There we go. Why are you disconnecting so much? Wonder if RFK Jr. confirmation would cause likely medical stocks and pharmaceuticals to plunge. Maybe so. Joe says, go back to the 40 mark and see what his thoughts are. Oh, somebody's asking, what's FOMC meeting starting? Anybody tell you? Patrick, 2 o'clock Eastern. So roughly in about 30 minutes, or hour and 30 minutes. Hold on. Iron balls, the hold wins. Yeah, I don't know. This is just kind of the curious how I want to handle this. Okay, good. We're going to go later. We haven't worked out in like a month because we've both been like deadly sick. It's been insane. What do we think, guys? What do we think is going to be happening today? SPY's in a decent spot with SPY res being greater than 0. SPY wants to be up here. It's just like right here. There's just no pivots on S&P. Stronger pivots exist right here and right here on the S&P. I love to take this trade. And I love to take this trade. We're not getting a good amount of pivoting action here today. Choppy kind of shit day. You signed up for the software? Oh, cool, Gideon. Awesome, man. Welcome. Welcome to the community. So Friday we'll be doing a Twitter space. Me, Minx, Matt and Minx, the new Futures Twitter space that we started. Friday we'll be talking to Jay Dunn over at Funded Family. So they're a brand new prop firm, growing pretty big, and Jay Dunn's a quality guy. So I'm interested to hear what he has to say about that in the business. And after I get some payouts from Tradeify, I might throw some accounts up in Funded Family just to give them some support and give you guys. My whole goal is to trade these things and see if these guys pay out. And if they pay out, I give you the thumbs up. So I get a Tradeify payout in 6 days if I don't fuck these up. I'm gonna hit a $9,000 profit target. I'm inching my way there, 1,000 to 2,000 a day. Oh, yeah. So you guys send me the international ID. I gotta check it after the stream. I went to bed early last night, and so I didn't get a chance to check it. But I will get with all you guys. If you're from, like I said, if you're international from another state, so another country that maybe has lower income than the United States, and our software is expensive for you, we'll do a subsidized thing where we make it less expensive for folks that are in need of what we'll just call like a hardship, because U.S. prices are way too expensive for some people. And if that's you and you're like, man, I just can't buy your software because I'm in X country and that's like a month of work for me. Like I said earlier, we don't want to be the reason that you don't have access to education. American, spoiledness. Everything, we make a lot of money and everything's very expensive here. Colleges put you in debt to teach you something, and we don't want to be that. So we'll be a way where we can actually, at cost, for the most part, $20, get you into the platform. All you have to do is just come to me and say, hey, I have a hardship. If you're in the United States, there's no such thing as a hardship. You don't have a real hardship. You may have a temporary hardship, but if you're watching somebody on YouTube, you're fine in life. So don't come to me and be like, I lost my job. You'll bounce back, buddy. It's more like people that are like, like a permanent hardship. Like, it takes me like 2 months to earn $200. And I'm like, well, that's not a reason to give that to me. So green card discount. No. If you live in the United States, you're spoiled like me. You don't deserve a discount. Come on. We live a fantastic life. You're sitting in your office with your cushy paycheck and your benefits, and you drove a nice car to work, and you're watching somebody day trade on YouTube. You're doing fine. We're all doing fine. We are very lucky here in the States. That's one thing we do have to realize. We got it good. There are disabilities. That's true. There are disabilities, yes. I mostly mean financial reasons. They're correct. There is always some kind of hardship somebody can be facing physically or something else, but anti-tariff. Prosthetic is free in other countries. In America, it's like 10 lifetime rocket scooter memberships. Exactly. We do get screwed on our medical and our education here. And our food is mostly poisoned. So I guess it's a double-edged sword, you guys. I promise. If you live in the United States, you're just going to have shitty health care and you're going to poison yourself to get cancer at an early age with the food that we have. So space it with Minx on Friday. Yeah. What's the matter with you today? I give you health and prosper. Nothing matter with me today, baby. What's the matter? Matt's doing good today. Education won't count if you ask you. Choose that, Dad. That's right. You're rad to a winning trade. I do. Yes. Today's an example of that. I did it a couple of times and I ended up taking small losses on it. QQQ today has bounced through plenty. So here's how it works, right? if I were gonna like choose to trade 2 and then or like say if I had 3 here and it fell there and I'm sorry. If I bought 2 and it fell there and I added 3 more, just as an example, and it fell to there and it scared me out because it lost monthly hedge pressure, I might subtract 2 and I'll have a position of 1. And then once it regains the level, I can add the 2 back, which is what I was trying to do today. And I added, but I was doing it with 1 though. And then once it broke a second time, I was just like, I'm just going to, peace out till Fed. But when it adds the level, I can add. When it gets to the level, I can add. When this gets to there, I can take this trade that I wanted to take as well. This is the stronger of the 2 trades today. So I can add, but make sure I close out when I get to my pivot. Yes, I can add to a winner if a new bull level is achieved. Yeah. Today was 100% stop hunting. Oh, yeah. All-time high in SPY by end of the week. Baby Victor, I'm with you, man. I feel the same thing. We went to debt for school. You were definitely mature enough to make the decision and not given to the societal pressure of going to college. Certain things you can do in college are helpful to you in your career. Other things are only useful to get the job that you want. And it is a misnomer that you need. Like there was a time period where you had to go to college to get a job. But before that time period, you don't have to go to college to get a job. Our parents didn't have to do that. And now your kids don't have to do that. It's a weird time to be a millennial in this world because the millennials had to go to college to get a job. Our parents' time period, you just had to work hard. Now, most people create their own jobs. The future is you create your own job. You don't need to go to college to do that. So the weird thing is that there was just a time period where you kind of had to go to college, which was like my age. You just had to. Because if you didn't, you couldn't get a job anywhere. These days, you can start up a tech company when you're 16 and anybody will hire you without a degree. This is the world where people make their own jobs, make their own fortunes, make their own livings. People work for themselves, work from home. Trade skills are very important. Programming. You don't need to go to college to be a programmer. You just need to be a good programmer. College helped me become a really good thinker because I went to engineering school. That's a trade. It's not really an education. It's more like a trade school. Engineering teaches you a skill. You get really good at a certain thing that you do. You're practicing something rather than learning something. You learn stuff, but engineering is more like a practice in applied mathematics. So I'm learning how to do something. That was helpful in building Rocket Scooter. I use the principles of designing things and creating robust systems and root cause analysis methods and things like that. I learned in engineering school. I applied that to building something. Engineering is teach you how to make something and how to make it well and make it cost efficient, things like that. You learn a skill. Like other things, business and things like that, may or may not learn a skill. Accounting, you're going to learn a skill. If you learn a skill, then college is worth it if you apply that skill to your job. I'm not an engineer, I'm a trader, but I apply what I learned in school. So it was useful for me. Most of you guys are going to find out your degree is only useful to get you the job. And then after that, you might not use it much. And so I don't tell people not to go to college. You should always hedge your bets and go. But this is a world where it's becoming increasingly easier to make a living without going to college, just like our parents. They're weird world we live in, right? There are 16-year-old kids who make $300,000, $400,000 a year just because they have a trading Discord and they're still in high school. Masters can get a job and you join the army, still can't get a job. It's tough. SPX 6100, biggest positive gamma exposure. Any thoughts? 6100 is a very key level in our calculations as well today. I'm going to show you on SPY. SPY at roughly 6100, like roughly translates to about right here, about 605. It's a very hard level to break. Now, with this white line being above 0, the S&P has desired to connect, but it still falls shy of 6100. So it's a key gamma exposure level. I agree. If we break this, it's a rocket. And I 100% agree that that's the level to break. Today is a very key resistance at that 6100 area. It's not. We're going to need the Fed to kick us over. And I hope it does. I really think it will. But we'll see. Right, we kind of lost that very quickly in the pre-market sesh. Also, that was about where we took off this morning, right at midnight. I don't know what happened here. Does anybody know what news happened at midnight? It's China. China closes around there. I wasn't even paying attention. What happened last night? Let's check it out. ECB stuff? No, that's before Europe, though. European markets aren't open yet. Swiss stuff? No, that's 2 hours later. What happened closer to midnight? My time. ASML earnings. Oh, okay. ASML. Yep, that's what it was. That's what that was. That was at midnight. Financial juice is so good. I mean, that's how I figured. Positive ASML earnings. Reaffirmation outlook of despite DeepSeek's emergence led to positive stocks, indices, markets reaction. Popped up, but then sold off. So, I mean, again, it's just, this is interesting to show that, you know, the S&P is still kind of taking a little bit of downturn despite some decent performance of one company. Yeah, so that was ASML. Consumer confidence also. Was that the BOJ came, would it be like an hour or so earlier? Let's see. Consumer confidence when that would, or earlier, because Japanese markets would be closing right around then. About 11 o'clock earlier would have been, yep, you nailed it. So consumer confidence in Japan was 35 on a forecast of 36.2. Yeah, good call. Thanks for reminding me of that. That was closer to here. Wait, hold on. About an hour before. Yeah, about here. That was a little bit of bump there. So Japanese consumer confidence, ASML earnings. Good deal, good deal. What a choppy nonsense day today, though, right? Fed meeting's at 2 p.m. Eastern, so it's about an hour and 20 minutes from now. I'm kind of bored. I wish I was playing Call of Duty or something. Still grinding out my camos. I don't get a lot of time to game these days. Rocket Scooter is such a big presence in my day-to-day activity. We're always building something, which is so nice. Play some games while we wait. Just subscribe to the account. Oh, thanks, Amos. All right, so those of you that are looking, well, let me catch up with some of y'all. Let me go. If those of you want to apply for the hardship, the $20 thing, you have to be in another country. Go here. Send me or Slacks a message. I'll tell them about it too. Hold on. We're going to make a code for you guys. We're going to do our Zoom call today, so don't forget our boot camp. We're going to pick right back up where we left off. Courses. Where's this? Oh, my account. Here. Funds. Okay. Hold on a sec. Oh, hold on. Hello? Good, how you doing, Latoya? Yes, ma'am. Hold on. That was Restoration Hardware delivering my couch, which is nice. It was like February 6th. So we ordered a big sectional sofa for the house. It's really nice. So I already have a Restoration Hardware couch. I've got like the I've got this like it's like this. It's just like a 2-piece. It's like a 9-foot Maxwell couch. And instead we went and got like this thing right here. It's like a big L shape. So excited to have more seating area. Like family comes over, they've been sitting on the floor. So your new bed. Yeah, when you come spend the night, bro, we cuddle up on the couch and watch movies. I can fit like 10 people. It's so big. Dude, it's crazy. She's excited because like her family comes over and we all sit on the floor and we're like eating on the floor. And her mom comes over and sits on the floor. We're like, because there's just no room. Now we're excited to have a... But Resto just is pretty good. Their deliveries are quick. So looks like in about a week, new couch coming through, which is good. No more floor trading. LOL. Casting couch. Yeah, my 2-seater is gonna be a casting couch. I'm gonna move it to the upstairs, and I'm gonna put it in my podcast. I'm gonna build a podcast room over there. My goal is when I get enough built out on it, is to like fly people in and have them come hang out and sit in that office and trade with us and talk to them in person and have like a little interview sesh. Be kind of fun. Sit his family on the floor. Yeah, we get like 15 people come over for dinner sometimes. We didn't have chairs for our table yet. We just got a really nice table. We don't have chairs for it. So we have a tableless kitchen table because we bought the table. First place we went was to the RH outlet store to see if we could find anything good. Outlet store is pretty good. We found some bar stools there, and then we found a couple rugs there. And the couches were all like used and stuff, so they had blemishes on them. The tables had scuffs on them, so we decided to get a new couch, new table. And we were looking at the outlet to buy chairs for the new table, but we didn't really find, 8 chairs that we wanted to get from there. So we're even debating if we wanted to spend resto money on chairs, because this $500 a chair is kind of like, do I want $4,000 worth of chairs? I don't care. It had to be fancy. The table itself was fancy, so I'm like, that's good enough for me. Chair pal, hilarious. How does Solana look right now? I don't know. I don't usually follow crypto. After seeing some of the dinner parties you attend, my house is like less gorgeous than you guys think. I think it's cool looking, but you don't walk into my place and it's not like a glamorous. You're not walking in with like, glossy chandeliers and you walk into my office and your jaw will drop to the floor. You'll see all my computers and stuff and be like, holy shit, this is a cool office. But other than that, I like to say we live a pretty modest, normal life. Like any 2 dog owners, you're gonna have like a little, just slightly messy house with nice stuff, but a lot less than you think. We're a little less like forward with spending money than I think most people are. Like a lot of my friends, you walk in, it's just this like elaborate, glamorous lifestyle. We're more like, let's spend money on trips. Or save money and invest in stuff. But yeah, we do throw really awesome parties. Definitely throw some badass parties. Short one contract MES 6072 looks like a triangle breakdown to you. I don't think you're in a bad position. I'm not long for a reason. It just feels wonky to me. So good luck, Greg. I hope you make some money, man. How many Trump coins am I holding? All of them. I made $2 yesterday. Like, here's what I'm going to do, right? So for Lunar New Year, right? I literally got paid a handsome sum of $2, right? So this is my lucky $2 bill. Nice and crisp from the bank. I'm thinking about buying like 70% of the market cap of Trump with this. So I feel like I don't know how to open up a crypto trading thing. So can anybody tell me the app? Because I'm going to go buy like most of Trump. This will buy a whole lot of it, I feel like. I'm going to generational wealth this. This $2 is going to buy me my next car. Trump to the moon. And I'm like, that's a lot. I bet you can buy like 60 million coins with this $2. Phantom wallet. Can anybody tell me the app to trade crypto? I sound like such a boomer. Is there an app that I can trade? And here's the crappy thing. One of our friends, who's like family, she's so close to us. She's always with us. Was doing this right with the envelopes, and she goes, one of them has a big prize, the other ones don't. And I like looked at them, and I went and I was like gonna grab one, and I do what I always do, what I call the Monty Hall game. I always pick the one that I want, and then at the last second I always shift to the other one, the Monty Hall problem. Now again, she didn't reveal that one of the doors had a goat behind it, so I had the competitive edge. I'll teach you the Monty Hall problem in a second to switch, but I always switch anyways at the last minute because that's how I am. And then I ended up grabbing the $2 one, and at the end, the person handing him out got the one that had $20 in it, and she was like, "So I have a confession to make." She's like, "I got the one with the big prize," and we were like, "You cheater, you hacked." And I almost see I have the worst luck. I tell you guys, I switched from the $20 and ended up with the $2 one. So I got $4. I feel like I'm gonna buy 62 million Trump coins, and I'm gonna get pretty long on that. So I can Phantom into the App Store. All right. If rates remain unchanged, it's not necessarily the rates. Great question, Amos. It's not the rates that are gonna make the market move. It's as most. If you go to FedWatch, like here's how you can track this stuff. My mouse just shut off. What the heck? So type in CME Market Watch. I'll give you the link. Or FedWatch. We'll tell you the likely probability of what Wall Street is betting is going to happen. This guy right here is pretty good. There's a chart. And it shows you that 99.5% chance. This is where we are. 0.5% chance. There's a cut of a quarter point. When you usually have a big expectation that's met, it's usually priced in. So you have to think a step ahead of that. Right now, we can expect no rate change, and the market's not going to react to that. The market's going to react for what is the next meeting and the next meeting. Like what is January? I'm sorry, what's February going to look like? We're looking for clues for like, okay, is the rate cut coming in February? We already have some of the clues, right? And again, if you guys like, feel free to sub to the channel because we're kind of the people that learn that usually on YouTube will teach you guys. So a lot of people just trade. They don't really teach. So this will teach you a little bit. Over time, the majority of participants think we need to go lower. But the question is how much lower? Some of them feel as if 3.5 to 4 is where we need to be over the longer run. The other half thinks 3 is where we need to be. Half of the camp of people think we need to drop at least 1.5 points or more over the next 4+ years. So what's going to happen is we're looking for hints as what February is going to look like, how many cuts we're going to get. The average right here shows each one of these is 25. So that's about 50 basis points in 2025, which basically means 2 rate cuts this year. The question you have today, is that rate cut in February? Is it June? Is it December? When is it? If the market is hinting, or Powell talked in his press conference that it's closer to January or February, market's going to respond fairly bullish to that. If it's not coming till the middle or end of the year, it's hard for the market to respond to that because a lot can change between now and then. So the clues you want is when Powell's talking 30 minutes after the report about the press conference. That'll let you know about when the expectation is. If he starts saying quarter one, quarter two, we're going to rally. Market wants to hear good news as fast as possible. The second thing is if they hint at any more rate cuts. If he says anything like 2 is about what it's going to be, that's expected. If he says we've been thinking that a stronger policy is in effect, where we lower rates possibly 3 or 4 times this year, market's going to fly off the handle again. If they say the market's likely to do not much, then what matters is, or they're not going to change off the expectations, is the longer term forecast. This is the most important piece of this, is how the participants are voting longer term. As you see, the majority of the bell curve is like right here in the middle, right? There's a good, solid, clean distribution. But for some reason, people's belief at 2027 and longer, it's easy to see you've got 2 camps of people split down the middle. Some of them think aggressive rate cuts. Some of them think no change after the first 2 years. We change a little bit and we need to freeze and stay there. So what you want to really pay attention to is that change. And I wrote this on Twitter today. It said if the majority of the low rate cut people believe that we need to be higher, the market will absolutely collapse on that news. The market collapsed on this news. When we saw this discrepancy like this crashed the market last time. When we saw a lot of people that were here and here. Sorry. A lot of people that were here, here, and here in the September, October, November meetings. And the December meeting, a lot of the people that were here jumped to there on the 2-year forecast and stayed there long term, right? This guy in chat. We've got a superhero in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody knows the direction. You're a moron. Stop talking. Look, I'm going to do you a favor. This guy's going to sit in timeout. Hold on. I'm going to put him in timeout. You're now in timeout for 9,999 seconds. And I would like for you to go stand in the corner. Put your nose in the corner, kid. And don't move or I'll reset the timer. And I want you to think about what you did to disrupt my chat. And I want you to think long and hard what you did, because you're grounded, young man. Grounded. No TV, no Xbox, no pornography, nothing. You're grounded. You must sit here and think about what you did. You now have 980 seconds in timeout. Use them wisely. No pornography. I didn't pick any side. The guy's a fucking lunatic. I didn't pick any side. I just talked about the direction, the anticipation. And this is what people are looking for. There's going to be volatility. Oh, G Willie, guys, with Genius in the house talking about there's going to be volatility in the Fed. Did you start trading last month or something? Teach me something we don't know, man. All right. But seriously, though, I should hand this guy a microphone. Tell me more about the market responding to the FOMC decision. I, too, remember my first month of trading. All right. So this is how you need to understand. It's the participant's assessment and the forward outlook that caused the market to crash. Previous to this December 18th release, the November release did not have a split camp here. The December, if you look at the previous dot plots, November, September, October, November, the majority of the participants believed lower for longer was the case. Majority of them were parking right there. But after the election, you can see 7 people here and 7 people here changed drastically. It wasn't just a quarter of a point. There were people that believed 3 and 2.75 shifted their policy from 275 to 375. There were people that made a drastic decision when economic data didn't change over that time. Nothing changed to make somebody want to think completely drastically. It was when Trump won the election that they decided the policy was no longer needed, whether they were just padding the numbers to make the market look good for the Dems, or whether they believe in a Trump era administration, we don't need a lower rate cut to a lower rate, because the market's going to heal itself under Trump's policies. Now, if you believe the corruption story, people were batting for the Dems, or you believe that just the drastic shift had to do with the new administration, that's the less tinfoil hat theory. And it does make sense because Trump tends to create a bullish market, which creates more competition and less inflation. And in that particular sense, the Fed doesn't need to control rates that tightly. See,
but hey guys, there's going to be volatility because of the Fed meeting. Let me teach you some trading, guys.
I'm 20 steps ahead of the meeting, which is why you come here to listen and learn that stuff. You think it's going to be volatility in the Fed? Like I said, that's exactly right. What course did you buy that taught you that? It's really smart. I love when smart people come in here and teach us something we don't know. So anyways, it sounds like you got liquidated. Go look at historical price action and realize what I said is completely true. I'm just mad and frustrated and nobody's buying my indicators. Oh, this is the guy that came back. Hold on. With a new account. Oh, I know who this is. This is, I know exactly. Hey, I know who you are. I know who you are, buddy. Oh, no, no, our stream is quadrupled and our business has doubled in size in the last month. Like literally doubled in size in a month. It's incredible how quick we grew. This is our biggest month we've ever had of growth rate. Rocket Seer doubled in size. It's incredible. You know how I know? You know how I know who it is? You know how I know who it is? Watch this. Ready? Here's how I know who it is. It's a YouTube streamer. Because the minute their stream ends, they come in here. I know exactly who it is. And you know how I know who it is? Because we go from 268 viewers to 278 viewers. It's somebody that has like 30 people that watch their stream, and when their stream ends, they like to come over here. A handful of them do. No, it's not Pat. No, it's not Pat. Pat's chill. When their stream ends, our numbers grow. It's a YouTube streamer. It's a struggling YouTuber that sells indicators to people. And they love to come over here when their stream ends on their fake accounts. Because I know that. You know why? Because they only have 50 people that watch them. And we get like, you know, their mods, which is like 10 to 15 people show up the minute they're done streaming. I know who it is. And nobody else does. That's the funny thing. And they wish they did. They wish people knew who they were. But the thing is they don't understand the complexity of what they dealt with. There's a reason nobody knows who they are. There you go. We're focusing on Fed coming out in 1 hour. We're waiting for this. 1 hour. Okay, FOMC. Here's the participants' assessment. You guys have to realize FOMC is not going to have any kind of change. FOMC is going to have likely 99.5% chance of the same rates. What you guys are looking for is to get 3 or 4 steps ahead. What's important is the dot plot. And guys, if you guys are just tuning in, this is the education that I gave out last time when we had the FOMC. So if you look at previous, this comes out with the release. This comes out at 2 p.m. Eastern on FOMC day. What happens that you get when these dot plots are released, they show each participant has a vote or a position of what they want to see in each year going by. We have 2024, 2025, 2026, and 2027. The reason the FOMC crashed last time is this particular thing. If you look at what the dot plot looked at prior, I'm just repeating what I said, you can see how the majority of participants are kind of like clustered in a little bell curve, right? The majority, the mean agrees with where we need to be. 4 to 4 1/4 is what people think in 2024. We got that. 2025, the majority of participants believe that 3.5 to 3 3/4 or 3 3/4 to 4 is where we need to be as well. The distance between here and here is 50 basis points. Yeah, don't let the market do what it's going to do. I'm not touching this till the FOMC. I'm not in any trade. I'm not doing anything right now. So here, the interesting thing that happened after the election is that a lot of people split in the two camps. Does everybody look on my screen? Type yes if you see this, everyone on the screen. See how people are clustered in what they agree to? You see how there's kind of a cluster? For 2027, in the longer run, it split into two camps. Does everybody see this? This is what made the market crash. It wasn't the announcement. It was the idea that after Trump won the election, the next Fed meeting, there were people here that believed we needed to be lower, right? And this right here, these people were not here. They were down here. The cluster was about 3%. And after the election, like 7 people decided that we needed to be here and here. Sorry, we thought 3% was appropriate, but now Trump is president, about 4%. This drastic change and the idea that FOMC is split into two camps, the sub 3 and the greater than 3 camp, is what caused the overreaction. This was such a drastic change when half of the participants believed that we needed no change after 2026. This wasn't what we had before. Does this make sense, you guys? Federal aid freeze right now. Holy shit. Look at that. Well, I felt really good to sit out of this one today. That's good. All right. Financial juice. What do you got? I got no position on the table, boys. We chilling on this one. By the way, I'm getting a $15,000 payout from Tradeify in 5 days as long as I don't fuck up these accounts. My first $15,000 from them. I'm gonna milk them for as long as I can until Brett promotes me to the live account. But we'll play with it with you guys. So here's the news today. Tightening curves on NVIDIA China sales. Trump officials tightening curves on NVIDIA China sales. Boy, NVIDIA hated that news, didn't it? Let's watch NVIDIA collapse on this. And that just yanked the Nasdaq down with it. This is what I'm saying. You guys, you cannot sleep in a Trump market. Only emotional capital. So ideally today at 1 o'clock, what's going to happen is you're going to get the FOMC is not going to make any kind of change. This is normally where I like to long the market, though. Do I? God, dare I? At DD band, God, should I? Should I? Like, should I? Like, dare I? I know this is risky. This is so fucking risky. Like, dare I? Do I? I'll risk $600 on this one to make 12. I love DD band trades. I was waiting for FOMC to dump us there. Whatever. I'm just gonna waste money, you guys. Nobody do what I'm doing. This is goofy. But I always have to take the long there. That's just my setup. I have to take it. I have to take it. Ian took a long. You guys got balls, man. Y'all got bigger balls than I do. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Man, y'all get some like wearing my pajamas today. I know I'm not giving you guys like a sexy version of myself, but it's Fed day. I gotta wear my pajamas. I mean, let's just throw some money away. Why not? This is an NVIDIA thing. This is silly. We're going to get right back to there, and let's just take the long on the way back up. Let's go. Nobody do what I'm doing. Please don't copy my trades. Oh, my God, please. Where are you guys coming from? There's like 100 people stepped in the last couple minutes. Where you guys coming from, you new folks? Where'd you guys come from? Indonesia? Not where you're from in the world. Why'd y'all come in the stream right now? Were you guys watching somebody else? I'm the only one live right now? Ayo. Turns out you are. Well, I'll take the... hold on. I'll just take the free money back to the retrace. Let's go. $600. Whatever. Screw it. I don't want to do anything. I'm scared of the market. It's the beard, baby. I've got the sweetest looking Frenchman's beard, you know, that you ever... Easy peasy. All right. Hit that shit and run. Hit and fucking run. Hit it and run it. Ooh. Where are you guys coming from? FOMC rates come out in 53 minutes. So here's what we're going to do with the FOMC. Listen. So here's the probability of these. So this is the DD band trade. Remember all morning I said I'd like to take that dip? Remember what I said was I'd like to long 2 micros into the event and then hit it with 2 minis at the bottom. I hit it with 2 minis in the bottom. That was a free $600. All right, just a retrace. That's all I cared about. Did you know these bands on my screen, these green bands, okay? This algorithmic, it's based on the margin requirements. Did you know that 88% of days close inside of these bands? 8% of days close below and 4% of days close above. When this ratio is greater than half, a long from here with a 10-point stop produces a profit 90% of the time. 88% of the time. Sorry. Well, plus 4 is 92. I like to do my math a little bit better. 92. 92% trade is free $600. Can I give analysis in Bitcoin, Ethereum too? No, I don't know anything about crypto. Hit and run. Trying to watch FOMC live. We're here, baby. We'll cover for you. Listen, FOMC, you got to get 10 steps ahead. The FOMC is going to have no rate cut. The market's not going to care about that. The market is going to care like they did last time. Remember, 92% chance that trade would have made money. I just traded to the retrace. I'm out for Fed. I don't fuck with crypto. I'm a little wuss when it comes to cryptos. That's a pretty simple trade. That was a gimme. That's free $600 free. All right, so here, what you guys care about, you degens. I'm going to teach you something against your will. You like my beard? It's really Jay, but will there be volatility? Guys, let me tell you a story. There's going to be volatility into the Fed. But jokes aside, what matters is the future outlook. Everybody knows right now there's a 95% chance, 99.5% chance that there is no rate change. Fed Fund Watch, if you guys are Fed Watch from here. This, you guys want the chart? CME Fed Watch, you're welcome. Use that all the time. You can see the probabilities. Anything that's 97% or higher is accurately priced in. But what people don't know is where it's going to be in the future. So you need to kind of pay attention to this. This is my tweet. Last month, I wrote this thing in this tweet. Here's what I wrote. Warning, the FOMC is split. This is a problem. The dot plot shows a less aggressive rate cut schedule than last year's perspective. Firstly, a freeze on cuts beyond 50 basis points next year and stable for 2 years. Freeze. Then long term, there are two camps as half think nothing needs to happen. The other half think possible light cuts. Disagreement can lead to slow change, and Wall Street did not like hearing that. The splitting of the committee members that were all uniformly, for the most part, agreeing that lower for longer. That was the trajectory. Again, the trajectory was the mean was also the median. The middle was the average, which means a nice clean bell curve. Most people believed it was here, then here, then here, then here, like you see. But we had a lot of people change their mind on the 3 to 4 year outlook once Trump got elected. More people jumped to that side than here. The split is what caused the market to crash. See, I tell you guys, you learn something in here every once in a while. The result will be a pause in the interest rate. No, it's more likely the idea that people don't know what they want. It's a split camp. It's very hard to get gradual change when people are so polarized one way or the other. Welcome to politics, you degens. You understand that? Gradual change is hard when people are split in two different camps. The idea that there's dissent means there's no agreement. There's agreement will give gradual change. So Powell's words today in the press conference are going to be very much aiming for two things you guys want to ask yourself. Number one, and we're going to listen, so stay here, we'll listen to it live. Number one is when is the first of the two rate cuts this year? If it's January, February, if it's the start of the month, start of the year, market's going to be very bullish at the press conference. It's 30 minutes after the announcement, so 2:30. Number two is the amount. If the amount is any more than 2, greater than or less than 2, this is what you're looking for. Greater than 2, market crashes less, market rallies less than 2 market crashes. When? If it's early in the year, we're going to price it in quicker. If it's quarter 2 or later, market's not going to care. Maybe sell. So you want to hear Powell talk about sooner or more cuts to present a bullish response. The market is already extremely volatile right now. The VVIX is already very high, and we're above the contango midpoint in VIX futures. These words might not mean anything to you. It's okay. It just means the market's going to be hypersensitive to the catalyst. This is going to not be a tiny little Fed day. Okay. This is going to be a Fed day. It's going to, in lack of better words, fuck you up. It's going to fuck you really hard and not call you back after your first date. You know what I mean? You'll get fucked very hard. You're going to be forked sideways. That's the way to do it. So just be careful today, guys. It's not going to be a very clean Fed day. You're behind a first date. It's everyone's favorite kind of first date. But, you know, like we always say, date it, don't marry it. You know what I mean? Don't fall in love at the strip club. Okay? This is just, she doesn't love you, bro. You may think she does, she doesn't. Can you give some point of view for long and short term about Nasdaq and other DeepSeek? DeepSeek is not going to collapse the stock market. It might collapse NVIDIA. NVIDIA is a big portion of the stock market. But because of the dependency on market cap weighted indices, the best part about the index being market cap weighted is that a stock that's very heavy market cap weighting, right? Let's just draw NVIDIA here according to other stocks 1, 2, and 3. So when the weighting is like this and NVIDIA collapses, right? The stock market collapses or the index collapses. Okay, QQQ. What about NASDAQ? And then the next day, NVIDIA has a much smaller market cap relative to the rest of them. So it has less of an impact. So as NVIDIA collapses, stock market collapses. NVIDIA collapses, stock market collapses a little more. NVIDIA collapses, stock market collapses a little more. And NVIDIA collapses, stock market has no change. Because its market cap weighting becomes infinitesimally small. The smaller the market cap, the less impact it has on the index. They asymptotically, which means they just curve into a stability point. Where NVIDIA practically has zero market cap, the stock market doesn't fall to zero. It becomes less and less important. This is a collapse that's affecting just a few pieces of the tech sector. Unfortunately, it's affecting some of the largest stocks out there, which is why the Nasdaq is overreacting. However, the majority of the market cap don't give a shit about no DeepSeek, okay? So the idea that the stock market over-responded was because NVIDIA is such a huge part of it. But communications, maybe. Discretionary, maybe. Consumer staples, zero effect. Energy, zero effect. Financial, zero effect. Industrial, zero effect. Healthcare, zero effect. Material, zero effect. Utilities, zero effect. Real estate, absolutely zero effect. It's like the market doesn't care, and it's very well evenly distributed. The net sum of the market cap is still 86% bullish, where I just circled on the screen. Stocks are still filling their gap and going. It's just NASDAQ that isn't. And that's because of the weight that NVIDIA has on it, right? So, all right, thanks for tuning in. If you guys are first time here, I'm the CEO of the Rock Scooter Company. We built this trading platform and app for retail traders. I have a chemical engineering degree. I became a full-time day trader. I started in 2010. I became full-time in 2015. Fun fact, I used to be a mod at Wall Street Bets 8 years ago. You guys love that website. I was one of the first mods around there. Also was a mod at Our Stock Market and Our Investing. I used to run Our Stock Market with 2 other guys on Reddit. I don't like to claim the Wall Street Bets. It was a complete shit show, but other mods, you know, ton of mods there. Fun fact, other mod at the time with myself was Martin Shkreli before he had his run-in with the law. So I knew that guy a little bit. But I was one of the less active mods, and there were like 30 of us at the time. But we started the Rock Scooter training platform. We launched it in 2022. We started building in 2020. We created positional risk analysis. I'm one of the more prominent educators in the YouTube space. Free to sub to the channel. If you guys come here, you're going to learn something. I do have a tenure in the trading world. I'm one of the first YouTube streamers there was. We disappeared for a while when I built the platform, but now that we're back. I competed in the Robbins Cup. I made it into the top 5 on the leaderboard where I got bored with the competition when no one else was trading. I just competed in another trading contest in October, a futures trading contest where I got first place with about 300 competitors there. I got a 400% gain and an 80% win rate. I'm now going to be competing in the Trading View Leap contest. I hope to win that. I'm a trading contest competitor in futures. I'm a global competition winner. So you guys want to learn something, you're welcome to stay here. We stream every day. Right now, I did an interview with Brett Simba and the Tradeify gang on Friday. Me and Jay Minks have a podcast we do together. So now I'm trading Tradeify accounts. This is day number 4. I'm almost halfway to the $9,000 profit target in almost all of them. So in about 6 more days, I'll be getting my first $15,000 from Tradeify, which is great. I started with them on Thursday. I just got a $15,000 payout from Elite Trader Funding. I'm doing this. You guys like, we have the best deals in town, trader funding programs. But I also never really traded these things until you guys liked watching it. I've always traded my real account. But, you know, being a prominent futures trader, if you don't jump on the bandwagon with all the kids, ain't nobody gonna watch us. So we do the fun stuff with you guys. Well, is my sentiment bullish? In general, I'm bullish this market. Yeah, we have an indicator that can help me out with that. So we can look at how the options are distributed in SPY, and I can tell you exactly what I think about the futures market. So pay close attention to this. I'm only go through it very quickly. In general, what you're looking for, where price is currently at today, this is forecasting through the end of April. Okay. And so through the end of April, all we got is this. If you get your little bull zones, like the bottom of these dark boxes are well below price, which it is, it's very bullish through April. I'm talking as bullish as it gets. If you see these light gray boxes dipping down like this, it's as bearish. It's as bear squeeze as it gets. Shorts are covering rapidly through April. The problem is we have a lot of noise now with the whole DeepSeek stuff. The market's kind of got its ass kicked for a little bit. So what we're doing is we're looking at the positional dynamics and changes in the options market to get clues of where futures are going to go. Problem is your bull zone is like choppy and all over the place, and your bear zone is like crazy like this. The fact that you have this one thing right here, this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trading days of increased shorting and selling pressure. And then roughly a week from now, the market gets clean and bullish. So we have like a week of just the market still kind of being emo to figure itself out. And we use the Rocket Scooters monthly maps to see that. That's the S&P. Now that's the better of the two. The QQQ is probably even worse. QQQ was extremely bullish after, the first week of February. So QQQ has hard bear limits right here at this resistance level. This is going to be really strong support this next week. Or resistance, sorry. So like QQQ is going to have a hard time bouncing through here until after that week. The subscription for Rockets, we actually have a deal going on right now for the tools. So what we do is positional risk analysis. It's different than technicals. We can produce high volume pivots very quickly on any stock, and I can prove to you like how we can do it. There's a fun game I like to play, especially if you're new here. Give me like your favorite stock or ETF, and I'll show you. This is monthly gamma exposure market makers for weekly and monthly options. These are bulls and bears positioned against the market makers, and we can show you where they are and find high volume pivots. You guys give me some stocks, I'll run it for you and show you some tricks. So here's how much it is. It's $199 a month, but we're having a deal right now. It's $100 for the first month for the platform, and we have a boot camp that we do to go with it. It's fantastic. We want you guys to check it out. There's a special going on where the first month is $100 and every month after is $159. So we've never really done anything like this, but we've lowered the price $40 a month forever. So if you do this link, it's $99 first month and then $159 each after. Which is $40 off for life. You can lock it in. Okay, so here's some tickers, right? What I'm going to tell you is this orange line, this blue line, and these bear and bull zones are 100% guaranteed volume spike if you touch them or trade through them. As you see off to the right, it's showing you the direction of the flow based on options. Here's Tesla. You can use it for futures. You can use it for anything. Tesla, if you break through the orange, here's the volume spike of the orange. Let me make this bigger for you guys. Gonna get fed in about 40 minutes. We're going to chill on this one. But Tesla has pressure right here. And as you see, as we're interacting with it, there's volume that appears. And then as you break through the other side, it creates a gamma event. As you see right here, breaking through orange. Oh, hold on, wait. Breaking through orange is a gamma event over here. So there's the flow is shown in a little path. The algorithm puts it right here to show you the path. This basically says you expect it to hold. Open, orange, open is that V-shaped trade. And that's the trade you had at the start of the day. Open, orange, open. That's it. That's the trade. That's the green. if you lose the orange, it gets pretty drastic. So, you know, you would see that losing the orange is bad, as you see. Okay, so Tesla's pretty good, right? Let me show you guys some other stuff. What is it? ABGO? All right. Super quick, all algorithmic. This data is printed. 100% of this data is printed within 2 minutes of market open, and it doesn't change. So ABGO, below this blue, there is no actionable trade plan. There's no flow here that's predictable. The market's unusual and behaves weird, and ABGO doesn't have anything. If you broke through the blue, it can trade to orange, but they're at the same spot, so there was no setup today. All right, next one. SOUN. There's no map on this one. It doesn't have options, enough options to create a map. SPCE. SPE is in the same, SPCE is in the same boat. It's in the no-fly zone. There's no flow. And as you see, it's done nothing. Okay. Rig. Ooh, you guys are trading Transocean. Transocean, the flow path is down. It's not interacting with either of the lines, but orange to blue is the flow path. Orange to blue is the flow path. There's no bullishness in this one. Pretty cool, right? Baba. Baba does not have, we don't have options on Baba to create a map, so unfortunately. Give me some more. There's some more out there. GU, yeah. I don't think we have that. NVIDIA. NVIDIA has no setup. That's the best part of NVIDIA. It shows there's bull pressure, but there isn't bull pressure until one of three places. Number one is bull zone bottom. There's bull pressure only from there. Second one is from orange. There's bull pressure from there. Anything between here and here, there's nothing. So this is showing that NVIDIA has strong bull pivots. If it was there, it would go that way. If it was here, it would go this way. Anywhere in between, inside of here, no action. I only trade from the tip of the arrow to the tail. So NVIDIA has no call today. There's nothing. It's just floating in no man's land. Netflix. You guys like this? Okay. Now, of course, all the stocks are kind of got in a weird situation. But Netflix will show you when you pass through monthly hedge pressure, it's the gamma exposure of market makers. This is one of the highest volume pivots you can predict. And as you see, it was higher volume than the open. Hedge pressure is gnarly when you break it. It predicts where volume will be based on options. And so, for example, there was pressure from blue to orange, and you got the blue to orange trade. It took place twice. And then below here, again, there's no predictable flow path. So it's avoid the market. Pretty cool, right? And so I wouldn't be doing anything down in here. I wouldn't be trying to bag hold this. It does. We might not have options for it, Matt. So it doesn't mean it doesn't have options. Baba's isn't it traded on Chinese exchanges though, right? It's not traded in US exchanges, right? Is it NYSE? Oh, it is NYSE. Okay. It actually has, we actually have a preset ticker list that we look at. And certain stocks that we've pulled in data from, sometimes we don't pull in all the stocks because nobody's asked for it. So we have this like dynamic ticker list that actually adds tickers to the list as people search for them. And we pull the data once a morning. So either A, it's not on the list, or B, like nobody's ever searched for it, or C, it doesn't have enough integrity for the market to actually create, or our algorithm to create a good set. So if the data doesn't come through and there's not like a plentiful amount or a good distribution to create a map, we actually have an integrity check that doesn't create one. So the idea is if the data is not good enough, it doesn't have enough options or the right distribution of options to create a prominent flow path. So one of the better part of it is that it's one of those three scenarios. Either doesn't have options or we don't have good enough options to really get a good one for it. Yeah. Act. Yeah. So basically what I'm telling you is that we reduce the entirety of, let's see, like Act doesn't have no data found. We didn't pull data for that one. So sometimes some of the smaller tickers or ones that aren't pulled so much, we don't have a really solid map. We don't create one. So BA, open here, hit the blue. Right when it hit the blue, there's your volume spike. Right here, when it fell right through, there's your secondary volume. And when it hits the blue and falls, it falls really hard. And as you see, it fell really hard. Right? This is the path. This is a very drastic fall. Pretty cool, right? You guys didn't know you can do this. We pioneered this entire field of gamma exposure study. As you see Uber, as Uber breaks through the orange, it's extremely gnarly. Look even right here at the orange. Look at there's where the volume was in Uber. You see that? This is the key level, the orange. This is monthly gamma exposure of options market makers for Uber. MSTR is not on our list. We don't actually, one of the ones that we don't have on our list, but we need to make sure we add stuff going forward in the future. So some of them will have something. This doesn't have a map either. So one of our new projects is to expand our ticker list. We have NYSE and NASDAQ major stocks, and all these extra ones, we're going to actually change our platform to be able to pull in more data. So some of them, we just don't have them on the list. Can I have multiple charts in your software? Yes, you can. Look, I popped them out like this. Just click this button. Pops out a new chart, and you can line them up on your page. So an example that we tell people is that, like, if I'm trading NVIDIA, all that I trade on is like, there's only certain pivots I care about, right? I care about where high volume is going to be. I can predict volume is going to be there. It's going to be here, and it's going to be here. Anything in between is hard to predict and not actionable. Jesus Christ, if you use more than one question mark in a question, I'm literally going to put you into a cannon and fucking fire you into the sun. That you calm yourself down. You're too hot. I will do that to cool you off. That's hotter than you. That's cooler than you are. Jesus Christ. You like when I quote Futurama, right? I always tell people I'm going to fire him from a cannon into the sun. Okay. Jesus Louises. Are you interested in releasing these tools on a platform that's 2 million registered users? No. We can't. No platform can handle our application. Unless we create an API to allow you to WebSocket the data into your own platform. Unfortunately, the idea is, I mean, we could create an API with the larger company to do so. Our platform and our infrastructure has to do all the calculations. So if you guys have a technology company that has a platform that we can actually tunnel the users into via WebSocket, I can create that API for you. But we need to create a special contract to be able to distribute the data outward, and we'd have to run your entitlement system for the options data. If you understand the words I'm talking about, then you'll get it. But we're not interested in reaching a network of 2 million people. But we can't actually like put our indicators in a trading view or in a Thinkorswim because they don't allow third-party WebSocket connections, but we could. Does it show unusual flow and the gamma increase in 0 DTE? Ali, yes. The 0 DTE is this blue one. It's wrapped up in the blue number. And the zones, 100%. Would you deep seek your tools to showcase? I don't think I'd deep seek anything. What's the benefit of using this over another website like Bar Chart or Unusual Flow? Nobody does what we do. Our algorithm's a lot different. Let me explain the difference between us and any kind of unusual flow. Unusual flow will tell you flow is happening. We'll predict it at the start of the day because we have a special algorithm that I'll show you what it does. As you see, do you see right here? The flash card draws a bounce on the blue line, the S&P. Do you see where I long at the S&P and took that trade earlier? Do you see the high volume at exactly that level? We can predict volume pivots at the start of the day before they happen. We actually predict the volume profile before it happens. Tomorrow's high volume profile, high volume nodes in the S&P are going to be right here. And we drew them at 9:30 today. So if you use volume profiles ever, you'll realize when I actually tell you mathematically, we actually predicted where volume profile, high volume nodes will be tomorrow. So tomorrow's high volume node at S&P is going to be at 600. And we showed you that today because that's what will be the pivoting there. So what we do is what we actually, and nobody else does this, but we get the raw options data feed, all the options from Opera. Just quickly, it's what we do. We take all of that data in Opera, and we run this through an algorithm that basically looks for data inside of the options trades, every options trade that exists, right? And we look at this, and this is useful for futures, trust me. We take the options data, we crunch all the numbers, we look at just options that we believe belong to market makers. So we pluck out just some of the options that we believe belong to risk neutral trades, and we have ways to find that. I created the process to do that. People don't do this. Gamma exposure models use all the options and all the open interests. They're like open interest heat maps. It's a very elementary way to do this. We have an army of server computers analyzing the data, real-time options trades of every option that exists on that list. So we have like a whole army of computers crunching options data all along. And so in that server, what it does is it takes the data that belongs to market makers. Here's all the options. It plucks out where that neutral positioning is. And then it finds where the bears and bulls are positioned against those neutral spots. And then from there, what we can actually do is create the highest probability of delta hedging. So the reason there's high volume there is because we found the delta hedging maximum of 0-day exposed options as well as monthly options. So we're a step ahead in the gamma exposure world. We actually pioneered a step ahead of everyone else because we can predict where the volume will be when other people will just show you after it happens. So that's different. The impact of FOMC in gold, I'm not really too sure. Some of the gold traders here might know. I don't really know much about gold, I'll be honest with you. So unusual flow will basically tell you, hey, there's unusual flow here as it's happening. And you were like, yeah, but Matt told me it would be there at 9:30. So you know that this is the unusual flow hotspot, but you know this here, right when the market opens. Unusual flow hotspot here and here, both of these are high volume pivots. So the idea is that you're a step ahead of the flow. We'll just alert you when it's happening. We'll tell you where it's going to happen at the place before it happens. And it feels very impressive. It's just like an understanding of options math. And, you know, I'm an engineer. It's not hard to do some math. I mean, the glasses didn't give it away. I'm a big fucking nerd. The idea is that options tell you someone's exposure to the market at a date and time in the future. So options are future looking. And my whole idea was I can use options to forecast where volume will be. And so the S&P, I'm only trading at places that matter. When the market dipped here, I longed for like a quick $600. From here to here, I take this trade. Everybody in class, Rocket Scooter, how often do I take this trade? From bear zone to bull zone. I just waited all day. I just tapped it. How often do I take this trade? Everybody here long enough. Every single time. Every single time. No matter what tanks it there and it moves it there. That is the 90% probable setup in any stock or ETF. That trade works 90% of the time. That trade got me first place in the last trading contest I did. That one trade. I had that trade so much. That is my bread and butter trade. Bear zone, bull zone. 90% chance. That's a 90% probability. Everyone says EST, which means every single time. Every single time. Every single time. Doesn't matter. That's like every time. So appreciate you guys being here, but don't forget to hit that like button on the stream. We have a lot of fun here at the Rocket Place. So I like to say I'm a big fan of all the people. If you guys came from watching another streamer or something, I'm a big fan of all those folks on YouTube. I'm one of the earlier YouTubers. So there's a lot of really good traders out there, a lot of really good YouTubers. I love them all. But if you guys want to learn something while you're trading, you want me to teach you something unique, volume prediction is what I specialize in. I only trade where it matters. All day on NVIDIA, because NVIDIA has no actionable pivots. I have no real idea where the S&P or NASDAQ is going to support. So and NVIDIA is yanking everything down. I've been somewhat standoffish for the majority of the later part of the morning. Right, so I use this to help me figure out what the market's going to do. So today I'm trading futures. I'm trying to trade NASDAQ and S&P. I'm watching my pivots in all of them. Right now, NASDAQ is in no man's land. But every single time trade is something I always take from here to here and I get out of the way. Anywhere here, no action, no action, no action, no action. I'll take this long all day long. No action, no action, no action, no action. So I basically can cherry pick only areas that matter. And I trade a very high probable setup. So my win rate's 80%. And that's backed. I post my broker statements or my performance statements when I do anything on Twitter. I'll show you guys just something. I'm not making it up. I'm very particular when I trade. I don't trade every single thing I touch. I don't trade everything. That contest that I did, this was the performance of it when I got first place. As a month long, 1,500 trades, 80% win rate right here. This is the performance curve. I run about 80% in 1,500 trades. That's normal. 70, 80% is my actual win rate. I don't trade a lot. That's the difference to me and everyone else. but I trade consistent. My drawdowns are managed very well. Like I walk into trader funding program. I went to ETF within a month. I had $15,000 payout. I walked into Tradeify within 8 days, 10 days. I'm gonna have $15,000 payout. So like, it's not because I guessed the market right. I guess it just as wrong as anyone else. But it's because I manage my positions well and I don't enter at the wrong spots. I'm not trying to bet on up or down. I'm waiting. The reason I wait, I get the long that I want. Just put some money in my pocket. I have pivots I trade off of, and I trade off my own things. That's it. We goof around, but we're really serious traders here. I like to say in general, I'm probably, of all the YouTubers, and I say this in a friendly manner because I love them all. I'm definitely probably would win a contest against any of them. Probably any two of them put together, to be honest. And they're all my friends, and I'm not throwing shade. They're all good. They're all pretty good. I'm just really good. You know what I'm saying? That'd be like, you know, LeBron and Kobe trying to say who's better. You know, there's one that's clearly a lot better. Let's have that debate. No, but seriously. But I like to say that I trade very I'm a very special case because I have an actual exploit. It's not traditionally what people do. So an exploit allows me to trade under certain conditions with a high probability of success. Doesn't mean that you'll have the success, but it means I have a specific application I do. It's boring for a lot of people, but it's not boring for me to be consistent. I like being consistent this day and age. So just subscribe rather than spending time on Top Step TV and learning zero. You're learning a lot from me. Great work. I'll see you more often. Oh, thanks, buddy. We really appreciate it. So our community, we have about 10,000 10,000 Rocket Scooter user accounts. We're actually pretty big, and they're all futures traders. We have roughly 6,000 people, active users in our Discord. So we're actually very big. We're just like, you know, kind of like that little hidden gem out there. But we're a very strong educational community. We love to teach. Our boot camp, if you guys want to learn everything we do, it's a 20-day boot camp. It's $1 a day. We don't do it to sell it to make money. I'd invite you guys to come to this. We're doing the boot camp today right after FOMC at 3:30. We start our next class. If you guys just want to get a taste of what we do, I promise you this. You get a you get a refund after 3 days if you hate it. It's supposed to be we have 10,000 active Rocket Scooter accounts. 10,000. That's how many people have bought the platform. Subscribers are lifetime, yeah. This is how many people have used how many different unique accounts have used the platform? 10,000 in the 2 years that we've launched, since we launched. $20 is the courses. So I just posted a link for the courses. Every day there's about an hour-long boot camp where we train on a different topic. Today we're going to be training, today's class is going to be on the DD ratio and the DD band. This green line, that's today's class. And it's $1 per class. If you guys ever want to take out some futures trading classes, I teach you guys how to game the system in trader funding programs. Who here does a trader funding program? I can teach you tricks on how to game their system against them. I can teach you how to DCA when there's no DCA rule. I can teach you stuff you didn't know you can do in trader funding world. We teach that stuff in our boot camp. I smile when I say it, but we give you, the casino has reasons they do stuff. We teach you how to work around it and still get your payouts. It's pretty neat. It's a futures themed class. It's about 20 days long, and you get to the end, you start over. And we don't sell our workshop. It was free. If you were a member of the platform, it's free. If you bought our platform, it's free. It's just a perk of being a member of Rocket Scooter. We train you for free. We have a huge community of people that teach and help build these tools and these probabilities, and we teach you guys. And we open up the class for people that just said they want to take it during Black Friday. And we were going to make it free, but we actually decided to charge due to the perception of value effect, which basically means if it was free, you wouldn't take it seriously and you wouldn't show up. But if you paid something for it, you'd show up and put the effort in. And so we decided to make it as cheap as possible to make it $1 per class. And so all that money goes into the platform development. We have 20 employees for the company, you know. So the platform is $99 for the first month and $159 every month after. And it comes with all the tools and all the upgrades come free. It's $199 a month otherwise. So that's a huge special. We're doing that till end of February. So literally you can lock in $159 forever. As like the grandfather rate as we're celebrating our new like boot camp that we've done. So yes, Lulu. So the majority of our folks here trade futures. So like I would say 90 95% of our user base are all futures traders. Probably the largest futures trading community on the paid side there is as far as active members go. Like I say, we have about 6,000 active members in our Discord. We're a huge user base. Faucet, yo, Lime, will I buy again? No, not this close to Fed, man. 18 minutes till the good stuff comes out. Yeah. So on ES, like I'm using SPY to read the data. So we have two different sets of tools, right? So I click on futures. This is S&P futures right now. Okay. I have a couple of key pivots on S&P, and these are actual probabilities from our back test. 88% of days will close in between these bands for the S&P. 8% of days will close below. 4% of days will close above. 90% of days will stay on this side of the orange. 10% of days will stay on that side of the orange. These are actual statistical back tests. So probabilistically, you have two really good setups if you do the number. Number one is too long from here back up, which I did. High probability. Or if it breaks through here, I'll chase the long. So today on FOMC, I've got two really good setups. Either A, I'm chasing along on 60.75, break and support. Or B, I'm buying a dip from here to the next resistance, getting out and waiting for the test. So my only action points today are 60.75 and 60.49. I'm going to write this on here so that you can see exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not making this up. 60.49 and 60.75. Very accurate, and these are all algorithmically done, by the way. These green ones are printed on your charts automatically. They're based on margin requirements. It's a CME exploit. We exploit CME span, which is the calculation that makes margin requirements. We actually create an indicator out of it. It's so fucking good at what it does. It is a perfect high volume pivot. Like I say, I long that every single time, and I hit that pretty hard when the stocks are bullish. It's such a high quality pivot. On the side here, I'm watching SPY to give me extra clues to my futures, what options are doing. As you see, SPY has its 0-day or near-term options, weekly options with flow pressure as the algorithm shows. And futures has a pivot there. Independent high volume pivots. This is 80% chance and 20% chance. 80% this way, 20% that way. So when you pair the 88 plus 4, 92% of days close above that lower green and 80% of days close above the blue. Boy, oh boy, when a market dipped to that, you saw happy again. I just jumped in and jumped out. It was worth 600 bucks. Again, I'm only trading with the flow path, but these are the odds. And these backtest numbers are actually put together by the members. I don't even do the conducting backtest. There's a committee of people that volunteer to put these numbers together. So it's not like the Matt show here. It's like users of the platform, the ones that come up with these numbers. It's kind of neat. It's 99 bucks for the first month to try out the platform. Easy. Yeah. Like I said, it's a huge, you guys will find the biggest futures community, period. And it's not a bunch of nonsense. These are all serious traders here. There's a link. So like our Discord's not like a bunch of memes and shitheads and kids. It's all people that are willing to learn or trying to learn or taking it serious. A lot of pro traders, full-time traders, millionaire traders, struggling traders, got the whole mix. The levels are pre-computed. Can you automate your entries and exits? I could. I very much could. I can't for you because of my exchange agreements don't allow me to automate trading. I have my agreements with futures exchanges do not allow me to do automated trading. So for you guys, I could for me, but I couldn't for you. I couldn't create automation of this for you. The CME group is very strict on this. You have to go through certain application process to allow yourself to do automated trading or to allow you to program yourself to do automated trading. Or else I'd love to, man. I'd love to let people, the idea down the road is to give you the ability to do it yourself. But it comes into your gray area because I provide indicators and I also provide the ability for you to automate. They may have a problem with that. So I'd have to really ask them if we take that route. New York and NASDAQ don't care. They don't care about any of that. But the futures world is very strict on automation. That's why Thinkorswim doesn't allow you to automate trading. They're in the same boat as I. They don't go. You can go through hurdles to open the doors for that, but we're in the boat with them as we chose not to. Thoughts on SPY for FOMC? it's going to be extremely volatile, very extremely volatile. As a matter of fact, I think we're going to blast out very quickly based on the distribution of the dot plot. I think that the FOMC is going to be very strong, strong diverting this market one way or the other. The majority of people think lower for longer than the market's going up. If the majority of people are where they are, or they don't think that we need to go lower than 2 basis points this year and maybe 4 total for next year, then I think the market's going to fall pretty hard. We need some good news to throw out this volatility, and there's going to be no change. There's no rate cut coming today. Hopefully Powell will say the first one will come before the summer. If he says Q2 or later, the market's going to sell. If he says Q1, the market's probably going to rally. If he says 3 rate cuts or more, the market's going to rally. If he says 2 rate cuts, it's expected the market's not going to care. It's priced in. So that's what's going to happen. And probably very volatile, I would say. As the expert that came in here said, he's still in timeout, poor guy. But here's what's neat is that, you know, that was him when he stopped the stream and then he just went back to streaming, which was here. His 15 people went back with him. Bless his heart though, he's trying. He's been trying for a decade. One of these years he'll have 50 people watching him. One of these years he'll get there. Bless his heart. I'm rooting for him, even though he comes in here and trolls us every day. I would too, though, if I lived in a huge shadow. I wouldn't feel. I know I'd understand the feeling, but again, like we're cool. We're cool here to everybody. All right, so these are the key pivots today: 60.49, 60.75. I'm extremely bullish this market, but I do think the Fed is too dangerous to take a bet on. So the thing is I'd like to have bought right here to trade there. I was waiting for Fed to do this. I very much am going to be like the biggest wuss you know and probably not take a trade unless we punch through 75 with some force. What does he trade? The troll? No, that's a futures trader, my friends. A futures trader. But like I say, it's hard watching somebody be 10 times bigger than you in the same time slot. But I always say people like watching me because I show my results and I show historic statements and historic stuff. And I just tell people in this world, you want to become a trading influencer, the easiest way to become extremely huge is just show how fucking good you are at it. That's it. There's no sales technique here. You just show people what you do. If you're good, people will watch. It's just so incredible how people don't watch somebody and it's because they're not any good or they don't have anything to offer, anything to teach. There's no value there. People will go where there's value. I show the history of my performance. You guys watch me win a trading contest. You watch me slug it out and sweat it out. I'm about to do the Trading View contest. There was like almost 10,000 people last time. So if I make it in the top 10 in Trading View, I want you guys to I'll tell your friends to come check out the stream. Let's see if I can win that one. I probably won't, but maybe. I'm very competitive. I'm very serious when it comes to contests. I always tell people, they're like, how did you grow as a trader? Well, I said, I don't know. I'm just good. People liked it. I don't know. But I've learned that people grow really quick when they're good. Like if you don't grow, it's because you're not good. It's like if somebody were to show me I make $1 million a year, check out my tax statement, check out my burger statement, I would watch them. I personally would watch every stream they do. I would study them. Like I personally would buy their service. It's the craziest thing, isn't it? It's so crazy. 100%. So I feel like people that are good will naturally grow. If you're good, you'll naturally grow. My following grows with my portfolio. Yeah. Do you think MHP upside breaker in NQ? Glenn, I am thinking that, but I don't want to bet that. I really am scared because of the state of the volatility right now. That in NASDAQ, we have that same particular setup, right? Is that I do think that the Fed's first response is probably, it might do this. I don't know if I want to be in a position for that unless I just want to throw like a couple micros at the gamble, but QQQ's breakpoint is roughly going to be 520, as you guys know, on the upside. 520 up. And anything below here is outside of DD bands irrational. So while there is a 514 bounce, I don't really have a trade off of it. Actually, maybe I do. I could do a small long off of that. Yeah. So 520 break, 514 bounce. The volatility is there that we could hit 6 points in Q. That's roughly 240 points in NASDAQ futures. So Did I see that dip? Well, yeah, that was Trump talking about tightening some Nvidia sales in China. So I took the long off of that dip and closed out when we retraced back up. It's aliens. It's always aliens, dude. Always. All right. So you guys hang tight. Thanks for tuning into the show, by the way. We're here live every single morning at 9:30. Actually, we start at 8:30 now. We start an hour early. If you guys want to come to the best futures trading bootcamp you can, I promise. Everybody click that link and sign up. I promise you, $20. It's literally there just for you to check it out. The platform is $100 to try. It's really cool. Money back within 3 days. Our bootcamp, you can read the reviews. I'm going to tell you guys, small sales pitch and plug. I have to tell y'all, we're very proud of our bootcamp. These are actual customers and their reviews from the website it's on. People call it mind-blowing concepts. Education is excellent. Wish the writing on the screen was more legible. Microwave, you're hilarious. I know. I got my tablet working though, so we're gonna be back to that. Trading has drastically changed your trading for the better. That's really sweet. I don't tell these people to write this stuff. They just come in and leave it there. Yeah, so it's really amazing. Teacher provides high-level instruction. Completely changed. Oh, I just read that one. An awesome approach to how to learn to train consistently on your own. Software gives a true edge. Top-notch. User base is clean and responsive. Great people, great platform. The strongest fundamentals, most reliable indicators in the space, no doubt. It's the only tool that has ever worked for them personally. They've been trading for 2 years. So again, this shouldn't entice you to buy anything. These are real reviews. Please don't use this to like make it this, but this is what people from the stream or users really say. And so the content is mind blowing. I mean, it's all. I found Matt by complete accident. My first thought, here we go, another guru selling something. This is Disco 6115 a couple days ago. After years of playing around in trades, I finally found why a trade should be made and what risk should be. I finally consistent, having more confidence in why I'm trading and able to sit down with no FOMO. I can't say enough good things about the platform, class, insight. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. I'm glad you're having fun. And these are people, this is what they bought. This is like actual customer when they read the review and what they bought. So this isn't like me telling my friends to write something. These are people you see on Discord. So you guys are welcome to check out the classes. It's $1 per class. We don't want to sell a boot camp for $1,000. I think that's ridiculous. The gurus try to make money selling courses. Education should be affordable. It should be free. It's as free as it can get for you to take it seriously. So you guys want to check it out? The bootcamp requires the use of the software. It doesn't, but if the bootcamp does teach a lot around the software. Most of the concepts don't require our software, with the exception of the ones that do, which is about half of the tools. The other half are manual. You can do it yourself. But the concepts are really strong. And the bootcamp alone will help you understand the stream by itself. What's up, Blake? Thank you, bro. I appreciate seeing you here, man. Confidence made you want to sub and watch. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. You've always wondered why I always taught for free. It was always part, the platform is important to us. It's very big on my heart to create something new, something novel, of course, that people don't have the ability to analyze complex options stuff in real time. It's very hard to do because you need very fast computers and very heavy data feeds to do that. And so to bring this kind of exposure analysis to traders is to me, it's the modern day. The modern day technology is looking at order flow, volume prediction. We're like basically in the camp of flow, order flow. We're in that camp of analyzing order flow in real time, but we're in the volume prediction camp. So that's like where we've branched off and we're kind of leading the pack there. Saying like, this is where volume will be. Before, like writing a line and saying this is exactly where volume will be. This is an exploit of margin requirements, believe it or not. Tells me there's going to be volume there. How did you know margin requirements were such an important number? There's, because I've read every single patent the CME group ever put out. I mean, this is what happens when, the most nerdy math guy that sits down in front of the market. I mean, CME literally hands you indicators on a silver platter. So there's a data fee as well. For equities, you have delayed data is free. Equities real-time candle data is $10 a month. Futures real-time candle data is $11 a month, I believe. That you buy from your futures broker. If you have a CQG compatible futures broker, which is all of them but Tradevate, You get your CQT login, you connect your futures to the Rocket Scooter platform, and you can actually trade your brokerage account. This is my AMP account right here. So I could trade my real AMP account here. Since Tradeovate doesn't work with anything else but Tradeovate, and possibly in Trading View under those conditions, I have to keep my Tradeovate on the screen separately to trade my Tradeifys. When you're a brainiac. All right, I want to promote some mods. Yo, what's up, Nas Trader? Good to see you, man. Hey, all right, we need some mods. Who here is every day? Who is here every day? Or who here will be here every day, especially if you're new? Who here has a very frail ego, hates their life and wants to punish people as a result of it? Who loves swinging a band hammer? Raise your hands right now. Who likes to hit someone and make it hurt? No more mods, please. I need a couple more. The stream is getting weird. I have a ratio. Every hundreds of viewers, we need an X amount of mods. Does software interconnect with Thinkorswim, Greg Simba? It doesn't. Unfortunately, I wish it would. Thinkorswim doesn't allow any outbound or inbound connections. Thinkorswim has one outbound data connection, which is the RTD function. Allows you to tie an Excel sheet to Thinkorswim and grab data from it, but you're not allowed to put data in to Thinkorswim. They just, Sosnoff built it as a closed system. He was that way. Ready for Pal to shake the markets. We got 8 minutes to go. All right. Visionary is here every day. All right. He said me. All right. We're going to make you as a standard moderator. Just make sure you rule with an iron fist. You don't know about the second part? You're not liking punishing people. Francesco's too nice of a guy for the job. He is a really nice guy. I don't think he can be mean to people. I need degenerate level iron fist type rulers. Am I here every day, Clifton? No, you're not here every day. You're here most days though. Let's go. Is interactive brokers connected? Not yet. Our future plans are to connect other brokers outside of futures. So we're going to try to build API connections to Thinkorswim, to interactive brokers, some of the bigger ones. That has always kind of been our goal. We just have, like a smaller group. We only have 20 people in the company. That it's a slower process. So again, going to the Fed, 92% of days will hold above 6.9. Let's get our financial juice front and center so we can read the news as it happens. Everybody use this. It's your best tool in the world for reading the news. You can thank me for it later. It is free. That's what makes it part of the best. Here we go. We are moving on likely no Fed move. Let's see what we got. There's the dip. Market's pushing a little lower. There's the 60.49 tap. Actual forecast, no change. Big shocker there. We've been saying that all day. Looks like Cease Buoy went out there and gave you guys a free course. So if you guys are here, we're going to do a drawing, okay? For free courses. Thank you for donating. Let's do a little drawing. All right, there's the long I would normally take a long on, but let's see what the actual report comes out in just a second. No change FOMC. Let's go tweet that real quick. No change. The Fed statement does not contain language. And inflation has made progress towards the 2% goal. This is the 60.49 that I drew on here. All right. Hold on. Look at that. What did I draw in box for the FOMC? What did I put on there? 60.49. You like that? We fell right to it. That's calculated for March requirements, ladies and gentlemen. There is a secret to what we do here. You like that? You like that? Again, I said FOMC is going to do practically little until that we get those distribution numbers of how everybody's thinking. FOMC should be volatile, but that's about it. My long target would be a break of 520 on Qs. We're going to wait. All right. Everybody, if you want the free class, type in FOMC in chat. Capitals FOMC. We'll do a raffle for the free boot camp. Somebody bought you one. You can say thank you for our member here buying you one. FOMC. Type it in, type it in, type it in, type it in. Type it in, kids. Today, we're teaching this green line in our boot camp. Today, that's actually this class today. I'm excited. Jake, you're already taking the classes. I thought you were already taking the classes. Goofball. All right, if Jake wins, I'm going to have to make him give it away. Okay. All right. So somebody bought you guys a free boot camp. I do want to buy on the big breakout. Let's see what we get. Traders price and less Fed easing this year after FOMC statement. Less easing this year. Fed balance sheet runoff continue at a previous pace. Economic activities continue to expand at a solid pace. We have the press conference in about 30 minutes, so stay here for that. We'll watch it. Again, this is just no man's land, no trading here. Okay, ready? We're going to do the click. The click. The click. Ready? Very vague. I know. I hate it. All right, we're going to do it. We're going to roll the dice. All right. Abdon Santiago, you have 42 seconds to say something in chat. Go, go, go. Yo, what's up? All right, cool. You get a free boot camp. All right, it's $20. Somebody bought you a cocktail at a fancy restaurant. All right, cool. All right, go to Discord. Everybody go to Discord really quick. Anyways, check out our Discord. Go here. You get a free month of learnedness. All right, here, go here. Message me or message Slacks, our mod. He'll help you out. Anything. Okay, so basically down in here, here's some rules. 8% of days close below here. 92% of days close above here. It's very rare to break that and go down. So if it does, I'm going to sit out of shorts. I have a rule. No shorting below the green. We're going to teach this today, actually. I long only at strong pivots only. The strong pivots are as follows. I trade here to there every single time, which did take place today. I just didn't tap it. I would be out of the way here, and I've got no strong pivots going forward on this. Traders are pricing in expectation of June for rate cuts. When I said that it was going to take 2 months, the market was going to sell off on that news. And I told you, unless he said Q1, that the market would fall on that news. And I was fucking right. I told you, you wanted to hear more rate cuts or Q1, or the market was going to hate that news. Likely to not like this news. That's it. Short-term interest rate futures are pricing in a June expectation of the next rate cut to go sub 4. So we are likely for a downward trajectory today, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm not shorting this. I'm going to be standoffish on this one. Let's dump it. Yeah. Dump it. Less easing this year after FOMC statement. Traders not happy. The Fed is likely standoffish like they were before. We need the minutes of meeting to get that data. So again, I usually long this every single time, but I'm going to hang on the side of this one. That's S&P. Let's check NASDAQ. NASDAQ again, same place, green lines. I don't short below. It usually bounces. I find high volume pivots to trade below. Unfortunately, NASDAQ has nothing down here. This is the last one. If we lose 518, it's bad. So let me draw you guys here what's going to happen. If the expectation is that if I lose here, it goes to there. But I don't expect that to happen. This is the more likely move. Likely. The problem is that we have really heavy resistance off of this. The market's going to have to chop. So The only thing I'm looking for, as I boxed beforehand, so you guys know I don't make it up as I go along, is a 520 break. That's it. I could gamble to buy the dip, but it's just for these scalps right here. My little every single time trades I take. I'm waiting for the 520 break. 520 break will be massive move up. So let's wait for the confirmation. That's only, 40 points away. It's about 21,490. So right about here, maybe 21.5 is about where I'll chase along. I'm not going to buy the dip here. Sell off not today, but next week. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. This is on 518 break. So the likely cases here, the downside is bad on 518. But the likelihood is small, though. Not likely. Not likely, but big if you fall. So essentially like no bag holding inside of here for me. Lots of earnings. Yeah, big earnings this week. I don't think FOMC is providing us with any kind of like the Fed balance sheet runoff to continue at a previous pace, which is the quantitative tightening that we're in. There's no change in the QT. Economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. I told you guys it would literally say all this stuff. Okay, get ready for your press conference. Let's get live on this. Let me turn off their stock music there. Vote in favor policy was unanimous. That was expected from the dot plot as we shared last time. Everybody leading into 2025 is for the most part agreeing that no change was necessary. Most people think it's going to take a whole year, likely the summer now, to get to the first of two cuts. So it looks like the Fed isn't going to be boosting the market anytime soon. We're going to have to strictly run off of Trump and earnings. Yeah, I got to play the earnings for a while, as SQQQ is saying. I don't disagree with that. Well, what do you guys think? Thank you, by the way, for donating the class. So get your free boot camp today. We do 20 days. You start from day one. We teach you 3 core principles of how I became profitable as a trader. The 3 principles are: you need to have a risk and position management mechanism, like how big to trade, when to trade. You guys watched me today. I made some pretty stellar trades. Kind of mixed bag today, but position management is everything. How big to bet. Most of you are betting incorrectly. The other thing is a market avoidance strategy, which is when to sit out, to know when to sit out, to avoid when you don't apply your strategy. That allows your win rate to get bigger. So the first thing is position management allows you to hopefully make more or better or stronger investment decisions, risk versus reward. The second thing is market avoidance. When is my strategy I'm not that confident in it? When do I sit out? That's number 2. And number 3 is you're fighting the trend too much. Like you guys are usually shorting too much. How to get 80% win rate or 70 to 80% win rate consistently is I long like 90% of the time. Believe it or not. People are already blaming Trump for current day inflation. Yeah, like people are like,
eggs are going up thanks to Trump.
Like, I don't know. Is the price of blue hair dye going up too? These people are idiots. The hell? That's a liberal joke. Morons. I'm just kidding. I'm not making fun of liberals, but I just think the people that are just like so crazy. I will confirm. Stop shorting so much. You win more. Shocks will confirm. Because shorting is much harder than trading, and what most people than longing. Most people don't understand until you spend a lot of time with it. Is that short trades? So like I know no short below here. Like even if it's falling, there's no short. I sit out of downside moves. I let it fall. Because what happens is like short trading is more volatile. It tends to be choppier. You'll hit a lot of drawdown. If you have trailing drawdowns like in funding programs, that's the shorting is what kills you. Long trades tend to clean up as they advance. Volatility lessens. So long trades are a lot different animal than short trades. It's not equal and opposite. Look, you can't like flip those upside down. It's not the same shape. Long trades are more forgiving on your entries. Short trades are a lot more crazy and volatile. And let me tell you, I make my career off of 10-point moves in the S&P and 40-point moves in the NASDAQ. I don't need 500 points to put money in my pocket. So the idea bird flu has nothing to do with the egg prices. I heard there was egg prices came down a little bit. I usually gauge inflation by when I go to a restaurant, how many days. Oh gosh, I have too many browsers open. I can always, let me redo this. I tend to like run up all my RAM, even with as good of a computer as I have. I crash. I have so many windows open, I crash it sometimes. Go back to that. So I'm going to wait for the press conference and wait. I really do think we're going to sell off today. The market's not going to like that news. I don't short below the DD bands. I just don't. I usually sit out. We have a cheat sheet that goes with that, which is really nice. Short trades tend to be more volatile. That's why I don't really touch them a lot. I short off of highs on very particular circumstances. Like this is one that I short from all the time. This orange tap. That was an orange tap right here. I just didn't take it. I don't usually short in bear markets. I mean, in bull markets that often. So 60.49 and 60.75 were the key pivots. I circled these before you guys stepped in on the trade, and 60.75 and 60.49 are the key pivots. Like I said, guys, you got to take the class. Okay. Okay. This should be impressive enough. There's something going on here. This is to the dollar on both sides. Come on. Can I get some kind of recognition for that? How did I do? I didn't do bad. That wasn't bad. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. So today, the likely move here is inside of here. The unlikely move is down here, and it's actually really big, so I'm a little scared of it to be any... The appropriate trade, if I were a bull, is to bull from here, and that is it. There's nothing else to do. Any loss of 600 will be nuclear for the market. Any loss of here, a breakthrough of this will be massive. I'm talking massive, okay? So not likely, but big. Okay, this is big drop. So no bag holding down here for me. Appropriately so, I should take the risk and long here, as this is the trade I enter at every single time. But the stocks have immediately deteriorated as resilience is showing. I'm not super confident. So I'm going to take much of a trade here at all. I think I'm going to let it fall with my no short policy and let this bad boy chunk. 40 points in the S&P is not something to shake a fist at. We could hit 60-10 today, and I don't want to play this game. Day trading with the GOAT. Huge. Matt the GOAT. Much appreciated. Where I mentored. I wasn't. This is a field that we pioneered. I've been trading for 15 years, and I started in 2016, kind of working around tools in this direction. My trick was to read patents that the CME group put out and find out all this useful information about how the casino works. And I created tools that exploit their own things. Like this green line on your screen, 60.49. Is based on the margin requirements, which is based on a CME program called SPAN. We have other programs that exploit velocity logic. We have other programs that exploit CME gaps, IOP, and other things. Margin buffer limit is this yellow line that you see, 60.68. These are all exploits of the casino's own programs. By the way, I reverse engineered them. It's a patent, tells you a whole lot of information about how something works. And they also give instructional videos on how it works. It just took me to kind of figure out, well, they're kind of giving me information on where traders will be and probability of margin calls will be and high volume will be. Risk interval is this green line that you see. A risk interval is the most important number in futures. Can I show you something cool? Watch this. I haven't even looked, but I'm going to draw a line for you. Okay, let me just clean this up. Let's find a good spot on screen. Watch this. You guys ready for something? Watch this. You ready? I'm going to show you something real quick. Let me get a little spot here. Okay. I'm going to go to this table. I'm going to go down the S&P. Watch this. 42 is that number. Okay, ready? Watch this. Draw a box. 42. Let's make it 42. Okay, I might want to take a long here. I'm debating. But here's the thing. if 6026 is the next high volume pivot, please sign up for the class. And we're teaching this one today. This is all about green lines. Okay. I'm going to do this and I'm going to put like box around it and show you something really neat. So no shorting, even though I know it's falling. Let's see if it goes straight down to 6026 and then bounces right there as the first pivot response. Now, as we showed on the left, SPY is going to fall pretty far, but let's see what happens at 6026. Let's just say that's a risk interval lower on the event, and we'll see what happens. This is the first time the market makes a decision. A catalyst could be active there. Let's double check NASDAQ really quick, but let's just see. Let's see how important that number is. Watch this. Hold on. Let's watch. So no shorting here. I don't do anything. No short. I sit out of this. I find long pivots only. Unfortunately, with the S&P, the only long pivot I have is about 40 points lower. This is going to drop very rapidly, and at 6026 is going to be very high volume when you get there. I'm going to go ahead and just zoom in on it so we can see that. And I'm just waiting. I've already made my money today. I'm pretty decent. Some of my accounts were down 1,000 or 2. Some of them were up 1,000 or 2. I'm kind of in the middle. So I'm not, today was like a wash day for me, which is okay. I'm about 5 more days until I get my 15,000 trade if I payout. So if I can make it there, I'll be excited about it. Bootcamp classes start in an hour and 15 minutes. If you guys sign up for it, like I said, it'll be the best dollar you ever spent. We'd love for you guys to check it out. We really are growing super rapidly here, and we appreciate you guys kind of like adopting this new layer to what it is you're studying. So this is basically on top of everything you do is finding volume, like predicting where volume will be and where pivots can be. It's a whole new art form to add to what it is you're doing. Like why right now I'm not buying this dip, because I expect it to fall to 60.26. My rule today is I'm going to long at 520 on the break relative to where futures are, or I'm going to long at 514 on the bounce relative to where futures are. I'm doing nothing else. The S&P was going to pivot between these two going into Fed, and right now there's really nothing else I can do. I've got no strong pivots from here, so better just to wait it out. Press conference starts pretty soon. Close that out. Oops, let me get that. It's my Twitter. Where did I put that thing? Yeah, I don't short down in here. I'm not silly enough to chase the short down there. I stay out of that one. I do want to see it flush and give me a better trade, but I don't know if we're going to get it. Let me center here. Volume spike. That's the risk interval, because somebody asked about it. A risk interval off of the event is always going to be volume. In case it goes here, that's it. I don't short inside of here. I sit out of this. The appropriate trade is to take a long there in case it's going to go higher. I think right now, though, I don't have any evidence that I want to. S&P stocks are rapidly deteriorating as we sit here in front of this market. There's not a lot of momentum there, so unfortunately, I don't see much. What the hell happened? Where did it all go? Why the tomato turned red? It's all the salad dressing. Oh, that's cute. Next to it on QQQ, we can repeat the process. Let me do it really quick. I know I have all these scribbles on my screen just to show you. NASDAQ is going to be a... This is the pivot. Like, if I were being risky here, I would take the long here if I wanted to. NASDAQ off the event, though. NASDAQ doesn't really have a pivot. I guess we can do it. What is it? 21,484. It won't be as strong as the S&Ps, but 21,484 minus 160. Which would be 20. I say it'd be 4, 2, 3, 1. That's if we do break and continue to fall. So that's about it. These are the downside pivots. If it falls, it's there. The appropriate, like the likely trade is what I'm drawing right here. This is where it's likely to be. That's the one place for it to stand. So what I'm thinking for myself is that, you know, I want to be cautious on this one because I don't want to be short down in here. In case it falls, it can fall pretty quick. It's going to fight really hard to support at 49, though. Yeah. Story time, what's your worst trade day? My worst trade day is obviously my folding towels day. I went so crazy that I folded every towel that I had and I sat behind it. I always tell the story, but like I was like folding towels because I was losing. It was like my first 5-figure loss when I started 15 years ago. And I was just like, nah, I froze. I didn't know what to do. And I was like in that, I hope the market turns around prayer mode. And then all of a sudden I was like sitting there and I was like, let me just do laundry to keep my mind off and like folding towels, stacking them up, folding towels, stacking them up. And all of a sudden I get to this place where I'm like peeking over the towels. I'm like, oh God. Like I was like hiding behind it like I was like a kid building a fort. And I was like looking at the towels and they weren't folded straight. So I started unfolding them and refolding them and stacking them up like perfectly neat. Like I went temporarily insane. It wasn't my worst loss day. That was my first big loss. It's always memorable. And I realized like what tremendous fear could be like when you're actually clueless going on in the market. It was like such a crazy experience. Mike says between 6,008, 59.79. Yeah. So today, like I said, we're outside of the likely zone. We're in the unlikely zone. This is actually pretty big. It could fall pretty far down in here. There's no bag holding below 60.49. That's the range. That's the safety range. Margin call probability is very high here. Volume is likely to pick up here. So let's see what the press conference says. I think market's waiting for Powell to say something. Let's get that front and center. Let's put her on down here. Maybe come in talking a little bit. So I boxed these numbers to show you. I'm just going to clean up the screen because it's like a little cluttered here. SPY's in a pretty bad spot right now. Market's not going to like today's news at all. So NASDAQ has a support at 324. S&P is 60.26 on the pullback. If there's a quick dive. It's about a 20 point drop from here. I don't short it though. I just wait. NASDAQ also lines up right there. I'd love to take the 520 chase if we get a run from here. I'd also maybe take a stab at 514, but I'm not really sure I like it. Boot camp is live today. Yeah, in an hour from now, boot camp is live. Matthew, you're ready to short. I would love to see you guys make some money if it shorts from here. It'd be great to see this pull back. DD band breaks are not for the faint of heart. Like 60.49 is a rapidly accelerating move with low volume. It's margin calls at this point. So it's falling with low volume because the stocks themselves are deteriorating. It doesn't take the S&P or NASDAQ to sell on its own to pull back. Mike's gonna take a spread going in the presser. No way you fart around $1 range the rest of the day. No. Nah, I don't. I agree with you, man. It's not going to be a mild. The market's moving. The stocks are significantly selling off just right now on no volatility. Imagine with some volatility coming in. Your first big loss, your hands are shaking, you could barely close out your position. Dude, I that's the feeling, right? It's like complete terror. Like you feel like the feeling that you, like a car came at you and swerved and like barely escaped with your life. And you're just like, you know, that feeling. I had that feeling. I had that feeling one time when I was at school, my first day of my senior year at chemical engineering school. Teacher let us it was like our design class. We're designing a chemical plant. And it was like a 3-hour class every couple days. And it was the first class. And we were like, he's like, pick your teams. So you picked your teams. He's like, all right, you guys break for lunch. Come back later. And I went to lunch. I drove to Burger King. And in the parking lot, there were some school kids fighting. Looked like a gang fight. Because one of them pulled out a gun and started shooting at the other one. Literally like 10 feet from my car. And I was like sitting there, like listening to people fight, and kids were like chanting and chanting. And I was looking at like, oh man, there's a fight going on here. Then I heard pa, 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 pa. And then people were scattering. This was like 20 feet from me and scattering. And there were people like running into my car and jumping over my car. And I'm just like, and it's like, I'm just sitting there like, oh, like 18 or 21-year-old, 22-year-old me. Freaking hands shaking. I'm going back to class, eating my burger, like ketchup's like squeezing out of the side of it. It was insane. I couldn't see. There were bushes on the side, so I couldn't see if anyone got hurt. Oh boy, that was scary. We started features by 15K on your account, ran up to 45 the first month, and asked why is this hard? Next month you lost it all. Well, that's painful, man. All right. Let's see if we get that 60.26 pull, 324 NASDAQ. Let's see if we get it. I'm not betting on the market collapsing. I really don't. I think Powell's going to create some volatility, but I don't think he's going to create directional move. I think the market's trying to catch up with the stocks. With the stocks are lowering. I don't think Powell's going to crash the market today. Pressy's starting right now. Oh, should be starting right now. Let's put her right here at the bottom. Actually, let's just leave it on. We don't need to actually see his face. Financial Juice will parse the information for us. Like I said, see, no shorting down in here. That's why I don't do it. I don't judge it. The likely support at 518 is likely off to the left. Again, I'm still kind of debating on whether I wanted to take it or not, but I'm excited on this one. It's more like what makes the markets go down is not people shorting. It's usually people selling that were already long. Dumping longs tends to be the mechanism that brings the market lower. Futures go down because they're usually tracking the stocks. The stocks are going down. Looks like people are covering shorts into the press conference, though. There's no downward momentum today. Being that DD ratio is what it is, the bulls are getting out of the way. DD ratio is strong. It's just what happens is the market is selling off from strong bull territory and still not breaking out of it. Stocks are falling. They were so deeply bullish, they're just falling inside of bull territory. They're still falling with support. So it doesn't mean that the stocks have flipped bearish. It just means they're selling in bull territory, which is a hint that the longer term market is still bullish, Eric. Right? Stocks are losing value. So like any moment when we're going to pick up some momentum and rally, like, this week, next week, When that DD ratio is less than half, you know that the market shifted its sentiment around for the long haul. Because it encompasses all options, so it's looking many months into the future. So, why I don't short outside of DD band is this particular reason. 88% of days will close above or in between the bands. Or above, which is about 92%. Above 60.49. 8% below. As I don't short off of those odds. That's why I don't do it. That's from our classes. We're actually going over this class today. The 88%, 92%, 88%, 4%. This is the one today. You nearly lost your whole account? Oh, when was that? The question I have is 520 a good setup for a short? And I wouldn't take it because MRAS is greater than 0. Geekazoid, wait, what are you doing, man? You shorting, you longing, what's your trade? On NAS? Are you shorting, longing, what are you doing? I'll be careful out there. Fed's tricky. I usually tell people, play with Fed. You're just basically like, the market's going to move in a weird way, and it's not going to do what you think it's going to do, even if you think the news is a certain way. You were shorting this? Oh. Fed, Powell is talking. Why is this not updating?
Or too little. Could unduly weaken economic activity and employment.
There we go.
In considering
I was wondering why it's
the
manually
timing of
talking.
additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We're not on any preset course. As the economy evolves, we will adjust our policy stance in a manner that best promotes our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can ease policy accordingly. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. As we previously announced, our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework is taking place this year. At this meeting, the committee began its discussions by reviewing.
We get that dot
context
plot when
and
the minutes
outcomes
come out.
of our previous review that concluded in 2020.
That's like I keep telling you guys all day. The
Policy
dot plot's gonna be what
experiences of
matters.
other
It's not what
central banks in
Powell's gonna say
conducting
today.
reviews. Our review will again include outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties.
We're gonna wait for
including
when that
Fed
data
events
comes
around
out.
the
It's gonna
country
be the real
and a
mover.
research conference in May. Throughout this process, we'll be open.
Why
to
am I
new
trading
ideas
this?
and critical
Oh, why is he
feedback,
trading this?
and we will take
So it's
on
in a really
board
wide
lessons of the
stop
last
loss
5
right now.
years
Yeah, it's
in
very.
determining our findings. We intend to wrap up the review by late summer. I would note that the committee's 2% longer run inflation goal will be retained and will not be a focus of the review. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting
We
maximum
do have
employment,
maximizing
bringing
employment.
inflation sustainably to our 2% goal.
View
and
framework will
keeping
wrap up by
overall
late
inflation
summer.
Expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Is that a bunch of blah blah blah? Nothing important.
Mr. Chairman, Steve Leisman from CNBC. Mr. Chairman,
Leisman always goes
at the,
first.
Event in Davos, or to Davos anyway, the president said he'll demand that interest rates drop immediately. So I guess I have a 3-part question. Has the president done this to you? Has he made that demand? Secondly, what is your response to that?
Powell's gonna be like,
And
I don't
third,
care what the president
what effect,
says.
if anything,
We're gonna do our
does
job.
a president making these
That's what he's
kind
gonna
of
say.
remarks have on policy?
Watch.
Thank you.
3 questions.
He protests a lot. He tells people he's gonna do his job.
As one question though, so I'm not going to have any response or comment whatsoever.
Oh, yeah,
on
they're
what
definitely
the president
pre-planned.
said.
See?
It's not appropriate for me to do so. The public should be confident that we will continue to do our work as we always have, focusing on.
I tell you what he's gonna say, guys.
And
We're gonna continue to do our work as we're supposed to. See what I? This is why y'all listen to me.
Can you just comment on whether he's physically communicated his demand?
We're gonna do our work.
had no contact.
He's always been that way with Trump. He's always been that way. I don't listen to the president. I'm gonna do my job. He's not appropriate to say he's protesting, which is what he does. He protests what the president says. He nicely dodge it. But he's a protester. He's gonna say, I don't care what Trump says. This is what he thinks.
Economic and financial market development since then. How has your
I know Powell so well. I'll tell you what he's
confidence
gonna
changed in an
answer.
assessment that says interest rates are meaningfully restrictive?
They're not restrictive.
That my assessment really has changed. I mean, a couple of things have happened. We've gotten more strong data, but we've also seen rates move up at the long end, which could represent a tightening in financial conditions. I think if we look back over the past year or so, we can see that policy is restrictive. If you look at the effect of high rates on interest-sensitive spending, for example, in housing, and if you look at the achievement of our goal variables, we're seeing the economy move toward 2% inflation.
He's not gonna.
And has moved largely.
He protests very heavily
employment.
presidential
So
influence on
we
him.
look at the movement toward the goal
Powell tries to stand his ground. He's a math guy. He tries to do his job correctly.
It was before we began to cut. It's 100 basis points less restrictive, and for that reason, we're going to be focusing on seeing real progress on inflation, or alternatively some weakness in the labor market before we consider making adjustments.
If I could follow up, does the economy here warrant meaningfully restrictive interest rates? And would you judge interest rates to still?
I don't think
be
they
meaningfully
go
restrictive
hand in
if we
hand.
lower them by another
The economy right
50
now is not in charge with interest rates.
So-
They don't go.
I think our policy stance is very well calibrated, as I mentioned, to
Yeah.
balance the achievement of our two goals.
They're just looking for the
We
inflation.
want policy to be restrictive enough to continue to foster further
Reduction in
progress
inflation.
toward a 2% inflation goal. At the same time, we
Not
don't
crash
need
the
to
stock
see
market
further
and
weakening in
improve
labor
weaken the
market
jobs market.
to achieve that goal, and that's kind of what we've been getting. The labor market has really been broadly stable. The unemployment rate has been.
It's the same speech every
broadly
time.
stable now for 6 months.
Tight enough to get
Seems broadly in
inflation,
balance.
not too
And
tight
so
that we
you look at
crash the
last
market
couple of
and
inflation readings, and you
remove
see,
and create the labor problem.
we have
If they
over
crash the
half
stock
of
market
two
and people
good
get fired
readings, two
again,
bad
and you
readings,
have a high demand for
the
jobs, which we do have
couple of
now,
readings have
and people
suggested,
are
more
out of
positive
work, you get
readings.
wage
So
inflation
I think
again. It
we're
goes back to
policy
square one. They have to
well
drive the boat
positioned.
in between the two places. The same statement every time. It's always the same thing.
Colby Smith with the New York Times.
This is like,
Chair Powell, how should we interpret the removal of the line from the
there's the
statement that
520
inflation
break.
has
That's
made
good.
progress towards the 2%
This is the long I
goal?
should take
Is that no
Chase
longer
on.
the case?
Do I?
No, so let me look. If you just look at the first paragraph, we did a little bit of language cleanup there. We took out
I already
a
missed
reference
it.
to since earlier in the year as it related to the labor market, and we just chose to shorten that sentence.
The likely
Yeah,
and then the
if
520
you
break
look
is
at
here.
the sort of
So
intermeeting data was good,
there's the
and
520
there
break.
was
This is
another
big. So
inflation reading, I guess,
shorts
just
are
before
getting
the December
absolutely
meeting. So we
clobbered
got
on
two-
this.
Two good readings in a row that are
Big rally
consistent with
today,
2%
guys.
inflation.
Oh my
Again,
goodness.
we're not
I'm
gonna
just too much of a
overturn
wuss to
two
jump in
good
on
or two
this.
bad readings, but
That's good. That's really
this was
good.
not meant to send a signal other than this.
These are the lines.
You can take away
541.
from
That
all
was
of
my
this that we
original
were
target from this
committed
morning.
to achieving our 2%
576
inflation goals.
next target.
And just to follow up, we've seen inflation expectations across a number of measures rise.
Paul's wearing a
sharply,
purple tie. What does
which
that
has in
mean?
part
It
been
means
linked to
Roaring
tariff
Kitty's going to buy more
concerns.
GameStop tomorrow.
But there's also been this encouraging data that you mentioned
So,
in terms of CPI and
now,
rent indices.
if you want to learn why
So
there's no
how would
shorting,
you characterize
where I wrote the
concerns
word
about
no
upside
shorting,
risks to
you guys got to
inflation
come to the
across the
classes today.
committee,
You got to
especially
come. This
those
is the
tied to
actual
policies
class that we're
related
talking.
to the Trump
92% of times you bounce at the green line.
Well,
I don't
I'd
short
say
below it.
You see expectations moving up a little bit at the short end, but not at the longer end, where it really
520
matters. Those
break
could be
is what I
related
drew
to-
was going to
could
be
be
the
related to
very
what you
big
mentioned,
run
some
all the
of
way
the
up to
new policies.
522.
Um,
That's it
I
right
think
here.
where
That's the run.
committee is
MHP break.
very much in
High
the mode
volume on MHP
of
as we
waiting
tell you to look
see
for.
what
There's the volume
policies are
spike.
enacted. We don't know what will
Not
happen
as
with
likely, but it
tariffs,
would be a
with
big drop.
immigration,
Again, I wasn't betting
with
on
fiscal
this.
policy,
There's
and
the
with
520 break. If I was to take the
regulatory
long here, I'd close out right there
We're
at
only
22 and
just
be done.
beginning to see
That's
them
the
actually
setup.
are not really
I'm
doing
annotating
much.
this one because I'm too much of a
And I
wuss
think
to take
we
it,
just
but
need to let those policies
crypto
be
catching a bid.
articulated before we can
There it is.
begin to make a
that's the likely move.
plausible
I would have
assessment
waited
of
to
what
take a
the ramifications for the
520, but
economy
see
will
how
be.
quickly
So
it happened?
We're going to be watching
That's the trade.
carefully, and as we always do, this is no different than any other set of policy changes. at
I
the
wouldn't do
beginning of
anything
an
else from here.
administration.
If you got that good,
Patiently watch and understand.
took that
and-
trade, well done.
And kind of not be in a hurry.
Day is
to-
over. That's it.
To get to a place of understanding. what
Hypothetically,
policy
my
response
heart
should
was
be
in
until
that
we see how it
trade
plays out.
on the long side. I paper traded it in my mind. won that trade, but I didn't actually put money on it.
Television and radio.
That single micro is printing. Jason with the win. Jason with this 200 bucks. Hold on, is there micro on 20?
Is it fair to say that
100 bucks, 150 bucks, Jason. Unless you're doing NASDAQ, then you make about 250. How much did you make? 150 or 250?
Or if that's not true, can you lay out what you think is going to happen in the economy? How you
single
see it
micros
developing?
printing, dude. That's awesome. All great gurus paper trade. Matt tax the
Times
info.
forecasts are
Paper traded this one in my mind. I was long in my heart.
a set of expectations, and they're highly uncertain in both directions.
Every single
We know
chime
that for
trade, and then
economic
the
forecasting
520 break to
is
there.
really
I had just too big of a
difficult,
list to take it.
beyond just a month or two out. So
That's textbook
in
stuff,
the
though.
current situation, there's probably
I just don't like because
elevated,
Powell can roll the dice any other way. That's why I don't really
uncertainty
take
because
it.
of you know,
You had the 200 on the
policy
micro?
shifts in those
Yeah.
4 areas that I mentioned: tariffs, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulatory policy. So there's probably
So it's
some
over.
additional
Day's
uncertainty.
over.
That should be
522 on the
passed. We'll go through
bounce.
that, and then we'll be
Or
back to
520
the
on the
regular
bounce right
bus
here.
service. You know, what
When we're a
forecasters
Maverick.
are
This
doing,
is
not
the
just
test
us, but
to-
everybody's doing is they've got sort of
This is
just
the
a set of
test
assumptions
to
about
run-
what
run
might
the day
happen,
on.
but they're really kind of in the nature of a placeholder.
If I was bull for a
And
big up,
meaning,
that's the entry.
You know, plausible
10-point
could
stop.
be, but honestly, you wouldn't stand
Question is,
behind
do I
it
wanna
because
do
you just
it?
don't know, and so you're just on hold waiting to see.
Kind of don't want to do it.
What comes down. And, you know, it's a very.
I would have
large
taken that
economy,
scalp,
and
but I think I'm good. I
policies
don't want to take
affected at
the
the
every
margin,
single time.
but
I know I
we'll-
don't.
You know, we're going to wait and see.
Follow up the,
Powell's still
idea
talking, and
that,
that's the
you
problem, is that while I could
feel
put a
the
micro on it and
economy
take it every
that
single
policy is
time,
restrictive suggests
I'll talk
that
myself out of
the
these
Fed
every
in
single time
general wants
setups
to
when
continue
there's
to
an event
lower
or a
interest
catalyst
rates.
sometimes. I just kind of feel
So
like I
when
want
you
to
look
watch
at the
today.
data that you are dependent on,
Every single
are
time,
you
most of the
looking
time.
for data
No,
that
it's there
tells
every
you
single
that you
time.
can cut, or data that will tell you
But I
you
just
should
don't.
hold?
I just don't. In the middle of an event or a catalyst like this,
It's more the way it works is we are.
I've already made my trades today.
Guide us in what we should do.
Every single time, under the exception that I don't convince myself to sit
That's
out.
what we do. And
So,
right now,
almost
we feel
every-
like we're in a
60%
very
of the
good
time I do it
place.
every
Policy's
time.
well positioned. The economy's in quite a good place
Every
actually,
time.
as well. And
90, yes, yeah, I do. I think
what
so.
we do expect is to see further progress. On
Problem is the
inflation.
75 is
And,
really
you know, as I
pivoting hard right now.
mentioned, as we see that, or if we were to see weakening in the labor market, that could foster. We could then be in a position of making further adjustments. But
Powell's basically telling you guys this, guys. He goes, look, we're not going to do anything. We wanted quantitative tightening. We wanted to actually raise rates. You guys cried and whined when the stock market was selling off in 2021. So we lowered rates for you little bitches so that you'd stop crying a little bit. And then the stock market went to all-time highs, and you're still crying, and the president's crying. We don't want to listen to you guys. We want to raise rates. We don't care. We just don't want to crush the labor market because we're back to square one with inflation. We don't want to hold the American economy on our backs anymore like we did in the last recession. We're trying to get things off our books. You guys keep bugging us to cut rates, and we really don't need to because inflation is going to heal itself. This is what Powell's really saying to all of you guys.
How do you intend to put that belief into practice?
And this is exactly what he's saying to all of us. It's like we're like, Powell, please, because we've got used to like begging the Fed to lift the stock market since 2010.
yes, in answer to your first question.
And the reason QT exists is because they're tired of floating us. They don't need to. They think the economy is healthy enough to float itself. And Powell is 100% correct
as they're made
on this.
available. And as has been our practice over many administrations, we are working to align our policies.
If they
with
over
executive
tighten,
orders
then
as
it
appropriate and
crushes
consistent with
the stock
applicable
market,
law.
and then companies start
And
laying off
I'm
if
not
markets
gonna have
collapse,
anything
and
more specific,
you have less freedom to
for you
employ
today
people, and
on
companies are in a
this
growth
set
spurt
of
right now.
issues.
The problem with the growth spurt is if you grow too fast, it makes inflation go higher. If the market crashes, then wage inflation goes up, and no matter what, if you go up too fast or go down too fast, you get inflation in both directions. And Powell's like, we just got to kind of
Applicable law, right?
two different types of ways to inflate. We kind of got to drive in the middle. But at the same time, they're driving in the middle while they're trying to not assist the stock market anymore.
On Steve's question, what reassurance can you give the American public that the Fed will continue to operate independent of politics under this administration?
Good question.
You know, as I've said countless times over the years,
Beat your chest, Daddy.
This is who we are. This is what we do. We study the data. We
Stand up for
analyze
yourself.
how it will affect the outlook and the balance of risks and we use our tools to try to, given our best understanding.
No,
our
answer
best
the question,
thinking,
pal.
try to
Beat your
achieve
chest,
our
baby.
goals.
Let's go.
That's what we do. That's always what we do. Don't look for us to do anything else. And that's
Listen to that.
lots of
Stand up for
research shows
yourself.
That's the best way for a central
He
bank to
always does.
operate.
He always
It's
wordsmiths
the
his
best
way into
possible
telling you, I don't give a
to
shit
achieve
what the
these goals
president
for the
tells me to
benefit of the
do.
American people.
I'm an
That's always what we're
independent,
gonna do, and
very private company.
people should have confidence in that, as I said a few minutes ago.
You've said that the Fed is in wait and
See, he gets a little more
based on the
confident the
policies
longer
that
he
come out
stands
of
up
this
there.
administration. Has the Fed started
She just
to
asked, are you going to do
model
what Trump tells you? And he says,
policies like
no.
mass deportations, changes in immigration policy specifically, would look like for the workforce and for inflation?
So one of the things our staff does is they look
We
at a
want
range
pump.
of possible
We want pump.
outcomes, and they tend to go from really good to really bad, and it's one of the best things that they do. And in each Teal book, you can look at the 5-year-old Teal
Like,
book
is
and
the
see
price of
their
fruit
alternative
and
simulations. So that's what
things
they
going to
do.
go
There'll
up
be
if
a
we're
baseline,
deporting a lot of
and
the
then
farm
they'll show
workers?
6
That's
or
a good
7
question.
alternative
That's what
scenarios,
she basically
including
asked.
really good ones and not so good ones. And what those do is they spark, the policymakers to sort of think and understand about the uncertainties that surround this. So yes, the staff does that, and we're all well aware that that the range of possibilities is always broad, and not just now, but always. And it's hard to be open to just how broad the possibilities are for an economy. No one saw the pandemic coming, and it was, it changed everything. So things happen, but yes, we do that. But it's different. It's one thing to do that, to make assessments about what might happen and begin to think about what you might do in that case. But you don't act until you see much more than we see now.
I wish you just answered the question, man. He didn't even answer that question. She's asking if we deport all the farmers, are the price of fruits and vegetables going to go up? That's inflation. Like, that is a big problem, and how much is that going to affect? Right.
Significantly predicated on more progress in inflation.
100%. Like that, the prices will go extremely
Characterization of
up to the roof.
market in the statement today. Would you say that that's even more so the case?
Yeah, I
now?
replaced JP.
I'd say it's the same. We want to see.
You do not follow your rules, buy it green. Well, no, I don't like trading when Powell's talking unless I'm very convinced. I'm not super convinced right now. I wasn't earlier. I am right now. The market's actually hitting itself a little bit. I want to see one more test, and I'll take the hedge first or tap.
And we're just going to need to see that. We think that
I need a resilience to be above 0 for me to get some confidence on this. Res was less than 0, so that was the peak. That was the peak. That's why I'm not longing. I'm sorry, I might have not said that. Res is less than 0. This is the top. That's why I said that's the end of the day. So normally he's talking. I want to see some good moves. See, like I'm not. I could take a long right here if I wanted to rally for the day. For some reason, it's just not.
Being seen to set up for it is one thing. Having it is another.
Because it's at the peak and they're asking questions that are moving the market a little bit. I'm not. My first instinct is right. Well, yeah, my first instinct is right, but even though I was right in my head, I still didn't want to risk it.
And in terms of the labor
Since I'm trading this Tradeify, I have to keep myself inside of a risk limit. So I have to make sure there's no volatility. I don't take a lot of drawdown.
There's been a few underlying indicators that are showing perhaps some weakness, a low higher.
Now, if this is greater than 0,
workers
it does have the
reporting that
power
it's
to keep
increasingly
going.
difficult to find a job. Is that of concern to the committee?
So you're right. I mean,
So we didn't short here. 60.26 off the table, which is good. 92 days short there.
Employment participation, wages,
Like I said, I just don't.
job quits, are people quitting, that kind of
I would have
thing.
traded to there and got out. So this is the end anyway. So I missed it. So I'm not doing
all
it.
those things. And you put your finger though on it's a low hiring environment. So if you
It's a
have
dumb
job,
question,
it's all,
panel. Yeah,
it's all
yeah.
good. But if you have to find a job, the job finding rate, the hiring rates have come down, and that's more typical of a. Let's say that the unemployment, that the labor market is at a sustainable level. It's not overheated anymore. We don't think we need it to cool off anymore. We do watch it extremely carefully. It's
Yeah,
one of
labor
the two
market's
gold
pretty
variables.
hot right now.
But yeah, I'd say we watch those things quite carefully. But nonetheless, overall, look at the aggregate data in the labor market. The labor market does seem to be pretty stable and broadly in balance when you've got an unemployment rate that has been pretty stable now for a full half a year.
Edward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. On employment, you said there's a broad range of possibilities, but last September you said, quote, "We understand that there's been quite an influx across the borders, and that has actually been one of the things that's allowed unemployment rate to rise." Now that the flow of the border has slowed and we're seeing deportations, how do you expect the unemployment rate to react?
So what's happening is that the flows across the border have decreased.
Today is DD band, DD ratio, Lucas.
Expect that to continue. And so, but job creation has come down a bit too.
Something labor market strength. Something unemployment. Jake is like writing the script for Powell over here.
That sort of can be a reason for the
LOL.
unemployment rate to stabilize. In other words,
Jake knows Powell more than anybody.
As population growth slows, the break-even rate that you need in new jobs to make.
I tell you, my computer's been wonky all morning. I need to reboot.
For workers declines as well. So that seems to be something about what's happening. You do see a very flat unemployment rate at a time when you've seen significant declines.
I want to ask you about Fed employment. I know that tax money is not used here, but Elon Musk alleges that the Fed is, quote, absurdly overstaffed. We've seen the executive branch push to reduce the federal workforce. I just want to get your reaction.
Okay.
We're
talking to Jay Powell.
Process. We're fully aware that we owe the
Brought me a sandwich.
And we believe we do
That's
that.
so nice of you.
I've got no further comment than that. Thanks.
Chris.
Wait.
Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. President Trump has
Can you
said
bring
he
me
will lower
is there like
inflation
my water
by
jug out there
reducing,
anywhere?
Gas and energy
It's in the
costs.
bathroom.
Do you see such costs as a particular driver of inflation, and would lowering them have a dramatic effect?
Oh, thank you.
So I'm not gonna react or
Room
discuss
service. Look how
anything
nice she
that,
is, guys.
any
She brought me a
elected
sandwich.
politician might say, So I'll give
Hey.
you a mulligan.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Well, nearly 2 weeks ago, the Fed said
That
it
was
withdrawing from
that
the
was
network
pretty
for
sweet.
greening the financial system, even as even as we have.
I got a Sandy with pickles. You're trying to give me energy, so I'm gonna working out later. I know that was super. That was really nice of her.
Many commentators did see the timing as political. Why did you leave that organization? Can you explain that decision?
Sure, I'd be glad to.
Yeah, what'd they ask?
We considered this, really at length, and we did decide to withdraw
They leave
from
what?
the NGFS. And
What's he
really,
asking?
the reason is that the work that the NGFS
Flows across the border
does
have
has
decreased. Every recent thing that will continue, but job creation is also down.
Nature-related risks and biodiversity and things like that.
I saw the jolts are going up. I don't know why he's saying job creation is down. Maybe it's not going up as much, but it's still going up. Together, those could be reasons for unemployment rates to
To
stabilize.
support the transition toward
Yeah.
a sustainable economy. So we joined to get the benefit.
Fewer
of
people that are here.
understanding what
If
others
unemployed
are
people
doing
displaced to another
and
country,
seeing
then
research
our
and
unemployment
things
rates
like
will go
that.
up
I think,
or go down
this
because
is
there's
just
more
way
higher probability
beyond
that somebody will
any
go and get a job.
plausible mandate that you could attribute to the Fed. And so we
Mayor V.
have a quite
Pickle.
narrow role, as I've said many times.
He's a dog now. This dog was a puppy in September.
Are not a good
He's a dog
fit
now.
for
He's
the
a
Fed,
full-size dog.
given our current mandate and authority. So
He's going through his
I
teenage
just
years
think
right
it was
now
time
and
to
dog years.
acknowledge that, this process dates back. Thinking
He's a
about it
doggy
dates back a
teenager.
couple
He's
of
in his
years.
awkward phase. He's
I
like
made the
twice as
decision to
big,
bring
twice
this
as
to the
long.
board, some months
Really
ago.
moody.
The process just took.
Pickle is such a great name.
And this is
Yeah, Dufresne,
we got it and voted
for
on
a
it, so-
dachshund.
and
Yeah.
I'm aware of how it can look, but it was really not driven by
He's
politics.
an
It was
Irish,
driven
an
by
English cream
kind of the
dachshund, so
disconnect between
we
the
called him
work of
Pickle
the
because we needed a
NGFS
name that
and our
implied
mandate. Other central banks have
Wiener
different
that wasn't
mandates.
Wiener or
And belonging to
Oscar
the
or
NGFS,
like
we have
Oscar
no-
Mayer,
no
like everybody else has a
criticism of them, but
dachshund.
It just isn't. It's not right for the.
We like I have a garden. I grow peppers, like all kind of peppers, and she pickles them. So I have like my last house I had a huge garden. Like I grew like I don't know 15 different kinds of peppers. We would pickle banana peppers and pickle chilies and stuff.
Well,
And so pickling was our thing, and we were just like, let's call it pickle.
inflation down to inflation down
You guys
to
stopped out,
2%
Garrett? What are you guys
sustainably
trading?
is what we're trying to achieve.
How many
You know,
peck of
we're-
pickled peppers? I don't
we're
know.
somewhat
Yes, Peter.
above that,
Peter
as you
Piper. How
know,
much?
And we want to see
She does a pretty good
serial
job. It's like their
readings that
pickles
suggest
that she does are
that
pretty
we're
good.
making further progress on inflation. That's what we want to
I do
see.
Thai
And
chilies,
consumers
habaneros,
will pick that up.
jalapenos, red
Of
bells,
course,
green
the things that they
bells,
buy at the grocery store, at the store.
pepperoncinis,
The other thing I wanted to ask was just how far away
Anaheims,
you are from neutral.
Yeah,
poblanos. I got all of it, man.
Precision, of course.
Yes.
As I
You
like to
grow a lot of
say,
veggie
you
stew,
know
Jack?
the
Oh, nice.
rate
What do you like
by
to do?
its works. So
Gardening is like the
at
best thing for a guy on Wall Street,
4.3%,
man. A guy or girl on Wall Street. Gardening is like the zen you need after
estimates of the longer run
getting
neutral.
your face wrecked by the stock market.
I think our eyes are telling us that
Spending your
our policy
time
is
like
having
away.
effects on the economy. That's really the
It's like
question
going
we
out there
ask.
and like,
you know, you can consult
like
models,
watering my
empirical models,
plants to drown my
theoretical models.
sorrows is like a
You really
very
have to just look out the window
peaceful
and see how
reset
your,
for the day.
how your policy rate is
Broccoli
affecting
and
the
cabbage. Oh,
economy.
nice.
And I think we see
Broccoli's
that
good. I
it's
grew broccoli one time.
effects
I don't do it anymore
in
because it takes up too
inflation
much
under
space.
control.
I don't have a lot of
It has
space.
helped bring
But broccoli
the
is
market,
awesome. But
into
broccoli
balance
plant
as well.
is huge. If you guys
that's
ever
what we
grew
think.
broccoli.
I would say we're meaningfully above it.
Broccoli plant is like,
I
when the leaves
have
get
no
big, it's
illusion
about like a
that-
foot and a
that
half, sometimes 2
anyone knows
feet, and it's
precisely
really tall, and you
how
get
much
one
that
like
is.
really giant head of
But
broccoli,
not knowing
and
that
it's
and having
good.
to
Like
cut out
my
waste
broccoli
stones
was like
means
fat, and it was good. I
it's
like it. It was a
appropriate
pain in the ass though.
that we not be in a
Took
hurry
all year to
make
grow,
further adjustments.
but it was good. Like I had like one giant head of broccoli after a whole year of work. So you need a lot of space to grow a lot of broccoli.
So, as a general matter, when it
Oh,
comes
God.
to executive orders and
What the hell?
FDD memos,
How did
do
you guys
those
get here?
Always apply to the Fed.
Big
Sometimes
Jesus,
never.
look how
or
big
do
this
you just
freaking dog
often
is. Look at this guy.
voluntarily comply.
Look at
So
Pickle.
what's the legality there?
So it's been our practice, as I mentioned, to
I
work
can't
to
hold it
align
anymore. When I used to have him on the stream, I could like literally hold him
in the executive orders,
with
and that's
one
just the
hand,
way
and
that
now
I
it's like you're
mentioned,
hurting my arms, dude.
I'm not going to go
Look at this.
any deeper than
Pickle
that
up.
or get into any
He looks
deeper
like a little
issues.
baby. What's it called? Not a king. Yeah, it kind of looks like a kangaroo.
Claire Jones from the Financial Times.
He's like, look how,
Two
look on his,
questions, if
like his
any, on
shoulders are like,
tariffs.
he's like jacked like a
Well, first of all,
kangaroo.
we've seen global trade wars
No, like,
before,
what's the kind of dog that we
notably
say
in
he's like?
2019 last time around, but then we were
Gold,
all
he's like a
in
mini
very
golden
different
retriever,
place
but he
on
just
both
doesn't get much
inflation
bigger.
and growth. If we see
Look how-
tariffs at
look-
the same sort of
Pickle is he- look, he's
magnitude
such
that
a
we
big
got
dog
then,
now. Whoa,
which I know
whoa,
is
whoa,
big
whoa.
if, what do you think might be different this time around? And secondly, Tiff Macklem said there was no
He's a
doubt
big, he's like super big
that
dog
the
now.
threat of tariffs was a big
So he was like such a,
driver
but
of
he's probably not getting
the
much like
Canada
bigger than that
today.
though. He's
What
gonna be a
sort of
linebacker.
information would the Fed
I got a large
need to
pickle.
see on tariffs before it was willing to
Nah, that's
take
okay. You can close it.
such a preemptive move? Thank you.
Yeah, for like in dog standards he's small, but in like dachshund standards he's
You need to see a strategy.
massive. He used to weigh, he's about double the size the last time you guys saw him. But that's his full size
before you're
probably.
actually willing to
He's 5
change
months
the
old.
path of monetary policy on the
But like a
basis of
linebacker,
it.
he's like jacked,
So
man.
we
He's got
just, so first of all, things are a little different now. We've just come through a high inflation period.
golden dachshund,
and
yeah.
You can argue that
English
both
creams are
ways.
cool.
You can
They're
say
a
that
special
companies
breed.
that
They're
figure
rare.
that they do like
They're
to
like
raise
an
prices,
English
but
cream is a rare
also
kind of
hear a lot
dachshund,
from
and then the
companies
EE
these
English
days
cream, which is the one he is
consumers
the
are really
rare
mad with
of
price
the rare.
increases.
So it's rare to
So
get the
I don't know
all
how that
golden
shakes out.
coat
Nonetheless,
with the black nose and the
you're
black
coming through a
paws.
situation where we're not quite
So
back
about
to
one
it.
out of
That's just
about
it.
1 out of
In
5.
addition,
So this girl
the
that does
trade,
the
kind
breeder
of footprint of
does
trade
puppies
is
a couple
just
times a
changed
year.
a lot as
There's a year to
trade's
2 year
now
long
spread
wait
around
list,
you know,
and if you want this one, it could be
as
even longer.
concentrated in China as
We
it
got
was.
lucky
There's
because
a
the
lot
mother
more
had
manufacturing
2 of
to
those
Mexico and
in our
other
batch. We were
places.
only on the wait list
So
for
there were
6 months, but
differences.
like
And
one,
I
like
just think
a
the
couple out of the
possibility-
litter, 1 out of 5 will be
range of
the lighter one.
possibilities
That's the
is very,
preferred
very
one, so
wide.
they're hard to come by.
We just don't know, and I don't want to start speculating as tempting.
But
as
they
it
look like
is,
little baby golden
because we
retrievers.
really don't
Perfect
know.
golden coat.
And we didn't know, by
That was
the
like her
way,
dream dog,
in
and we waited a while to get
2000, I
him.
guess.
What a boring FOMC. It's like so boring.
Yeah, we didn't really know.
S&P Res not getting a lot of move over 0, so this is kind of like limiting my desire to want to take a long here.
We don't know what's going to be tariff.
Look at his spinal form. Yeah, he's as big as he's going to get. All right, guys, I'm going to take like a 30-minute break, eat my sandwich. We did the Zoom call, so I can tell you, everybody come to the Zoom call. Come to our class today. We were going to teach you this DE band lesson, the one that's from today.
You know, there are lots of places where that price increase.
Sign up for it.
from
Come to the
tariff
Discord.
can
And I always
show
tell you
up
guys, if you don't like it,
between
we'll always give you a
manufacturer and
refund after
consumer.
3 days. But
It's
this
just
is going to be
so
the
variable,
best,
so we're just
one of
gonna
the
have
best
to wait and
classes
see.
we
And,
do.
you know, the
So
best
come to
we
this
can do
one.
is what
We'll
we've
see you in 30
done,
minutes.
which is study
There's
our
the link.
markets,
Click
you
it.
know, look at historical experience, read the literature.
But come here every day. We're live trading.
Think about the factors that
I'm
might
outie.
matter, and then we'll just have to see how it goes.
All right, pal. I'm going to eat my sandwich. You did EST and NASDAQ? Well, that was a good trade, for sure. I just didn't take it because Raz was negative. Well, it wasn't. It's an every single time trade to take. I just talked myself out of it. We'll be back live trading front and center tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. Don't forget, we do our Zoom call in 30 minutes, about an hour-long class. You guys are going to love it. It's DD band, DD ratio. It's one of our most important classes. 88% setups on this one, 90% setups on this one. We're going to go over all of them today. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to sub to the channel, and we'll see y'all tomorrow. And don't forget, we have 30% off of Tradeify. Growth in Advanced, 50% off of, or 30% off of Straight Defined and 50% off of Growth in Advanced.